Chapter 12. Deaths. The vendetta of Death-duayamiqui demon of serpent's death, on the pale horse war god Satan, as deathbeds Thanatos Yamiami towers of silence Alcestus Hercules, Christ and death hell Sol Tazrael death, and the cobbler dance of death as foe, and as friend. Savage races believe that no man dies except by sorcery. Therefore every death must be avenged. The Actas of the Philippines regard the Indians as the cause of the deaths among them, and when one of them loses a relative, he lurks and watches until he has spied an Indian and killed him. It is a progress from this when primitive man advances to the belief that the fatal sorcerer is an invisible manna-demon. When this doctrine is taught in the form of a belief that death entered the world through the machinations of Satan, and was not in the original scheme of creation, it is civilized. But when it is inculcated under a set of African or other non-Christian names, it is barbarian. The following sketch, by Mr. Gideon Lang, will show the intensity of this conviction among the natives of New South Wales. While at Nanama, I constantly saw one of these, named Jimmy, a remarkably fine man, about 28 years of age, who was the model Christian of the missionaries, and who had been over and over again described in their reports as a living proof that, taken in infancy, the natives were as capable of being truly Christianized as a people who had had 18 centuries of civilization. I confess that I strongly doubted, but still, there was no disputing the apparent facts. Jimmy was not only familiar with the Bible, which he could read remarkably well, but he was even better acquainted with the more abstruse tenets of Christianity. And so far as the whites could see, his behavior was in accordance with his religious acquirements. One Sunday morning I walked down to the Black Fellows' camp to have a talk with Jimmy, as usual. I found him sitting in his gunyah, overlooking a valley of the Macquarie, whose waters glanced brightly in the sunshine of the delicious spring morning. He was sitting in a state of nudity, excepting his waistcloth, very earnestly reading the Bible, which indeed was his constant practice, and I could see that he was perusing the Sermon on the Mount. I seated myself and waited till he concluded the chapter, when he laid down the Bible, folded his hands, and sat with his eyes fixed abstractedly on his fire. I bade him good morning, which he acknowledged without looking up. I then said, "Jimmy, what is the meaning of your spears being stuck in a circle round you?" He looked me steadily in the eyes and said solemnly and with suppressed fierceness, "Mother's dead." I said that I was very sorry to hear it, but what had her death to do with the spears being stuck around so? "Bogan Blackfellow killed her," was the fierce and gloomy reply. "Killed by a Bogan Black." I exclaimed, "Why, your mother has been dying a fortnight, and Dr. Curtis did not expect her to outlive last night, which you know as well as I do." His only reply was a dogged repetition of the words, "A Bogan Blackfellow killed her." I appealed to him as a Christian to the Sermon on the Mount that he had just been reading, but he absolutely refused to promise that he would not avenge his mother's death. In the afternoon of that day, we were startled by a yell which can never be mistaken by any person who has once heard the wild war whoop of the blacks when in battle array. On marching out, we saw all the black fellows of the neighborhood formed into a line and following Jimmy in an imaginary attack upon an enemy. Jimmy himself disappeared that evening. On the following Wednesday morning, I found him sitting complacently in his gunyah, plaiting a rope of human hair, which I at once knew to be that of his victim. Neither of us spoke. I stood for some time watching him as he worked with a look of mocking defiance of the anger he knew I felt. I pointed to a hole in the middle of his fire and said, "Jimmy, the proper place for your Bible is there." He looked up with his eyes flashing as I turned away, and I never saw him again. I afterwards learned that he had gone to the district of the Bogan tribe, where the first black he met happened to be an old friend and companion of his own. This man had just made the first cut in the bark of a tree, which he was about to climb for an opossum, but on hearing footsteps, he leaped down and faced round, as all blacks do, and whites also, when blacks are in question. Seeing that it was only Jimmy, however, he resumed his occupation, but had no sooner set to work than Jimmy sent a spear through his back and nailed him to the tree. Perhaps if Jimmy could have been cross-examined by the non-missionary mind, he might have replied with some effect to Mr. Lang's suggestion that he ought to part with his Bible. Surely, he must have found in that volume a sufficient number of instances to justify his faith in the power of demons over human health and life. Might he not have pondered the command, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," and imagined that he was impaling another Manasseh, who used enchantments and used witchcraft and dealt with a familiar spirit, and with wizards and wrought much evil in the sight of the Lord to provoke him to anger. Those who hope that the Bible may carry light into the dark places of superstition and habitations of cruelty might, one would say, reflect upon the long contest which European science had with bibliolators in trying to relieve the popular mind from the terrors of witchcraft, whose genuineness it was justly declared contrary to the scriptures to deny. There are districts in Great Britain and America, and many more on the continent of Europe, where the spells that waste and destroy are still believed in, where effigies of wax or even onions are labeled with some hated name, and stuck over with pins, and set near fires to be melted or dried up, in full belief that some subject of the charm will be consumed by disease along with the object used. Under every roof where such coarse superstitions dwell, the Bible dwells beside them, and experience proves that the infallibility of all such talismans diminishes pari passu. What the savage is really trying to slay when he goes forth to avenge his relative's death on the first alien he finds may be seen in the accompanying figure, 17, which represents the Mexican goddess of death Teoyamaqui. The image is 9 feet high and is kept in a museum in the city of Mexico. Mr. Edward B. Tyler, from whose excellent book of travels in that country the figure is copied, says of it, "The stone known as the statue of the war goddess is a huge block of basalt covered with sculptures. The antiquaries think that the figures on it stand for different personages, and that it is 3 gods Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, Teoyamaqui, his wife, and Mictlantecuhtli, the god of hell. It has necklaces of alternate hearts and dead men's hands, with death's heads for a central ornament. At the bottom of the block is a strange, sprawling figure, which one cannot see now, for it is the base which rests on the ground. But there are 2 shoulders projecting from the idol, which show plainly that it did not stand on the ground, but was supported aloft on the tops of 2 pillars. The figure carved upon the bottom represents a monster holding a skull in each hand, while others hang from his knees and elbows. His mouth is a mere oval ring, a common feature of Mexican idols, and 4 tusks project just above it. The new moon laid down like a bridge forms his forehead, and a star is placed on each side of it. This is thought to have been the conventional representation of Mictlantecuhtli, lord of the land of the dead, the god of hell, which was a place of utter and eternal darkness. Probably each victim as he was led to the altar could look up between the 2 pillars and see the hideous god of hell staring down upon him from above. There is little doubt that this is the famous war idol which stood on the Great Teocalli of Mexico, and before which so many thousands of human beings were sacrificed. It lay undisturbed underground in the Great Square, close to the very site of the Teocalli, until 60 years ago. For many years after that it was kept buried, lest the sight of one of their old deities might be too exciting for the Indians, who, as I have mentioned before, had certainly not forgotten it, and secretly ornamented it with garlands of flowers while it remained above ground. If my reader will now turn to the fig. 11, Portrait of the Demon of Serpents, he will find a conception fundamentally similar to the Mexican demoness of death or slaughter, but one that is not shut up in a museum of antiquities. It still haunts and terrifies a vast number of the people born in Ceylon. He is the principal demon invoked in Ceylon by the malignant sorcerers in performing the 84,000 different charms that afflict evils, Hunian. His general title is Adi Kumara Hunian Duatawa, but he has a special name for each of his 6 several apparitions, the chief of these being Kali Adaisi, or demon of incurable diseases, therefore of death, and Naga Adaisi, demon of serpents deadliest of animals. Beneath him is the pale horse which has had its career so long and far even to the white mare on which, in some regions, Christ is believed to revisit the earth every Christmas, and also the white mare of Yorkshire folklore which bore its rider from Whitestone Cliff to hell. This Sinhalese form also, albeit now associated by Capuas with fatal disease, was probably at first, like the Mexican, a war goddess and god combined, as is shown by the uplifted sword and reeking hand uplifted in triumph. Equally a god of war is our Death on the Pale Horse, which Christian art, following the so-called apocalypse, has made so familiar. I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. and power was given to him over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. This is but a travesty of the Greek Ares, the Roman Mars, or god of war. In the original Greek form, Ares was not solely the god of war, but of destruction generally. In the Oedipus Tyrannus of Sophocles, we have the popular conception of him as one to whom the deadly plague is ascribed. He is named as the god unhonored among gods, and it is said, "The city is wildly tossing, and no more can lift up her head from the waves of death, withering the ripening grain and the husks, withering the kine in their pastures. Blighted are the babes through the failing labors of women, the fire-bearing god, horrid pestilence, having darted down, ravages the city. By him the house of Cadmus is empty, and dark Hades enriched with groans and lamentations." Mother of the deadliest, Kalas of Singhale's demonology, sister of the Scandinavian hell in name and nature, is Kali. Although the Hindu writers repudiate the idea that there is any devil among their 330 millions of deities, it is difficult to deny Kali that distinction. Her wild dance of delight over bodies of the slain would indicate pleasure taken in destruction for its own sake, so fulfilling the definition of a devil. But on the other hand, there is a Deccan legend that reports her as devouring the dead, and this would make her a hunger demon. We may give her the benefit of the doubt, and class her among the demons or beings whose evil is not gratuitous all the more because the mysteriously protruding tongue, as in the figure of Typhon, p. 185, probably suggests thirst. Hindu legend does, indeed, give another interpretation, and say that when she was dancing for joy at having slain a 100-headed giant demigod, the shaking of the earth was so formidable that Siva threw himself among the slain, whom she was crushing at every step, hoping to induce her to pause. But when, unheeding, she trod upon the body of her husband, she paused and thrust out her tongue from surprise and shame. The Vedic description of Agni as an Ugra ogre, with tongue of flame, may better interpret Kali's tongue. It is said Kali is pleased for 100 years by the blood of a tiger, for 1,000 by that of a man, for 100,000 by the blood of 3 men. How are we to understand this dance of death, and the further legend of her tossing dead bodies into the air for amusement? Such a figure found among a people who shudder at taking life, even from the lowest animals, is hardly to be explained by the destructiveness of nature personified in her spouse Siva. Her looks and legends alike represent slaughter by human violence. May it not be that Kali represents some period when the abhorrence of taking life among a vegetarian people, too, believing in transmigration might have become a public danger. When Krishna appeared, it was, according to the Bhagavad Gita, as charioteer inciting Arjuna to war. There must have been various periods when a peaceful people must fall victims to more savage neighbors unless they could be stimulated to enter on the work of destruction with a light heart. There may have been periods when the human Kalis of India might stimulate their husbands and sons to war with such songs as the women of Dardistan sing at the Feast of Fire, p. 91. The amour of the Greek goddess of beauty with the god of war, leaving her lawful spouse the smith, is full of meaning. The Assyrian Venus, Istar, appeared in a vision, with wings and halo, bearing a bow and arrow for a sure nipple. The thug appears to have taken some such view of Kali, regarding her as patroness of their plan for reducing population. They are said to have claimed that Kali left them one of her teeth for a pickaxe, her rib for a knife, her garment's hem for a noose, and wholesale murder for a religion. The uplifted right hand of the demoness has been interpreted as intimating a divine purpose in the havoc around her. And it is possible that some such euphemism attached to the attitude before the thug accepted it as his own benediction from this highly decorated personage of human cruelty. The ancient reverence for Kali has gradually passed to her mitigated form Durga. Around her, too, are visible the symbols of destruction, but she is supposed to be satisfied with pumpkin animals, and the weapons in her 10 hands are believed to be directed against the enemies of the gods, especially against the giant king Muheshu. She is mother of the beautiful boy Kartik and of the elephant-headed inspirer of knowledge Gainsa. She is reverenced now as female energy, the bestower of beauty and fruitfulness on women. The identity of war gods and death demons, in the most frightful conceptions which have haunted the human imagination, is of profound significance. These forms do not represent peaceful and natural death, not death by old age, of which, alas, those who cowered before them knew but little, but death amid cruelty and agony, and the cutting down of men in the vigor of life. That indeed was terrible, even more than these rude images could describe. But there are other details in these hideous forms. The priest has added to the horse and sword of war the adored serpent and hideous symbols of the land of the dead. For it is not by terror of death, but of what he can persuade men lies beyond, that the priest has reigned over mankind. When Isabel, in Measure for Measure, is trying to persuade her brother that the sense of death lies most in apprehension, the sentenced youth still finds death a fearful thing. Aye, but to die, and go we know not where, to lie in cold obstruction and to rot, this sensible warm motion to become a kneaded clod, and the delighted spirit to bathe in fiery floods, or to reside in thrilling region of thick-ribbed ice, to be imprisoned in the viewless winds, and blown with violence round about the pendant world, or to be worse than worst of these, that lawless and insert thoughts imagine howling, 'tis too horrible. The weariest and most loathed worldly life that age, ache, penury, and imprisonment can lay on nature is a paradise to what we fear of death. In all these apprehensions of Claudio, there is no thought of annihilation. What if he had seen death as an eternal sleep? Let Hamlet answer. To die, to sleep. No more, and, by a sleep, to say we end the heartache, and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to tease, a consummation devoutly to be wished. The greater part of the human race still belong to religions which, in their origin, promised eternal repose as the supreme final bliss. Had death in itself possessed horrors for the human mind, the priest need not have conjured up beyond it those tortures that haunted Hamlet with the dreams of possible evils, beyond which make even the wretched rather bear the ills they have than fly to others they know not of. It would have been sufficient sanction to promise immortality only to the pious. But as in Claudio's shuddering lines, every hell is reflected, whether of ice, fire, or brutalization, so are the same mixed with the very blood and brain of mankind, even where literally outgrown. Christianity superadded to the horrors by importing the idea that death came by human sin, and so by gradual development ascribing to Satan the power of death, thereby forming a new devil who bore in him the power to make death a punishment. How the matter stood in the medieval belief may be seen in Figure 19, copied from a Russian Bible of the early 17th century. Lazarus smiles to see the nondescript soul of Dives torn from him by a devil with a hook, while another drowns the groans with a drum. Satan squirts an infernal baptism on the departing soul, and the earnest cooperation of the archangel justifies the satisfaction of Lazarus and Abraham. This degraded belief is still found in the almost gleeful pulpit picturings of physical agonies, as especially attending the deathbeds of infidels as Voltaire and Paine. And its fearful result is found in the degree to which priesthoods are still able to paralyze the common sense and heart of the masses by the barbaric ceremonials with which they are permitted to surround death, and the arrogant line drawn between unorthodox goats and credulous sheep by consecrated ground. Mr. Curie, in his interesting volume on the dawn of history, says that it has been suggested that the youthful winged figure on the drum of a column from the Temple of Diana at Ephesus to the British Museum may be a representation of Thanatos, death. It would be agreeable to believe that the only important representation of death left by Greek art is that exquisite figure, whose high tribute is that it was at first thought to be love. The figure is somewhat like the tender eros of Preraphaelite art, and with the same look of gentle melancholy. Such a sweet and simple form of death would be worthy of the race which, amid all the fiery or cold rivers of the underworld which had gathered about their religion, still saw running there the soft-flowing stream of forgetfulness. Let one study this Ephesian Thanatos reverently know engraving or photograph, can do it even partial justice, and then, in its light, read those myths of death, which seem to bear us back beyond the savagery of war and the artifices of priests to the simpler conceptions of humanity. In its serene light, we may especially read both Vedic and Iranian hymns and legends of Yama. The first man to die became the powerful Yama of the Hindus, the monarch of the dead, and he became invested with metaphors of the sun that had set. In a solemn and pathetic hymn of the Vedas, he is said to have crossed the rapid waters, to have shown the way to many, to have first known the path on which our fathers crossed over. But in the splendors of sunset, human hope found its prophetic pictures of a heaven beyond. The Vedic Yama is ever the friend. It is one of the most picturesque facts of mythology that, after Yama had become in India another name for death, the same name reappeared in Persia, and in the Avesta, as a type at once of the golden age in the past and of paradise in the future. Such was the Iranian Yama. He was that Flos Regum whose reign represented the ideal of human happiness when there was neither illness nor death, neither heat nor cold, and who has never died. According to the earlier traditions of the Avesta, says Spiegel, Jima does not die, but when evil and misery began to prevail on earth, retires to a smaller space, a kind of garden or Eden, where he continues his happy life with those who remain true to him. Such have been the antecedents of our many beautiful myths, which ascribe even an earthly immortality to the great Barbarossa, Arthur, and even to the heroes of humbler races as Hiawatha and Glooskap of North American tribes who are or were long believed to have sailed into the fiery sunset, or sought some fair island, or to slumber in a hidden grotto, until the world shall have grown up to their stature and requires their return. In Japan, the Shinto god of hell is now named Amma, and one may suspect that it is some imitation of Yama by reason of the majesty he still retains in the popular conception. He is pictured as a grave man, wearing a judicial cap, and no cruelties seem to be attributed to him personally, but only to the Oni or demons of whom he is lord. The kindly characteristics of the Hindu Yama seem in Persia to have been replaced by the bitterness of Ahriman or Anramaniu, the genius of evil. Hogg interprets Anramaniu as death-darting. The word is the counterpart of Spentamaniu and means originally the throttling spirit, being thus from An, philologically the root of all evil, as we shall see when we consider its dragon brood. Professor Whitney translates the name malevolent. But whatever may be the meaning of the word, there is little doubt that the twins of Vedic mythology Yama and Yami parted into genii of day and night, and were ultimately spiritualized in the spirit of light and spirit of darkness, which have made the basis of all popular theology from the time of Zoroaster until this day. Nothing can be more remarkable than the extreme difference between the ancient Hindu and the Persian view of death. As to the former, it was the happy introduction to Yama. To the latter, it was the visible seal of Ahriman's equality with Ormuzd. They held it in absolute horror. The Towers of Silence stand in India today as monuments of this darkest phase of the Parsi belief. The dead body belonged to Ahriman and was left to be devoured by wild creatures. And although the raising of towers for the exposure of the corpse, so limiting its consumption to birds, has probably resulted from a gradual rationalism which has from time to time suggested that by such means souls of the good may wing their way to Ormuzd. Yet the Parsi horror of death is strong enough to give rise to such terrible suspicions, even if they were unfounded, as those which surrounded the tower, Chaos Dakama, in June 1877. The strange behavior of the corpse-bearers in leaving one tower, going to another, and afterwards, as was said, secretly repairing to the first, excited the belief that a man had been found alive in the first and was afterwards murdered. The story seems to have begun with certain young Parsis themselves, and, whether it be true or not, they have undoubtedly interpreted rightly the ancient feeling of that sect with regard to all that had been within the kingdom of the King of Terrors. As sickness and death, says Professor Whitney, were supposed to be the work of the malignant powers, the dead body itself was regarded with superstitious horror. It had been gotten by the demons into their own peculiar possession, and became a chief medium through which they exercised their defiling action upon the living. Everything that came into its neighborhood was unclean, and to a certain extent exposed to the influences of the malevolent spirits, until purified by the ceremonies which the law prescribed. It is to be feared this notion has crept in among the Brahmins. The Indian Mirror, May 26, 1878, states that a Chandernagore lady thrown into the Ganges, but afterwards found to be alive, was believed to be possessed by Dano, an evil spirit, and but for interference would have found a watery grave. The Jews also were influenced by this belief, and to this day it is forbidden a Kohen or descendant of the priesthood to touch a dead body. The audience at the Crystal Palace, which recently witnessed the performance of Euripides' Alcestis, could hardly, it is to be feared, have realized the relation of the drama to their own religion. Apollo induces the fates to consent that Admetus shall not die provided he can find a substitute for him. The pure Alcestis steps forward and devotes herself to death to save her husband. Apollo tries to persuade Death to give back Alcestis, but Death declares her fate demanded by justice. While Alcestis is dying, Admetus bids her entreat the gods for pity, but Alcestis says it is a god who has brought on the necessity, and adds, "Be it so." She sees the Hall of the Dead, with the winged Pluto staring from beneath his black eyebrows. She reminds her husband of the palace and regal sway she might have enjoyed in Thessaly had she not left it for him. Bitterly does Fears reproach Admetus for accepting life through the vicarious suffering and death of another. Then comes Hercules. He vanquishes death. He leads forth Alcestis from beneath into the light. With her, he comes into the presence of Admetus, who is still in grief. Admetus cannot recognize her, but when he recognizes her with joy, Hercules warns him that it is not lawful for Alcestis to address him until she is unbound from her consecration to the gods beneath and the third day come. It only requires a change of names to make Alcestis a passion play. The unappeasable justice which is as a fate binding the deity, though it may be satisfied vicariously. The last enemy, death. The atonement by sacrifice of a saintly human being, who from a father's palace is brought by love freely to submit to death. The son of a god, Zeus, by a human mother, Alcmene. The god-man Heracles, commissioned to destroy earthly evils by 12 great labors descending to conquer death and deliver one of the spirits in prison. The risen spirit not recognized at first, as Jesus was not by Mary. Still bearing the consecration of the grave until the third day, which forbade intercourse with the living, touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father. All these enable us to recognize in the theologic edifices around us the fragments of a crumbled superstition as they lay around Euripides. From the old pictures of Christ's triumphal pilgrimage on earth, parallels for the chief labors of Heracles may be found. He is shown treading on the lion, asp, dragon, and Satan, but the myths converge in the descent into Hades and the conquest of death. It is remarkable that in the old pictures of Christ delivering souls from Hades, he is generally represented closely followed by Eve, whose form so emerging would once have been to the greater part of Europe already familiar as that of either Alcestis, Eurydice, or Persephone. One of the earliest examples of the familiar subject, Christ conquering death, is that in the ancient 10th century Missal of Worms, that city, whose very name preserves the record of the same combat under the guise of Siegfried and the worm, or dragon. The cross is now the sword thrust near the monster's mouth. The picture illustrates the chant of Holy Week de Manu Mortis Liberabo Ius, de Mort Redimem Ius. Iro mors tua o mors, morsis tuus iro, infern. From the pierced mouth of death are vomited flames, which remind us of his ethnical origin. But it is not likely that to the Christianized pagans of Worms the picture could ever have conveyed an impression so weirdly horrible as that of their own goddess of death, Hel. Her hall is called Elvidnir, realm of the cold storm. Hunger is her table, starvation her knife, delay her man, slowness her maid, precipice her threshold, care her bed, burning anguish the hangings of her apartments. One half of her body is livid, the other half the color of human flesh. With the Scandinavian picture of the abode of death may be compared the description of the abode of Ninkaigal, the Assyrian queen of death, from a tablet in the British Museum, translated by Mr. Fox Talbot. To the house men enter but cannot depart from, to the road men go but cannot return. The abode of darkness and famine where earth is their food. Their nourishment clay light is not seen. In darkness they dwell, ghosts, like birds, flutter their wings there on the door, and the gate posts the dust lies undisturbed. The Semitic tribes, undisturbed like the importers of their theology into the age of science, by the strata in which so many perished animal kingdoms are entombed, attributed all death, even that of animals, to the forbidden fruit. The rabbins say that not only Adam and Eve, but the animals in Eden, partook of that fruit and came under the power of Samael the violent, and of his agent Azrael, the demon of death. The phoenix, having refused this food, preserved the power of renovating itself. It is an example of the completeness and consistency with which a theory may organize its myth, that the fatal demons are generally represented as abhorring salt, the preserving agent and foe of decay. The covenant of salt, among the ancient Jews, probably had this significance, and the care with which Job salted his sacrifice is considered elsewhere. Aubrey says, toads, saturnine animals, are killed by putting salt upon them. I have seen the experiment. The devil, as heir of death demons, appears in all European folklore as a hater of salt. A legend, told by Heine, relates that a knight, wandering in a wood in Italy, came upon a ruin, and in it a wondrous statue of the goddess of beauty. Completely fascinated, the knight haunted the spot day after day, until one evening he was met by a servant who invited him to enter a villa which he had not before remarked. What was his surprise to be ushered into the presence of the living image of his adored statue. Amid splendor and flowers, the enraptured knight is presently seated with his charmer at a banquet. Every luxury of the world is there, but there is no salt. When he hints this want, a cloud passes over the face of his beauty. Presently he asks the servant to bring the salt. The servant does so, shuddering. The knight helps himself to it. The next sip of wine he takes elicits a cry from him. It is liquid fire. Madness seizes upon him. Caresses, burning kisses follow, until he falls asleep on the bosom of his goddess. But what visions! Now he sees her as a wrinkled crone, next a great bat bearing a torch as it flutters around him, and again as a frightful monster, whose head he cuts off in an agony of terror. When the knight awakes, it is in his own villa. He hastens to his ruin and to the beloved statue. He finds her fallen from the pedestal, and the beautiful head cut from the neck lying at her feet. The Semitic angel of death is a figure very different from any that we have considered. He is known in theology only in the degradation which he suffered at the hands of the rabbins, but originally was an awful but by no means evil genius. The Persians probably imported him under the name of Asuman, for we do not find him mentioned in their earlier books, and the name has a resemblance to the Hebrew shamed, to exterminate, which would connect it with the biblical destroyer, Abaddon. This is rendered more probable because the Zoroastrians believed in an earlier demon, Vizersha, who carried souls after death to the region of Deva worshippers, India. The Chaldaic angel of death, Malkad Mousa, may have derived his name from the legend of his having approached Moses with the object of forcing his soul out of his body. But being struck by the glory of Moses' face, and by virtue of the divine name on his rod, was compelled to retire. The legend is not so ancient as the name, and was possibly a saga suggested by the name. It is obviously the origin of the tradition of the struggle between Michael and Satan for the body of Moses, Jude 9. This personification had thus declined among the Jews into being evil enough to be identified with Samael, who, in the book of the Assumption of Moses, is named as his assailant and, subsequently with Satan himself, named in connection with the New Testament version. It was on account of this degradation of a being described in the earlier books of the Bible as the Commissioner of Jehovah that there was gradually developed among the Jews two angels of death. One, Samael, or his agent Azrael, for those who died out of the land of Israel, and the other, Gabriel, for those who had the happier lot of dying in their own country. This relegation of Samael to the wandering Jews who, if they died abroad, were not supposed to reach paradise with facility, if at all, is significant. For Samael is pretty certainly a conception borrowed from outlying Semitic tribes. What that conception was we find in Job Roman 18, where he is the king of terrors, and still more in the Arabic Azrael. The legend of this typical angel of death is that he was promoted to his high office for special service. When Allah was about to create man, he sent the angels Gabriel, Michael, and Israfil to the earth to bring clay of different colors for that purpose. But the earth warned them that the being about to be formed would rebel against his creator and draw down a curse upon her, the earth, and they returned without bringing the clay. Then Azrael was sent by Allah, and he executed his commission without fear. And for this, he was appointed the angel to separate souls from bodies. Azrael had subordinate angels under him, and these are alluded to in the opening lines of the Surah 79 of the Quran. By the angels who tear forth the souls of some with violence, and by those who draw forth the souls of others with gentleness. The souls of the righteous are drawn forth with gentleness, those of the wicked torn from them in the way shown in the Russian picture, Fig. 19, which is indeed an illustration of the same mythology. These terrible tasks were indeed such as were only too likely to bring Azrael into the evil repute of an executioner in the course of time, but no degradation of him seems to have been developed among the Moslems. He seems to have been associated in their minds with fate, and similar stories were told of him. Thus, it is related that once when Azrael was passing by Solomon, he gazed intently upon a man with whom Solomon was conversing. Solomon told his companion that it was the angel of death who was looking at him, and the man replied, He seems to want me. Order the wind to carry me from hence into India." When this was done, Azrael approached Solomon and said, "I looked earnestly at that man from wonder, for I was commanded to take his soul in India." Azrael was often represented as presenting to the lips a cup of poison. It is probable that this image arose from the ancient ordeal by poison, whereby drafts, however manipulated beforehand with reference to the results, were popularly held to be divinely mingled for retributive or beneficent effects. Cup thus became among Semitic tribes a symbol of fate. The cup of consolation, cup of wrath, cup of trembling, which we read of in the Old Testament, the cup of blessing, and cup of devils, spoken of by Paul, have this significance. The cup of Nestor, ornamented with the dove Iliad Roman 11, 632, was probably a cup of blessing, and Mr. Schliemann has found several of the same kind at Mycenae. The symbol was repeatedly used by Christ: "Let this cup pass from me. The cup that my Father hath given me to drink, shall I not drink it? Are ye able to drink of the cup that I drink of?" And the familiar association of Azrael's cup is expressed in the phrase, "taste of death." One of the most pleasing modifications of the belief in the angel of death is that found by Lepsius among the Mohammedan Negroes of Kordofan. Osrain Azrael, it is said, receives the souls of the dead and leads the good to their reward, the bad to punishment. He lives in a tree, El Sejarat Mohana, the tree of fulfilling, which has as many leaves as there are inhabitants in the world. On each leaf is a name, and when a child is born, a new one grows. If anyone becomes ill, his leaf fades, and should he be destined to die, Osrain breaks it off. Formerly, he used to come visibly to those whom he was going to carry away, and thus put them in great terror. Since the prophet's time, however, he has become invisible, for when he came to fetch Mohammed's soul, he told him that it was not good that by his visible appearance he should frighten mankind. They might then easily die of terror before praying, for he himself, although a courageous and spirited man, was somewhat perturbed at his appearance. Therefore the prophet begged God to make Osrain invisible, which prayer was granted. Mr. Mackenzie adds on this that, among the Moravian Jews, at new moon a branch is held in its light, and the name of a person pronounced. His face will appear between the horns of the moon, and should he be destined to die, the leaves will fade. Mr. John Ruskin has been very severe upon the Italians for the humor with which they introduce death as a person of their mask. "When I was in Venice in 1850, he says, the most popular piece of the comic opera was Death and the Cobbler, in which the point of the plot was the success of a village cobbler as a physician, in consequence of the appearance of death to him beside the bed of every patient who was not to recover. And the most applauded scene in it was one in which the physician, insolent in success and swollen with luxury, was himself taken down into the abode of death, and thrown into an agony of terror by being shown lives of men, under the form of wasting lamps, and his own ready to expire. On which he expresses the opinion that this endurance of fearful images is partly associated with indecency, partly with general fatuity and weakness of mind. But may it not rather be the healthy reaction from morbid images of terror, with which a purely natural and inevitable event has so long been invested by priests, and portrayed in such popular pictures as the Dance of Death, the mocking laughter with which the skeletons beset the night in our picture, Fig. 20, from the wall of La Chaise d'Ieu, Auvergne, marks the priestly terrorism, which could not fail to be vulgarized even more by the frivolous. In 1424, there was a masquerade of the Dance of Death in the Cemetery of the Innocents at Paris, attended by the Duke of Bedford and the Duke of Burgundy, just returned from battle. It may have been the last outcome in the West of Collie's dance over the slain, but it is fortunate when fanaticism has no worse outcome than folly. The skeleton death has the advantage over earlier forms of suggesting the naturalness of death. It is more scientific. The gradual discovery by the people that death is not caused by sin has largely dissipated its horrors in regions where the ignorance and impostures of priestcraft are of daily observation. And although the reaction may not be expressed with good taste, there would seem to be in it a certain vigor of nature, reasserting itself in simplicity. In the northern world, we are all too somber in the matter. It is the ages of superstition which have molded our brains, and too generally given to our natural love of life the unnatural counterpart of a terror of death. What has been artificially bred into us can be cultivated out of us. There are indeed deaths corresponding to the two angels, the death that comes by lingering disease and pain, and that which comes by old age. There are indeed Azraels in our cities who poison the food and drink of the people, and mingle death in the cup of water. And of them there should be increasing horror until the gentler angel abides with us, and death by old age becomes normal. The departure from life being a natural condition of entering upon it, it is melancholy indeed that it should be ideally confused with the pains and sorrows often attending it. It is fabled that Menipus the cynic, traveling through Hades, knew which were the kings there by their howling louder than the rest. They howled loudest because they had parted from most pleasures on earth, but all the happy and young have more reason to lament untimely death than kings. The only tragedy of death is the ruin of living love. Mr. Watts, in his great picture of Love and Death at Grosvenor Gallery, 1877, revealed the real horror. Not that skeleton which has its right time and place, not the winged demon, called angel, who has no right time or place, is here but a huge, hard, heartless form, as of man half blocked out of marble. A terrible emblem of the remorseless force that embodies the incompleteness and ignorance of mankind, a force that steadily crushes hearts where intellects are devoting their energies to alien worlds. Poor love has little enough science. His puny arm stretched out to resist the colossal form is weak as the prayers of agonized parents and lovers directed against never-swerving laws. He is almost exhausted. His lustrous wings are broken and torn in the struggle. The dove at his feet crouches mateless. The rose that climbed on his door is prostrate. Over his shoulder, the beam-like arm has set the stony hand against the door where the rose of joy must fall. The aged when they die do, but follow the treasures that have gone before. One by one the old friends have left them, the sweet ties parted, and the powers to enjoy and help become feeble. When of the garden that once bloomed around them memory alone is left, friendly is death to scatter also the leaves of that last rose where the loved ones are sleeping. This is the real office of death. Nay, even when it comes to the young and happy, it is not death, but disease that is the real enemy. In disease there is almost no compensation at all, but learning its art of war. But death is nature's pity for helpless pain. Where love and knowledge can do no more, it comes as a release from sufferings which were sheer torture if prolonged. The presence of death is recognized oftenest by the cessation of pain. Superstition has done few heavier wrongs to humanity than by the mysterious terrors with which it has invested that change which, to the simpler ages, was pictured as the gentle river Lethe, flowing from the abode of sleep, from which the shades drank oblivion alike of their woes and of the joys from which they were torn. Part 3. The Dragon. Chapter 1. Decline of Demons. The holy tree of Travancore, the growth of demons in India, and their decline, the Nepal iconoclast moral man, and unmoral nature man's physical and mental migrations hinds. Gods in exile, the Goban Sayor master, smith a Greek caricature of the gods, the carpenter v deity, and devil extermination, of the werewolf refuges of demons, the giants, reduced to little people, deities and demons returning to nature. Having indicated, necessarily in mere outline and by selected examples, the chief obstacles encountered by primitive man, and his apprehensions, which he personified as demons, it becomes my next task to show how and why many of these demons declined from their terrible proportions and made way for more general forms, expressing comparatively abstract conceptions of physical evil. This will involve some review of the processes through which man's necessary adaptation to his earthly environment brought him to the era of combat with multiform obstruction. There was, until within a few recent years, in a mountain of Travancore, India, an ancient, gigantic tree regarded by the natives as the residence of a powerful and dangerous deity who reigned over the mountains and the wild beasts. Sacrifices were offered to this tree, sermons preached before it, and it seems to have been the ancient cathedral of the district. Its trunk was so large that 4 men with outstretched arms could not compass it. This tree in its early growth may symbolize the upspringing of natural religion. Its first green leaves may be regarded as corresponding to the first crude imaginations of man as written, for instance on leaves of the Vedas. Perceiving in nature, as we have seen, a power of contrivance like his own, a might far superior to his own, man naturally considered that all things had been created and were controlled by invisible giants, and bowing helplessly beneath them, sang thus his hymns and supplications. This earth belongs to Varuna, the king, and the wide sky, with its ends far apart. The two seas, sky and ocean, are Varuna's loins. He is also contained in this drop of water. He who would flee far beyond the sky, even he would not be rid of Varuna. His spies proceed from heaven towards this earth. Through want of strength, thou ever strong and bright God, have I gone wrong. Have mercy, have mercy. However we break thy laws from day to day, men as we are, O God Varuna, do not deliver us to death. Was it an old sin, Varuna, that thou wished to destroy the friend who always praises thee? O Indra, have mercy, give me my daily bread. Raise up wealth to the worshipper, thou mighty dawn. Thou art the giver of horses, Indra, thou art the giver of cows, the giver of corn, the strong lord of wealth, the old guide of man disappointing no desires. To him we address this song. All this wealth around here is known to be thine alone. Take from it, conqueror, bring it hither. In these characteristic sentences from various hymns, we behold man making his first contract with the ruling powers of nature. So much adoration and flattery on his part for so much benefit on theirs. But even in these earliest hymns, there are intimations that the gods were not fulfilling their side of the engagement. Why is it, pleads the worshipper, that you wish to destroy one who always praises you? Was it an old sin? The simple words unconsciously report how faithfully man was performing his part of the contract. Having omitted no accent of the prayer, praise, or ritual, he supposes the continued indifference of the gods must be due to an old sin, one he has forgotten, or perhaps one committed by some ancestor. In this state of mind, the suggestion would easily take root that words alone were too cheap to be satisfactory to the gods. There must be offerings. Like earthly kings, they must have their revenues. We thus advance to the phase of sacrifices. But still neither in answer to prayer, flattery, or sacrifice did the masses receive health or wealth. Poverty, famine, death still continued their remorseless course with the silent machinery of sun, moon, and star. Why then should man have gone on fulfilling his part of the contract, believing and worshipping deities, who when he begged for corn gave him famine, and when he asked for fish gave him a serpent? The priest intervened with ready explanation. And here we may consult the holy tree of Travancore again. Why should that particular tree of a species common in the district and not usually very large have grown so huge? Because it is holy, said the priest. Because it was believed holy, says the fact. For ages the blood and ashes of victims fed its roots and swelled its trunk, until, by an argument not confined to India, the dimensions of the superstition were assumed to prove its truth. When the people complained that all their offerings and worship did not bring any returns, the priest replied, "You stint the gods and they stint you." The people offered the fattest of their flocks and fruits. More yet, said the priest. They built fine altars and temples for the gods. More yet, said the priest. They built fine houses for the priests and taxed themselves to support them. And when thus, fed by popular sacrifices and toils, the religion had grown to vast power, the priest was able to call to his side the theologian for further explanation. The theologian and the priest said, of course, there must be good reasons why the gods do not answer all your prayers. If they did not answer some, you would be utterly consumed. Mere mortals must not dare to inquire into their mysteries. But that there are gods, and that they do attend to human affairs, is made perfectly plain by this magnificent array of temples, and by the care with which they have supplied all the wants of us, their particular friends, whose cheeks, as you see, hang down with fatness. If, after this explanation, any skepticism or rebellion arose among the less favored, the priest might easily add furthermore, we and our temples are now institutions. We are so strong and influential that it is evident that the gods have appointed us to be their representatives on earth, the dispensers of their favors. Also, of their disfavors. We are able to make up for the seeming indifference of the gods, rewarding you if you give us honor and wealth, but ruining you if you turn heretical. So grew the holy tree. But strong as it was, there was something stronger. Some few years ago, a missionary from London went to Travancore and desired to build a chapel near the same tree, no doubt to be in the way of its worshippers and to borrow some of the immemorial sanctity of the spot. This missionary fixed a hungry eye upon that holy timber and reflected how much holier it would be if ending its career in the beams of a Christian chapel. So one day, English authorities being conveniently near, he and his workmen began to cut down the sacred tree. The natives gradually gathered around and looked on with horror. While the cutting proceeded, a tiger drew near, but shouts drove him off. The natives breathed freer. The demon had come and looked on, but could not protect the tree from the Englishmen. They still shuddered, however, at the sacrilege, and when at last the holy tree of Travancore fell, its crash was mingled with the cries and screams of its former worshippers. The victorious missionary may be pointing out in his chapel the cut-up planks which reveal the impotence of the deity so long feared by the natives, and perhaps he is telling them of the bigness of his tree and claiming its flourishing condition in Europe as proof of its supernatural character. Possibly he may omit to mention the blood and ashes which have fattened the root and enlarged the trunk of his holy tree. That tree in Travancore could never have been so destroyed if the primitive natural religion in which lay its deeper root had not previously withered. The gods, the natural forces, which through so many ages had not heeded man's daily martyrdoms, had now for a long time been shown quite as impotent to protect their own shrines, images, holy trees, and other interests. The priests as vainly invoked those gods to save their own country from subjugation by other nations with foreign gods, as the masses had invoked their personal aid. For a long time, the gods in some parts of India have received only a formal service, coextensive with their association with a lingering order or as part of princely establishments. But they topple down from time to time as the masses realize their freedom to abandon them with impunity. They are at the mercy of any strong heretic who arises. The following narrative, quoted by Mr. Herbert Spencer, presents a striking example of what some Hindus had been doing before the missionary cut down the tree at Travancore. A Nepal king, Rum Bahadur, whose beautiful queen, finding her lovely face had been disfigured by smallpox, poisoned herself, cursed his kingdom, her doctors, and the gods of Nepal, vowing vengeance on all. Having ordered the doctors to be flogged, and the right ear and nose of each to be cut off, he then wreaked his vengeance on the gods of Nepal, and after abusing them in the most gross way, he accused them of having obtained from him 12,000 goats, some hundredweights of sweetmeats, 2,000 gallons of milk, and under false pretenses. He then ordered all the artillery, varying from 3 to 12 pounders, to be brought in front of the palace. All the guns were then loaded to the muzzle, and down he marched to the headquarters of the Nepal deities. All the guns were drawn up in front of the several deities, honoring the most sacred with the heaviest metal. When the order to fire was given, many of the chiefs and soldiers ran away panic-stricken, and others hesitated to obey the sacrilegious order, and not till several gunners had been cut down were the guns opened. Down came the gods and the goddesses from their hitherto sacred positions, and after 6 hours' heavy cannonading, not a vestige of the deities remained. However panic-stricken the Nepalese may have been at this ferocious manifestation, it was but a storm bred out of a more general mental and moral condition. Rum Bahadur only laid low in a few moments images of gods who, passing from the popular interest, had been successively laid to sleep on the innumerable shelves of Hindu mythology. The early dualism was developed into moral man on one side and unmoral nature on the other. Man had discovered that moral order in nature was represented solely by his own power. By his culture or neglect the plant or animal grew or withered, and where his control did not extend, there sprang the noxious weed or beast. So far as good gods had been imagined, they were respected now only as incarnate in men. But the active powers of evil still remained, hurtful and hateful to man, and the pessimist view of nature became inevitable. To man engaged in his life and death struggle with nature many a beauty which now nourishes the theist's optimism was lost. The fragrant flower was a weed to the man hungry for bread, and he viewed many an idle treasure with the disappointment of Sati when, traveling in the desert, he found a bag in which he hoped to discover grain, but found only pearls. Fatal to every deity not anthropomorphic was the long pessimistic phase of human faith. Each became more purely a demon, and passed on the road to become a devil. Many particular demons man conquered as he progressively carried order amid the ruggedness and wildness of his planet. Every new weapon or implement he invented punctured 1,000 phantoms. Only in the realms he could not yet conquer remained the hostile forces to which he ascribed preternatural potency, because not able to pierce them and see through them. Nevertheless, the early demonic forms had to give way, for man had discovered that they were not his masters. He could cut down the upas and root up the nightshade. He had bruised many a serpent's head and slain many a wolf. In detail, innumerable enemies had been proved his inferiors in strength and intelligence. Important migrations took place. Man passes, geographically, away from the region of some of his worst enemies, inhabits countries more fruitful, less malarious, his habitat exceeding that of his animal foe in range, and, still better, he passes by mental migration out of the Stone Age, out of other helpless ages, to the age of metal and the skill to fashion and use it. He has made the fire fiend his friend. No longer henceforth a naked savage, with bit of stone or bone only to meet the crushing powers of the world and win its reluctant supplies. There is a sense far profounder than its charming play of fancy in Heine's Account of the Gods in Exile, an essay which Mr. Pater well describes as full of that strange blending of sentiment which is characteristic of the traditions of the Middle Age concerning the pagan religions. Heine writes, "Let me briefly remind the reader how the gods of the older world, at the time of the definite triumph of Christianity, that is, in the 3rd century, fell into painful embarrassments, which greatly resembled certain tragical situations of their earlier life. They now found themselves exposed to the same troublesome necessities to which they had once before been exposed during the primitive ages, in that revolutionary epoch when the Titans broke out of the custody of Orcus, and, piling Pelion on Ossa, scaled Olympus. Unfortunate gods. They had then to take flight ignominiously and hide themselves among us here on earth under all sorts of disguises. Most of them betook themselves to Egypt, where for greater security they assumed the form of animals, as is generally known. Just in the same way they had to take flight again and seek entertainment in remote hiding places when those iconoclastic zealots, the black brood of monks, broke down all the temples and pursued the gods with fire and curses. Many of these unfortunate emigrants, entirely deprived of shelter and ambrosia, had now to take to vulgar handicrafts as a means of earning their bread. In these circumstances, many, whose sacred groves had been confiscated, let themselves out for hire as woodcutters in Germany and had to drink beer instead of nectar. Apollo seems to have been content to take service under graziers, and as he had once kept the cows of Admetus, so he lived now as a shepherd in Lower Austria. Here, however, having become suspected, on account of his beautiful singing, he was recognized by a learned monk as one of the old pagan gods and handed over to the spiritual tribunal. On the rack, he confessed that he was the god Apollo, and before his execution, he begged that he might be suffered to play once more upon the lyre and to sing a song. And he played so touchingly, and sang with such magic, and was withal so beautiful in form and feature that all the women wept, and many of them were so deeply impressed that they shortly afterwards fell sick. And some time afterwards the people wished to drag him from the grave again, that a stake might be driven through his body, in the belief that he had been a vampire, and that the sick women would by this means recover. But they found the grave empty. Naturally, it is hard to bury Apollo. The next time he appeared was, no doubt, as musical director in the nearest cathedral. The young singers and artists discovered by such severe lessons that it was dangerous to sing pagan ballads too realistically, that a cowl is capable of a high degree of decoration, that Pan's pipe sounds well evolved into an organ, that Cupids look just as well if called cherubs. It is odd that it should have required Robert Browning 3 centuries away to detect the real form and face beneath the vestment of the bishop, who orders his tomb at St. Praxed's Church. The bas-relief in bronze ye promised me, those Pans and nymphs ye wot of, and perchance some tripod, thyrsus, with a vase or so, the Saviour at his Sermon on the Mount, St. Praxed in a glory, and one Pan ready to twitch the nymph's last garment off, and Moses with the tables. So in one direction grew the hermitage to the Vatican. So Zeus regained his throne by exchanging his thunderbolts for Peter's keys, and Mars regained his steed as St. George, and Hercules as Christ wrestles with death once more. But while these artificial restorations were going on in one direction, in another, some of the gods were passing through many countries, outwitting and demolishing their former selves as lowered to demons. There are many legends which report this strange phase of development, one of the finest being that of the Goban Seor, told by Mr. Kennedy. The King of Munster sent for this wonderful craftsman to build him a castle. The Goban could fashion a spear with 3 strokes of his hammer St. Patrick, who found the Trinity in the shamrock, may have determined the number of strokes and, when he wished to drive in nails high up, had only to throw his hammer at them. On his way to work for the king, Gobin, accompanied by his son, passed the night at the house of a farmer, whose daughters one dark and industrious, the other fair and idle, received from him, Gobin, 3 bits of advice. Always have the head of an old woman by the hob, warm yourselves with your work in the morning, and some time before I come back take the skin of a newly killed sheep to the market, and bring itself and the price of it home again. As Gobin, with his son, journeyed on, they found a poor man vainly trying to roof his house with 3 joists and mud, and by simply making one end of each joist rest on the middle of another, the other ends being on the wall, the structure was perfect. He relieved puzzled carpenters by putting up for them the pegless and nailless bridge described in Caesar's commentaries. Having done various great things, Gobin returns to the homestead of the girls who had received his 3 bits of advice. The idle one had, of course, blundered at each point and been ridiculed in the market for her proposition to bring back the sheep's skin and its price. The other, by kindly taking in an aged female relative, by working till she was warm, and by plucking and selling the wool of the sheep's skin and bringing home the latter, had obeyed the Gobin's advice, and was selected as his daughter-in-law the prince attending the wedding. Now, as to building the castle, Gobin knew that the king had employed on previous castles 4 architects, and then slain them, so that they should never build another palace equal to his. He therefore says he has left at home a necessary implement which his wife will only give to himself or one of royal blood. The king sends his son, who is kept as hostage till the husband's safe return. This is the master smith of Norse fable, who has a chair from which none can rise, and who therein binds the devil, which again is the story of Hephaestus, and the chair in which he entrapped Hera until she revealed the secret of his birth. The devil whom the master smith entraps is, in Norse mythology, simply Loki, and as Loki is a degraded Hephaestus, fire in its demonic forms, we have in all these legends the fire fiend fought with fire. This redualization of the gods into demonic and saintly forms had a long preparation. The forces that brought it about may be seen already beginning in Hesiod's representations of the gods, in their presentation on the stage by Euripides, in a manner certain to demonize them to the vulgar, and to subject them to such laughter among scholars as still rings across the ages in the divine dialogues of Lucian. What the gods had become to the Lucians before they reached the Hinds may be gathered from the accompanying caricature. Fig. 21. Nothing can be more curious than the encounters of the gods with their dead selves, their manes. What unconscious ingenuity in the combinations. Saint Martin on his grey steed divides with the beggar the cloud cloak of Wadden on his black horse, treading down just such paupers in his wild hunt. As saint he now shelters those whom as storm demon he chilled. But the identity of Junker Martin is preserved in both titles and myths, and the Martin horns, cakes, twisted after fashion of the horns of goat or buck pursued by Wadden, are deemed potent like horseshoes to defend house or stable from the outlawed god. The more impressive and attractive myths transferred to Christian saints as the flowers sacred to Freyja became Our Lady's glove, or slipper or smock there remained to the old gods, in their own name, only the repulsive and puerile, and by this means they were doomed at once to become unmitigated knaves and fools. If Titans, Jotun or Jinni, they were giant humbugs, whom any small hands or jack might outwit and behead. Our fairy lore is full of stories which show that in the North as well as in Latin countries, there had already been a long preparation for the contempt poured by Christianity upon the Norse deities. Many of the stories, as they now stand in folktales, speak of the vanquished demon or giant as the devil. But it is perfectly easy to detach the being meant from the name so indiscriminately bestowed by Christian priests upon most of the outlawed deities. In Lithuania, where survived too much reverence for some of the earlier deities to admit of their being identified with the devil, we still find them triumphed over by the wit and skill of the artisan. Such is the case in a favorite popular legend of that country in which Perkun is the ancient thunder god, corresponding to Perun in Russia's involved in disgrace, along with the devil, by the sagacity and skill of a carpenter. The aged god, the venerable devil, and the young carpenter, united for a journey. Perkun kept the beasts off with thunder and lightning, the devil hunted up food, the carpenter cooked. At length they built a hut and lived in it and planted the ground with vegetables. Presently a thief invaded their garden. Perkun and the devil successively tried to catch him, but were well thrashed, whereas the carpenter by playing the fiddle fascinated the thief, who was a witch, a hag whose hand the fiddler managed to get into a split tree, under pretense of giving her a music lesson, holding her there till she gave up her iron wagon and the whip which she had used on his comrades. After this the three, having decided to separate, disputed as to which should have the hut, and they finally agreed that it should be the possession of him who should succeed in frightening the two others. The devil raised a storm which frightened Perkun, and Perkun with his thunder and lightning frightened the devil. But the carpenter held out bravely, and in the middle of the night came in with the witch's wagon, and, cracking her whip, the devil and Perkun both took flight, leaving the carpenter in possession of the hut. So far as Perkun is concerned, and may be regarded as representative of the gods, the hut may be symbol of Europe, and the carpenter type of the power which conquered all that was left of them after their fair or noble associations had been transferred to Christian forms. Somewhat later, the devil was involved in a like fate, as we shall have to consider in a future chapter. The most horrible superstitions, if tracked in their popular development, reveal with special impressiveness the progressive emancipation of man from the phantasms of ferocity which represented his primal helplessness. The universal werewolf superstition, for instance, drew its unspeakable horrors from deep and wide-spreading roots. Originating, probably, in occasional relapses to cannibalism among tribes or villages, which found themselves amid circumstances as urgent as those which sometimes lead a wrecked crew to draw lots, which shall die to support the rest. It would necessarily become demonized by the necessity of surrounding cannibalism, with dangers worse than starvation. But it would seem that individuals are always liable, by arrest of development which usually takes the form of disease or insanity, to be dragged back to the savage condition of their race. In the course of this dark history, we note first an increasing tendency to show the means of the transformation difficult. In the Valsunga saga, it is by simply putting on a wolf shirt, wolfskin, that a man may become a wolf. Then it is said it is done by a belt made of the skin of a man who has been hung, all executed persons being sacred to Wadden, because not dying a natural death, to whom also the wolf was sacred. Then it is added that the belt must be marked with the signs of the zodiac and have a buckle with 7 teeth. Then it is said that only a 7th son is possessed of this diabolical power, or others say one whose brows meet over his nose. The means of detecting werewolves and retransforming them to human shape multiplied as those of transformation diminished in number, and such remedies reflected the advance of human skill. The werewolf could be restored by crossing his path with a knife or polished steel, by a sword laid on the ground with point towards him, by a silver ball. Human skill was too much for him. In Posen, mothers had discovered that one who had bread in his or her mouth could by even such means discover werewolves, and fathers, to this hint about keeping the wolf from the door, added that no one could be attacked by any such monster if he were in a cornfield. The Slav leveled a plow at him. Thus, by one prescription and another, and each representing a part of man's victory over chaos, the werewolf was driven out of all but a few unlucky days in the year, and especially found his last refuge in Twelfth Night. But even on that night, the werewolf might be generally escaped by the simple device of not speaking of him. If a wolf had to be spoken of, he was then called vermin, and Dr. Wuck mentions a parish priest named Wolf in East Prussia, who on Twelfth Night was addressed as Mr. Vermin. The actual wolf being already out of the forests in most places by art of the builder and the architect. The phantasmal wolf driven out of fear for most of the year by man's recognition of his own superiority to this exterminated beast. Even the proverbial ears of the vanishing werewolf ceased to be visible when, on his particular fest night, his name was not mentioned. The last execution of a man for being an occasional werewolf was, I believe, in 1589, near Cologne, there being some evidence of cannibalism. But 9 years later, in France, where the belief in the loup-garou had been intense, a man so accused was simply shut up in a madhouse. It is an indication of the revolution which has occurred, that when next governments paid attention to werewolves, it was because certain vagabonds went about professing to be able to transform themselves into wolves in order to extort money from the more weak-minded and ignorant peasants. There could hardly be conceived a more significant history. The werewolf leaves where he entered. Of ignorance and weakness trying, too often in vain, to keep the wolf from the door, was born this voracious phantom. With the beggar and vagabond, survivals of helplessness become inveterate, he wanders thin and crafty. He keeps out of the way of all culture, whether of field or mind. So is it indeed with all demons in decline, of which I can here only adduce a few characteristic examples. So runs the rune. When the barley there is, then the devils whistle when the barley is threshed, then the devils whine when the barley is ground. Then the devils roar when the flour is produced, then the devils perish. The old Scottish custom, mentioned by Sir Walter Scott, of leaving around each cultivated field an untilled fringe, called the gudeman's croft, is derived from the ancient belief that unless some wild place is left to the sylvan spirits, they will injure the grain and vegetables. And no doubt, some such notion leads the farmers of Thurgau still to graft mistletoe upon their fruit trees. Many who can smile at such customs do yet preserve in their own minds, or those of their servants or neighbors, crofts which the plowshare of science is forbidden to touch, and where the preternatural troops still hide their shriveled forms. But this wild girdle becomes ever narrower, and the images within it tend to blend with rustling leaf and straw, and the insects, and to be otherwise invisible, save to that second sight which is received from glam. As in some shadow pantomime, the deities and demons pursue each other in endless procession, dropping down as awe-inspiring titans, vanishing as grotesque pygmies vanishing beyond the lamp into nothingness. So came most of the monsters we have been describing: animals, volcanoes, icebergs, deserts, though they might be by growing culture and mastery of nature to be called the little people. And perhaps it is rather through pity than euphemism when they were so often called, as in Ireland, Duine Matha, the good little people. At every step in time or space back of the era of mechanic arts, the little fairy gains in physical proportions. The house spirits, domovoi of Russia, are full-sized, shaggy human-shaped beings. In Lithuania, the corresponding phantoms, kakas, average only a foot in height. The krasniata, believed in by the Slavs on the Baltic coast, are similarly small. And by way of the kobolds, elves, fays traveling westward, we find the size of such shapes diminishing, until warnings are given that the teeth must never be picked with a straw, that slender tube being a favorite residence of the elf. In Bavaria, a little red chafer with 7 spots, Coccinella septempunctata, is able to hold Thor with his lightnings, and in other regions is a form of the goddess of love. Our English name for the tiny beetle, ladybug, is derived from the latter notion, and Mr. Carl Blind has expressed the opinion that our children's rune, "Ladybug, ladybug, fly away home, thy house is on fire, thy children will roam," is last echo of the Eddaic prophecies of the destruction of the universe by the fire fiend Loki. Such reductions of the ancient gods, demons, and terrors to tiny dimensions would, of course, be only an indirect result of the general cause stated. They were driven from the great world and sought the small world. They survived in the hut and were adapted to the nerves of the nursery. So alone can Tithonus live on. Beyond the age for which he is born, he shrinks to a grasshopper. And it is now by only careful listening that in the chirpings of the multitudinous immortals, of which Tithonus is type, may be distinguished the thunders and roarings of deities and demons that once made the earth to tremble. Chapter 2. Generalization of demons. The demons bequest to their conquerors nondescripts exaggerations of tradition-Saurian theory of dragons, the dragon not primitive in mythology monsters of Egyptian, Iranian, Vedic, and Jewish mythologies turners, dragon della Belitha, conventional dragon. After all those brave victories of man over the first chaos, organic and inorganic, whose effect upon his phantasms has been indicated, after fire had slain its thousands, and iron its tens of thousands of his demons, and the rough artisan become a nemesis with his rudder and wheel pursuing the hosts of darkness back into night and invisibility, still stood the grim fact of maniformed pain and evil in the world, still defying the ascending purposes of mankind. Moreover, confronting these, he is by no means so different mentally from that man he was before conquering many foes in detail and laying their phantoms as he was morally. More courage man had gained, and more defiance, and intellectually a step had been taken, if only one. He had learned that his evils are related to each other. Hunger is of many heads and forms. Its yawning throat may be seen in the brilliant sky that lasts till it is as brass, in the deluge, the earthquake, in claw and fang. And then these together do but relate the hunger brood to fire and ferocity. The summer sunbeam may be venomous as a serpent, and the end of them all is death. Some tendency to these more general conceptions of an opposing principle and power in the world seems to be represented in that phase of development at which nondescript forms arise. These were the conquered demons' bequest. It is, of course, impossible to measure the various forces which combine to produce the complex symbolical forms of physical evil. Tradition is not always a good draftsman, and in portraying for a distant generation in Germany a big snake killed in India might not be exact as to the number of its heads or other details. Heroes before Falstaff were liable to overstate their foes in buckram. The less measurable a thing by fact, the more immense in fancy. Werewolves of a special magnitude haunted regions where there had not been actual wolves for centuries. Huge serpents play a large part in the annals of Ireland, where not even the smallest have been found. But after all natural influences have been considered, one can hardly look upon the Sphinx, the Chimera, or on a conventional dragon without perceiving that he is in presence of a higher creation than a demonic bear or a giant ruffian. The fundamental difference between the two classes is that one is natural, the other preternatural. Of course, a werewolf is as preternatural as a griffin to the eye of science, but as original expressions of human imagination, the former could hardly have been a more miraculous monster than the Siamese twins to intelligent people today. The demonic forms are generally natural, albeit caricatured or exaggerated. And this effort at a preternatural conception is, in this early form, by no means mere superstition. Rather is it poetic and artistique kind of crude effort at Allgemeinheit, at realization of the types of evil the claw principle, fang principle in the universe, the physiognomies of venom and pain detached from forms to which they are accidental. Some of the particular forms we have been considering are indeed by no means of the prosaic type. Such conceptions as Rahu, Cerberus, and several others are transitional between the natural and mystical conceptions, while the Sphinx, however complete a combination of ideal forms, is not all demonic. In this part 3, are included those forms whose combination is not found in objective nature, but which are yet travesties of nature and genuine fauna of the human mind. Perhaps it may be thought somewhat arbitrary that I should describe all these intermediate forms between demon and devil by the term dragon. But I believe there is no other fabulous form which includes so many individual types of transition, or whose evolution may be so satisfactorily traced from the point where it is linked with the demon to that where it bequeaths its characters to the devil. While, however, this term is used as the best that suggests itself, it cannot be accepted as limiting our inquiry or excluding other abstract forms which ideally correspond to the dragon, the generalized expression for an active, powerful, and intelligent enemy to mankind, a being who is antagonism organized and able to command every weapon in nature for an anti-human purpose. The opinion has steadily gained that the conventional dragon is the traditional form of some huge saurian. It has been suggested that some of those extinct forms may have been contemporaneous with the earliest men, and that the traditions of conflicts with them, transmitted orally and pictorially, have resulted in preserving their forms in fable, proximately. The restorations of saurians on their islet at the Crystal Palace show how much common sense there is in this theory. The discoveries of Professor Marsh of Yale College have proved that the general form of the dragon is startlingly prefigured in nature. And Mr. Alfred Tyler, in an able paper read before the Anthropological Society, has shown that we are very apt to be on the safe side in sticking to the theory of an object origin for most things. Concerning this theory, it may be said that the earliest descriptions, both written and pictorial, which have been discovered of the reptilian monsters around which grew the germs of our dragon myths are crocodiles or serpents, and not dragons of any conventional kind, with a few doubtful exceptions. In an Egyptian papyrus, there is a hieroglyphic picture of Sannu-Hutter, plunger of the sea. It is a marine, dolphin-like monster, with 4 feet and a tail ending in a serpent's head. With wings, this might approach the dragon form. Again, Amen-Ra slew Naka, and this serpent saved his feet. Possibly the phrase is ironical and means that the serpent saved nothing. But apart from that, the poem is too highly metaphorical, the victorious god himself being described in it as a beautiful bull for the phrase to be important. On Egyptian monuments are pictured serpents with human heads and members, and the serpent Nahabka is pictured on amulets with two perfect human legs and feet. Winged serpents are found on Egyptian monuments, but almost as frequently with the incredible number of 4 as with the conceivable 2 wings of the pterodactyl. The forms of the serpents thus portrayed with anthropomorphic legs and slight wings are, in their main shapes, of ordinary species. In the Iranian tradition of the temptation of the first man and woman, Meskia and Meskian, by the two-footed serpent of lies. And it is possible that out of this myth of the two-footed serpent grew the puzzling legend of Genesis, that the serpent of Eden was sentenced thereafter to crawl on his belly. The snake's lack of feet, however, might with equal probability have given rise to the explanation given in Mussulman and rabbinical stories of his feet being cut off by the avenging angel. But the antiquity of the Iranian myth is doubtful, while the superior antiquity of the Hindu fable of Rahu, to which it seems related, suggests that the 2 legs of the Ahriman serpent, like the 4 arms of serpent-tailed Rahu, is an anthropomorphic addition. In the ancient planispheres, we find the crooked serpent, mentioned in the Book of Job, but no dragon. The 2 great monsters of Vedic mythology, Vritra and Ahi, are not so distinguishable from each other in the Vedas as in more recent fables. Vritra is very frequently called Vritra Ahi, being explained in the St. Petersburg Dictionary as the serpent of the heavens, the demon Vritra. Ahi literally means serpent, answering to the Greek echis, echidna, and when anything is added it appears to be anthropomorphic heads, arms, eyes in the case of the Egyptian serpent monsters. The Vedic demon Urana is described as having 3 heads, 6 eyes, and 99 arms. There would appear to be as little reason for ascribing to the Tannan of the Old Testament the significance of dragon, though it is generally so translated. It is used under circumstances which show it to mean whale, serpent, and various other beasts. Jeremiah, Roman 14:6, compares them to wild asses snuffing the wind, and Micah I8 describes their wailing. The fiery serpents said to have afflicted Israel in the wilderness are called seraphim, but neither in their natural or mythological forms do they anticipate our conventional dragon beyond the fiery character that is blended with the serpent character. Nor do the descriptions of Behemoth and Leviathan comport with the dragon form. The serpent as an animal is a consummate development. Its feet, so far from having been amputated, as the fables say, in punishment of its sin, have been withdrawn beneath the skin as crutches used in a feebler period. It is found as a tertiary fossil. Since, therefore, the dragon form X hypothesis is a reminiscence of the huge, now fossil, saurians which preceded the serpent in time, the early mythologies could hardly have so regularly described great serpents instead of dragons. If the realistic theory we are discussing were true, the earliest combats those of Indra, for instance ought to have been with dragons, and the serpent enemies would have multiplied as time went on. But the reverse is the case, the alleged extinct forms being comparatively modern in heroic legend. Mr. John Ruskin once remarked upon Turner's picture of the dragon guarding the Hesperides, that this conception so early as 1806, when no saurian skeleton was within the artist's reach, presented a singular instance of the scientific imagination. As a coincidence with such extinct forms, Turner's dragon is surpassed by the monster on which a witch rides in one of the engravings of Della Bella, published in 1637. In that year, on the occasion of the marriage of the Grand Duke Ferdinand Roman II. In Florence, there was a masked inferno, whose representations were engraved by Della Bella, of which this is one, so that it may be rather to some scenic artist than to the distinguished imitator of Callot that we owe this grotesque form, which the late Mr. Wright said might have been borrowed from some distant geological period. If so, the fact would present a curious coincidence with the true history of Turner's dragon. For after Mr. Ruskin had published his remark about the scientific imagination represented in it, an old friend of the artist declared that Turner himself had told him that he copied that dragon from a Christmas spectacle in Drury Lane Theatre. But Turner had shown the truest scientific instinct in repairing to the fossil beds of human imagination, and drawing thence the conventional form which never had existence save as the structure of cumulative tradition. Chapter 3. The Serpent. The beauty of the serpent Emerson on ideal forms Michelitz, Thoughts on the viper's head-unique characters of the serpent the monkey's horror, of snakes the serpent, protected by superstition human defenselessness, against its subtle powers Dubuff's picture of the fall of man. In the accompanying picture, a medal of the ancient city of Tyre, two of the most beautiful forms of nature are brought together, the serpent and the egg. Mr. D. R. Hay has shown the endless extent to which the oval arches have been reproduced in the ceramic arts of antiquity. And the same sense of symmetry which made the Greek vase a combination of eggs prevails in the charm which the same graceful outline possesses wherever suggested, as in curves of the swan, crescent of the moon, the elongated shell on which Aphrodite may well be poised, since the same contours find their consummate expression in the flowing lines attaining their repose in the perfect form of woman. The serpent model of the line of grace and beauty has had an even larger fascination for the eye of the artist and the poet. It is the one active form in nature which cannot be ungraceful, and to estimate the extent of its use in decoration is impossible, because all undulating and coiling lines are necessarily serpent forms. But in addition to the perfections of this form which fulfill all the ascent forms in Swedenborg's mystical morphology, circular, spiral perpetual circular, vortical, celestial, the serpent bears on it, as it were, gems of the underworld that seem to find their counterpart in galaxies. One must conclude that serpent worship is mainly founded in fear. The sacrifices offered to that animal are alone sufficient to prove this. But as it is certain that the serpent appears in symbolism and poetry in many ways which have little or no relation to its terrors, we may well doubt whether it may not have had a career in the human imagination previous to either of the results of its reign of terror, worship, and execration. It is the theory of Pestalozzi that every child is born an artist, and through its pictorial sense must be led on its first steps of education. The infant world displayed also in its selection of sacred trees and animals a profound appreciation of beauty. The myths in which the serpent is represented as cacodemon refer rather to its natural history than to its appearance. And even when its natural history came to be observed, there now is such a wide discrepancy between its physiology and its functions, also between its intrinsic characters and their relation to man, that we can only accept its various aspects in mythology without attempting to trace their relative precedence in time. The past may, in this case, be best interpreted by the present. How different now to wise and observant men are the suggestions of this exceptional form in nature. Let us read a passage concerning it from Ralph Waldo Emerson. In the old aphorism, nature is always self-similar. In the plant, the eye or germinative point opens to a leaf, then to another leaf, with a power of transforming the leaf into radicle, stamen, pistil, petal, bract, sepal, or seed. The whole art of the plant is still to repeat leaf on leaf without end, the more or less of heat, light, moisture, and food determining the form it shall assume. In the animal, nature makes a vertebra or a spine of vertebrae and helps herself still by a new spine, with a limited power of modifying its form, spine on spine, to the end of the world. Poetic anatomist, in our own day, teaches that a snake being a horizontal line and man being an erect line constitute a right angle, and between the lines of this mystical quadrant all animated beings find their place, and he assumes the hairworm, the spanworm, or the snake as the type or prediction of the spine. Manifestly, at the end of the spine, nature puts out smaller spines, as arms, at the end of the arms, new spines, as hands, at the other end she repeats the process, as legs and feet. At the top of the column, she puts out another spine, which doubles or loops itself over, as a spanworm, into a ball, and forms the skull, with extremities again, the hands being now the upper jaw, the feet the lower jaw, the fingers and toes being represented this time by upper and lower teeth. This new spine is destined to high uses. It is a new man on the shoulders of the last. As one reads this, it might be asked, how could its idealism be more profoundly pictured for the eye than in the serpent coiled round the egg, the seed, out of which all these spines must branch out for their protean variations? What refrains of ancient themes subtly sound between the lines from the serpent doomed to crawl on its belly in the dust, to the serpent that is lifted up? Now let us turn to the page of Jules Michelet and read what the serpent signified to one mood of his sympathetic nature. It was one of my saddest hours when, seeking in nature a refuge from thoughts of the age, I for the first time encountered the head of the viper. This occurred in a valuable museum of anatomical imitations. The head marvelously imitated and enormously enlarged, so as to remind one of the tigers and the jaguars, exposed in its horrible form a something still more horrible. You seized at once the delicate, infinite, fearfully prescient precautions by which the deadly machine is so potently armed. Not only is it provided with numerous keen-edged teeth, not only are these teeth supplied with an ingenious reservoir of poison which slays immediately, but their extreme fineness, which renders them liable to fracture, is compensated by an advantage that perhaps no other animal possesses, namely, a magazine of supernumerary teeth to supply at need the place of any accidentally broken. Oh, what provisions for killing! What precautions that the victim shall not escape! What love for this horrible creature! I stood by it scandalized, if I may so speak, and with a sick soul. Nature, the great mother, by whose side I had taken refuge, shocked me with a maternity so cruelly impartial. Gloomily I walked away, bearing on my heart a darker shadow than rested on the day itself, one of the sternest in winter. I had come forth like a child. I returned home like an orphan, feeling the notion of a providence dying away within me. Many have so gone forth and so returned, some to say, there is no God. A few to say, as is reported of a living poet, I believe in God, but am against him. But some also to discern in the viper's head nature's ironclad, armed with her best science to defend the advance of form to humanity along narrow passes. The primitive man was the child that went forth when his world was also a child, and when the serpent was still doing its part towards making him and it a man. It was a long way from him to the dragon slayer, but it is much that he did not merely cower. He watched and observed, and there is not one trait belonging to his deadly crawling contemporaries that he did not note and spiritualize in such science as was possible to him. The last discovered of the topes in India represent serpent worshippers gathered around their deity, holding their tongues with finger and thumb. No living form in nature could be so fitly regarded in that attitude. Not only is the serpent normally silent, but in its action it has the quiet of perfect motion. The maximum of force is shown in it, relatively to its size, along with the minimum of friction and visible effort. Footless, wingless as a star, its swift gliding and darting is sometimes like the lightning whose forked tongue it seemed to incarnate. The least touch of its ingenious tooth is more destructive than the lion's jaw. What mystery in its longevity, in its self-subsistence, in its self-renovation! Out of the dark it comes arrayed in jewels, a crawling magazine of death in its ire, in its unknown purposes able to renew its youth and fable for man imperishable life. Wonderful also are its mimicries. It sometimes borrows colors of the earth on which it reposes, the trees on which it hangs, now seems covered with eyes, and the spectacled snake appeared to have artificially added to its vision. Altogether, it is unique among natural forms, and its vast history in religious speculation and mythology does credit to the observation of primitive man. Recent experiments have shown the monkeys stand in the greatest terror of snakes. Such terror is more and more recognized as a survival in the European man. The serpent is almost the only animal which can follow a monkey up a tree and there attack its young. Our arboreal anthropoid progenitors could best have been developed in some place naturally enclosed and fortified, as by precipices which quadrupeds could not scale, but which apes might reach by swinging and leaping from trees. But there could be no seclusion where the serpent could not follow. I am informed by the king of Bani that in his region of Africa, the only serpent whose worship is fully maintained is the Nambo leaper, a small snake, white and glistening, whose bite is fatal, and which, climbing into trees, springs thence upon its prey beneath, and can travel far by leaping from branch to branch. The first arboreal man who added a little to the natural defenses of any situation might stand in tradition as a god planting a garden, but even he would not be supposed able to devise any absolute means of defense against the subtlest of all the beasts. Among the three things Solomon found too wonderful for him was the way of a serpent upon a rock. Prov. XXX. 19. This comparative superiority of the serpent to any and all devices and contrivances known to primitive men whose proverbs must have made most of Solomon's wisdom would necessarily have its effect upon the animal and mental nerves of our race in early times. And the serpent would find in his sanctity a condition favorable to survival and multiplication. It is this fatal power of superstition to change fancies into realities which we find still protecting the serpent in various countries. From being venerated as the arbiter of life and death, it might thus actually become such in large districts of country. In Dubuffe's picture of the fall of man, the wrath of Jehovah is represented by the lightning, which has shattered the tree beneath which the offending pair are now crouching. Beyond it, Satan is seen in human shape, raising his arm in proud defiance against the blackened sky. So would the serpent appear. His victims were counted by many thousands, where the lightning laid low one. Transmitted along the shuddering nerves of many generations came the confession of the son of Surach. There is no head above the head of a serpent. Chapter 4. The Worm. An African serpent drama in America. The veiled serpent, the ark of the Covenanterans Rod the Worman, episode on the Dea Involudida Serapes the Bambino at Rome Serpent Transformations. On the eve of January 1, 1863, that historic New Year's Day, on which President Lincoln proclaimed freedom to American slaves, I was present at a watch night held by Negroes in a city of that country. In opening the meeting, the preacher said, though in words whose eloquent shortcomings I cannot reproduce, brethren and sisters, the President of the United States has promised that, if the Confederates do not lay down their arms, he will free all their slaves tomorrow. They have not laid down their arms. Tomorrow will be the day of liberty to the oppressed, but we all know that evil powers are around the president. While we sit here, they are trying to make him break his word, but we have come together to watch and see that he does not break his word. Brethren, the bad influences around the president tonight are stronger than any copperheads. The old serpent is abroad tonight with all his emissaries in great power. His wrath is great because he knows his hour is near. He will be in this church this evening. As midnight comes on, we shall hear his rage. But brethren and sisters, don't be alarmed. Our prayers will prevail. His head will be bruised. His back will be broken. He will go raging to hell, and God Almighty's new year will make the United States a true land of freedom. The sensation caused among the hundreds of Negroes present by these words was profound. They were frequently interrupted by cries of glory, and there were tears of joy. But the scene and excitement which followed were indescribable. A few moments before midnight, the congregation were requested to kneel, which they did, and prayer succeeded prayer with increasing fervor. Presently a loud, prolonged hiss was heard. There were cries, "He's here, he's here." Then came a volley of hisses. They seemed to proceed from every part of the room, hisses so entirely like those of huge serpents that the strongest nerves were shaken. Above them rose the preacher's prayer that had become a wild incantation, and ecstatic ejaculations became so universal that it was a marvel what voices were left to make the hisses. Finally, from a neighboring steeple, the 12 strokes of midnight sounded on the frosty air, and immediately the hisses diminished, and presently died away altogether. And the new year that brought freedom to 4 millions of slaves was ushered in by the jubilant chorus of all present singing a hymn of victory. Far had come those hisses and that song of victory, terminating the dragon drama of America. In them was the burden of Ezekiel. Son of man, set thy face against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and prophesy against him and against all Egypt, saying, Thus saith the Lord Jehovah, Behold, I am against thee, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, the great dragon that lieth in the midst of the rivers. I will put a hook in thy jaws. In them was the burden of Isaiah. In that day Jehovah with his sore and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan the piercing serpent, even Leviathan that crooked serpent. He shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. In it was the cry of Zophar. His meat in his bowels is turned, it is the gall of asps within him. He hath swallowed down riches, and he shall vomit them up again. God shall cast them out of his belly. And these Hebrew utterances, again, were but the distant echoes of far earlier voices of those African slaves, still seen pictured with their chains on the ruined walls of Egypt, voices that gathered courage at last to announce the never-ending struggle of man with oppression, as that combat between God and serpent, which never had a nobler event than when the dying hiss of slavery was heard in America, and the victorious sun rose upon a new world of free and equal men. The serpent thus exalted in America to a type of oppression is very different from any snake that may this day be found worshipped as a deity by the African in his native land. The swarthy snake worshipper in his migration took his god along with him in his chest, or basket at once ark, and altar, and in that hiding place it underwent transformations. He emerged as the protean emblem of both good and evil. In a mythologic sense, the serpent certainly held its tail in its mouth. No civilization has reached the end of its typical supremacy. Concerning the accompanying Eleusinian form, Fig. 24, Comet says, the mysterious trunk, coffer, or basket may be justly reckoned among the most remarkable and sacred instruments of worship, which formed part of the processional ceremonies in the heathen world. This was held so sacred that it was not publicly exposed to view or publicly opened, but was reserved for the inspection of the initiated, the fully initiated only. Completely to explain this symbol would require a dissertation, and indeed, it has been considered, more or less, by those who have written on the nature of the Ark of the Testimony among the Hebrews. Declining the inquiry at present, we merely call the attention of the reader to what this mystical coffer was supposed to contain: a serpent. The French Benedictine who wrote this passage, though his usual candor shames the casuistry of our own time, found it necessary to conceal the Hebrew ark. It was precisely so that the occupant of the ark was originally concealed, and though St. John exorcised it from the chalice, its genius lingers in the pyx, before whose host, lifted up, the eyes of worshippers are lowered. The writer of the Epistle to the Hebrews, chapter Roman 9, describing the tabernacle says, "After the second veil, the tabernacle which is called the holiest of all, which had the golden censer, and the ark of the covenant overlaid round about with gold, wherein was the golden pot that had manna, and Aaron's rod that budded, and the tables of the covenant. But this rod of Aaron, which, by budding, had swallowed up all rival pretensions to the tribal priesthood, was the same rod which had been changed to a serpent, and swallowed up the rod serpents of the sorcerers in Pharaoh's presence. So soft and subtle is the way of a serpent upon a rock." This veiling of the serpent, significant of a great deal, is characteristic even of the words used to name it. Of these I have selected one to head this chapter, because it is one of the innumerable veils which shielded this reptile's transformation from a particular external danger to a demonic type. This general description of things that wind about or turn, verms, traced by some to the Sanskrit root hvar, curved, gradually came into use to express the demon serpents. Dante and Milton call Satan a worm. No doubt among the 200 names for the serpent, said to be mentioned in an Arabic work, we should find parallels to this old adaptation of the word worm. In countries as Germany and England where no large serpents are found, the popular imagination could not be impressed by merely saying that Siegfried or Lambton had slain a snake. The tortuous character of the snake was preserved, but by that unconscious dexterity which so often appears in the making of myths, it was expanded so as to include a power of supernatural transformation. The Lambton worm comes out of the well very small, but it afterwards coils in 9 huge folds around its hill. The hag-ridden daughter of the king of Northumberland, who crept into a hole, a worm, and out stepped a fair lady, did but follow the legendary rule of the demonic serpent tribe. Why was the serpent slipped into the ark or coffer and hid behind veils? To answer this will require here an episode. In the Etruscan theology and ceremonial, the supreme power was lodged with certain deities that were never seen. They were called the dei involuti, the veiled gods. Not even the priests ever looked upon them. When any dire calamity occurred, it was said these mysterious deities had spoken their word in the council of the gods, a word always final and fatal. There have been fine theories on the subject, and the Etruscans have been complimented for having high transcendental views of the invisible nature of the divine being. But a more prosaic theory is probably true. These gods were wrapped up because they were not fit to be seen. The rude carvings of some savage tribe, they had been seen and adored at first. Temples had been built for them, and their priesthood had grown powerful. But as art advanced and beautiful statues arose, these rude designs could not bear the contrast, and the only way of preserving reverence for them, and the institutions grown up around them, was to hide them out of sight altogether. Then it could be said they were so divinely beautiful that the senses would be overpowered by them. There have been many veiled deities, and though their veils have been rationalized, they are easily pierced. The inscription on the temple of Isis at Sais was, "I am that which has been, which is, and which shall be, and no one has yet lifted the veil that hides me." Isis at this time had probably become a Negro Madonna, like that still worshipped in Spain as holiest of images, and called by the same title, Our Immaculate Lady. As the fair race and the dark mingled in Egypt, the primitive Nubian complexion and features of Isis could not inspire such reverence as more anciently, and before her also a curtain was hung. The Ark of Moses carried this veil into the wilderness, and concealed objects not attractive to look at, probably two scrawled stones, some bones said to be those of Joseph, a pot of so-called manna, and the staff said to have once been a serpent and afterwards blossomed. Fashioned by a rude tribe, the ark was a fit thing to hide, and hidden it has been to this day. When the veil of the temple was rent allegorically at the death of Christ, actually by Titus nothing of the kind was found, and it would seem that the Jews must long have been worshipping before a veil with emptiness behind it. Paul discovered that the veil said to have covered the face of Moses when he descended from Sinai was a myth. It meant that the people should not see to the end of what was nevertheless transient. Their minds were blinded, for unto this day when Moses is read, that veil is on their heart. Kircher says the seraphs of Egypt were images without any eminency of limbs, rolled as it were in swaddling clothes, partly made of stone, partly of metal, wood, or shell. Similar images, he says, were called by the Romans secret gods. As an age of skepticism advanced, it was sometimes necessary that these involudi should be slightly revealed, lest it should be said there was no god there at all. Such is the case with the famous Bambino of Ercole Church in Rome. This effigy, said to have been carved by a pilgrim out of a tree on the Mount of Olives, and painted by St. Luke while the pilgrim was sleeping, is now kept in its ark, and visitors are allowed to see part of its painted face. When the writer of this requested a sight of the whole form, or of the head at any rate, the exhibiting priest was astounded at the suggestion. No doubt he was right. The only wonder is that the face is not hid also, for a more ingeniously ugly thing than the flat, blackened, and rouged visage of the Bambino it were difficult to conceive. But it wears a very cunning veil nevertheless. The face is set in marvelous brilliance, but these are of less effect in hiding its ugliness than the vesture of mythology around it. The adjacent walls are covered with pictures of the miracles it has performed, and which have attracted to it such faith that it is said at one time to have received more medical fees than all the physicians in Rome together. Priests have discovered that a veil over the mind is thicker than a veil on the god. Such is the popular veneration for the Bambino that, in 1849, the Republicans thought it politic to present the monks with the Pope's state coach to carry the idol about. In the end, it was proved that the Pope was securely seated beside the Bambino, and he presently emerged from behind his veil also. There came, then, a period when the serpent crept behind the veil, or lid of the ark, or into a chalice, a very small worm, but yet able to gnaw the staff of Solomon. No wisdom could be permitted to rise above fear itself, though its special sources might be here and there reduced or vanquished. The snake had taught man at last its arts of war. Man had summoned to his aid the pig, and the ibis made havoc among the reptiles, and some of that terror which is the parent of that kind of devotion passed away. When it next emerged, it was in twofold guise as agathodemon and cacodemon, but in both forms as the familiar of some higher being. It was as the genius of Minerva, of Aesculapius, of Saint Euphemia. We have already seen him, Fig. 13, as the genius of the Eleans, the Sisophiles, where also we see the serpent hurrying into his cavern, leaving the mother and child to be worshipped in the temple of Lucina. In Christian symbolism, the seraphim burning, seraph, serpents veiled their faces and forms beneath their huge wings, crossed in front, and so have been able to become the eminent, and to join in the praises of modern communities at being delivered from just such imaginary fiery worms as themselves. Chapter 5. Apophis. The naturalistic theory of Apophis, the serpent of time epic, of the worm the asp of Melite vanquishers of time, Nachesh Bariachta, serpents by treading on serpents. The considerations advanced in the previous chapter enable us to dismiss with facility many of the rationalistic interpretations which have been advanced to explain the monstrous serpents of sacred books by reference to imaginary species supposed to be now extinct. Flying serpents, snakes many-headed, rain-bringing, woman-hating, and sea may be suffered to survive as the fauna of bibliolatrous imaginations. Such forms, however, are of such mythologic importance that it is necessary to watch carefully against this method of realistic interpretation, especially as there are many actual characteristics of serpents sufficiently mysterious to conspire with it. A recent instance of this literalism may here be noticed. Mr. W. R. Cooper supposes the evil serpent of Egyptian mythology to have a real basis in a large and unidentified species of coluber, of great strength and hideous longitude, which was, even from the earliest ages, associated as the representative of spiritual and occasionally physical evil, and was named Haf-Rahaf or Apophis, the destroyer, the enemy of the gods, and the devourer of the souls of men. That such a creature, he adds, once inhabited the Libyan desert, we have the testimony of both Hanno the Carthaginian and Lucan the Roman, and if it is now no longer an inhabitant of that region, it is probably owing to the advance of civilization having driven it farther south. Apart from the extreme improbability that African exploration should have brought no rumors of such a monster if it existed, it may be said concerning Mr. Cooper's theory. 1. If, indeed, the references cited were to a reptile now unknown, we might be led by mythologic analogy to expect that it would have been revered beyond either the asp or the cobra. In proportion to the fear has generally been the exaltation of its objects. Primitive peoples have generally gathered courage to pour invective upon evil monsters when either from their non-existence or rarity there was least danger of its being practically resented as a personal affront. 2. The regular folds of Apophis on the sarcophagus of Seti I and elsewhere are so evidently mystical and conventional that apparently they refer to a serpent form only as the galoche on a wall may refer to sea waves. Apophis, or Apap, would have been a decorative artist to fold himself in such order. These impossible labyrinthine coils suggest time, as the serpent with its tail in its mouth signifies eternity and evolution of the same idea. This was the interpretation given by a careful scholar, the late William Hickson, to the procession of 9 persons depicted on the sarcophagus mentioned as bearing a serpent, each holding a fold, all being regular enough for a frieze. The scene, says this author, appears to relate to the Last Judgment, for Osiris is seen on his throne, passing sentence on a crowd before him, and in the same tableaus are depicted the river that divides the living from the dead and the bridge of life. The death of the serpent may possibly be intended to symbolize the end of time. This idea of long duration might be a general one relating to all time, or it might refer to the duration of individual life. It involved naturally the evils and agonies of life, but the fundamental conception is more simple and also more poetic than even these implications, and it means eternal waste and decay. One has need only to sit before a clock to see Apophis. Their coil upon coil wins the ever-moving monster, whose tooth is remorseless, devouring little by little the strength and majesty of man, and reducing his grandest achievements even his universe to dust. Time is the undying worm. God having made me worm, I make you smoke. Though safe your nameless essence from my stroke, yet do I no less love in the heart, stars in the livid space. God, jealous making vacant thus your place, and steal your witnesses. Since the star flames, man would be wrong to teach that the grave's worm cannot such glory reach, not real is save me. Within the blue, as neath the marble slab I lie, I bite at once the star within the sky, the apple on the tree. To gnaw yon star is not more tough to me than hanging grapes on vines of Sicily. I clip the rays that fall. Eternity yields not to splendors brave. Fly, ant, all creatures die, and naught can save the constellations all. The starry ship, high in the ether sea, must split and wreck in the end. This thing shall be, the broad-ringed Saturn tossed to ruin, Sirius, touched by me, decay, as the small boat from Ithaca away that steers to Calymnos. The natural history of Apophis, so far as he has any, is probably suggested in the following passage cited by Mr. Cooper from Wilkinson. Alien relates many strange stories of the asp, and the respect paid to it by the Egyptians, but we may suppose that in his 16 species of asps other snakes were included. He also speaks of a dragon which was sacred in the Egyptian Melite, and another kind of snake called Paris or Paruas, dedicated to Aesculapius. The serpent of Melite had priests and ministers, a table and bowl. It was kept in a tower and fed by the priests with cakes made of flour and honey, which they placed there in a bowl. Having done this, they retired. The next day, on returning to the apartment, the food was found to be eaten, and the same quantity was again put into the bowl, for it was not lawful for anyone to see the sacred reptile. It was in this concealment from the outward eye that the serpent was able to assume such monstrous proportions to the eye of imagination, and, indeed, it is not beyond conjecture that this serpent of Melite, coming in conflict with Osirian worship, was degraded and demonized into that evil monster, Apophis, whom Horus slew to avenge his destruction of Osiris, for he was often identified with Typhon. Though Horus cursed and slew this terrible demon serpent, he reappears in all Egyptian mythology with undiminished strength, and all evil powers were the brood of himself or Typhon, who were sometimes described as brothers and sometimes as the same beings. From the ritual of the dead, we learn that it was the high privilege and task of the heroic dead to be reconstructed and go forth to encounter and subdue the agents of Apophis, who sent out to engage them the crocodiles Seb, Hem, and Shiui, and other crocodiles from north, south, east, and west. The hero, having conquered these, acquires their might, and next prevails over the walking viper Ru. And so on with other demons called precursors of Apophis, until their prince himself is encountered and slain, all the hero's guardian deities attending to fix a knife in each of the monster's folds. These are the vanquishers of Time the Immortal. In Apophis, we find the serpent fairly developed to a principle of evil. He is an accuser of the sun. The 12 gateways into Hades are surmounted by his representatives, which the sun must pass 12 hours of night. He is at once the Nachesh Bariach and Nachesh Aktalon, the crossbar serpent, and the tortuous serpent which we meet within Issa. Roman 27. 1. In that day the Lord with his sore and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan the piercing serpent, even Leviathan that crooked serpent. The marginal translation in the English version is crossing like a bar, instead of piercing, and the Vulgate has serpent's fectes. This refers to the moral function of the serpent as barring the way or guarding the door. No doubt this is the crooked serpent of Job. Roman 26. 13. For the astrological sense of it does not invalidate the terrestrial significance. Imagination could only project into the heavens what it had learned on earth. Bochart, in identifying Nachesh Bariach as the flying serpent, is quite right. The seraph or winged serpent, which barred the way to the tree of life in Eden, and in some traditions was the treacherous guard at the gate of the garden, and which bit Israel in the wilderness, was this same protean Apophis. For such tasks, and to soar into the celestial planisphere, the serpent must needs have wings, and thus it is already far on its way to become the flying dragon. But in one form, as the betrayer of man, it must lose its wings and crawl upon the ground forever. The serpent is thus not so much agathodemon and cacodemon in one form, as a principle of destructiveness which is sometimes employed by the deity to punish his enemies, as Horus employs fiery Keti, but sometimes requires to be himself punished. There have been doubts whether the familiar derivation of ophis, serpent, from ops, the eye, shall continue. Some connect the Greek word with echis, but Curtius maintains that the old derivation from ops is correct. Even were this not the etymology, the popularity of it would equally suggest the fact that this reptile was of old supposed to kill with its glance, and it was also generally regarded as gifted with preternatural vision. By a similar process to that which developed avenging furies out of the detective Dawnaranize from Sereniu, Satan from Lucifer, this subtle spy, might have become also a retributive and finally a malignant power. The Furies were portrayed bearing serpents in their hands, and each of these might carry ideally the terrors of Apophis. Time also is a detective, and the guilty heard it saying, "Your sin will find you out." Through many associations of this kind, the serpent became at an early period an agent of ordeal. Anyone handling it with impunity was regarded as in league with it, or specially hedged about by the deity whose hands formed the crooked serpent. It may have been as snake charmers that Moses and Aaron appeared before Pharaoh and influenced his imagination. Or, if the story be a myth, its existence still shows that serpent performances would then have been regarded as credentials of divine authentication. So when Paul was shipwrecked on Malta, where a viper is said to have fastened on his hand, the barbarians, having at first inferred that he was a murderer, whom though he hath escaped the sea, yet vengeance suffereth not to live, concluded he was a god when they found him unharmed. Innumerable traditions preceded the words ascribed to Christ, Luke X:19, "Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you." It is instructive to compare this sentence attributed to Christ with the notion of the barbarians concerning Paul's adventure, whatever it may have been. Paul's familiarity with the serpent seems to them proof that he is a god. Such also is the idea represented in Issa. Zai 8, the sucking child shall play on the hole of the asp. But the idea of treading on serpents marks a period more nearly corresponding to that of the infant Hercules strangling the serpents. Yet though these two conceptions, serpent treading and serpent slaying, approach each other, they are very different in source and significance, both morally and historically. The word used in Luke, patein, conveys the idea of walking over something in majesty, not in hostility. It must be interpreted by the next sentence, X 20. Notwithstanding, in this rejoice not, that the spirits are subject unto you, ta pneumata hypotacetai. The serpent slayer or dragon slayer is not of Semitic origin. The awful supremacy of Jehovah held all the powers of destruction chained to his hand, and to ask man if he could draw out Leviathan with a hook was only another form of reminding him of his own inferiority to the creator and lord of Leviathan. How true the Semitic ideas running through the Bible, and especially represented in the legend of Paul in Malta, are to the barbarian nature is illustrated by an incident related in Mr. Brinton's Myths of the New World. The pious founder of the Moravian Brotherhood, Count Zinzendorf, was visiting a missionary station among the Shawnees in the Wyoming Valley, America. Recent quarrels with the white people had so irritated the red men that they resolved to make him their victim. After he had retired to his hut, several of the braves softly peered in. Count Zinzendorf was seated before a fire, lost in perusal of the scriptures, and while the red men gazed, they saw what he did not, a huge rattlesnake trailing across his feet to gather itself in a coil before the comfortable warmth of the fire. Immediately they forsook their murderous purpose and retired noiselessly, convinced that this was indeed a divine man. Chapter 6. The Serpent in India. The Kankado, the Vedic serpents, not worshipful Ananta, and Sesha the healing, serpent the guardian of treasures, Miss Buckland's theory, primitive rationalism, underworld plutocracy reign, and lightning vritra history of the word. Ahi the Adders Oaxaca, Teutonic Laocoon. That serpent worship in India was developed by euphemism seems sufficiently shown in the famous Vedic hymn called Kankado, recited as an antidote against all venom, of which the following is a translation. 1. Some creature of little venom, some creature of great venom, or some venomous aquatic reptile. Creatures of two kinds, both destructive of life or poisonous, unseen creatures, have anointed me with their poison. 2. The antidote coming to the bitten person destroys the unseen venomous creatures. Departing, it destroys them. Deprived of substance, it destroys them by its odor. Being ground, it pulverizes them. 3 blades of Sara grass, of Cusara, of Darpa, of Saria, of Munya, of Varana, all the haunt of unseen venomous creatures, have together anointed me with their venom. 4. The cows had lain down in their stalls, the wild beasts had retreated to their lairs, the senses of men were at rest, when the unseen venomous creatures anointed me with their venom. 5. Or they may be discovered in the dark, as thieves in the dusk of evening. For although they be unseen, yet all are seen by them, therefore men be vigilant. 6. Heaven, serpents, is your father, earth your mother, Soma your brother, Aditi your sister. Unseen, all-seeing, abide in your holes, enjoy your own good pleasure. 7. Those who move with their shoulders, those who move with their bodies, those who sting with sharp fangs, those who are virulently venomous. What do ye hear, ye unseen? Depart together far from us. 8. The all-seeing sun rises in the east, the destroyer of the unseen, driving away all the unseen venomous creatures and all evil spirits. 9. The sun has risen on high, destroying all the many poisons, Aditya. The all-seeing, the destroyer of the unseen, rises for the good of living beings. 10. I deposit the poison in the solar orb, like a leathern bottle in the house of a vendor of spirits. Verily that adorable sun never dies, nor through his favor shall we die of the venom. For though afar off, yet drawn by his coursers he will overtake the poison. The science of antidotes converted thee, poison, to ambrosia. 11. That insignificant little bird has swallowed thy venom, she does not die, nor shall we die, for although afar off, yet, drawn by his coursers, the sun will overtake the poison. The science of antidotes has converted the poison to ambrosia. 12. May the thrice 7 sparks of Agni consume the influence of the venom. They verily do not perish, nor shall we die, for although afar off, the sun, drawn by his coursers, will overtake the poison. The science of antidotes has converted the poison to ambrosia. 13. I recite the names of 99 rivers, the destroyers of poison. Although afar off, the sun, drawn by his coursers, will overtake the poison. The science of antidotes will convert the poison to ambrosia. 14. May the thrice 7 peahens, the 7 sister rivers, carry off, O body, thy poison, as maidens with pitchers carry away water. 15. May the insignificant mongoose carry off thy venom, poison. If not, I will crush the vile creature with a stone. So may the poison depart from my body and go to distant regions. 16. Hastening forth at the command of Agastya, thus spake the mongoose. The venom of the scorpion is innocuous. Scorpion, thy venom is innocuous. Though in the 6th verse of this hymn, the serpents are said to be born of heaven and earth, the context does not warrant the idea that any homage to them is intended. They are associated with the evil Rakshasas, the sun and Agni being represented as their haters and destroyers. The 7 sister rivers, streams of the sacred Ganges, supply an antidote to their venom, and certain animals, the partridge and the mongoose, are said, though insignificant, to be their superiors. The science of antidotes alluded to is that which Indra taught to Dadyanch, who lost his head for communicating it to the Aswins. It is notable, however, that in the Vedic period there is nothing which represents the serpent as medicinal, unless by a roundabout process we connect the expression in the Rig Veda that the wrath of the Maruts, or storm gods, is as the ire of serpents, with the fact that their chief, Rudra, is celebrated as the bestower of healing herbs, and they themselves solicited for medicaments. This would be stretching the sense of the hymns too far. It is quite possible, however, that at a later day, when serpent worship was fully developed in India, what is said in the 6th verse of the hymn may have been adduced to confirm the superstition. It seems clear, then, that at the time the Kinkatona was written, the serpent was regarded with simple abhorrence. And we may remember also that even now, when the Indian cobra is revered as a Brahmin of the highest caste, there is a reminiscence of his previous ill repute preserved in the common Hindu belief that a certain mark on his head was left there by the heel of Vishnu, Lord of Life, who trod on it when, in one of his avatars, he first stepped upon the earth. Although in the later mythology we find Vishnu, in the intervals between his avatars or incarnations, reposing on a serpent, Sesha, this might originally have signified only his lordship over it, though Sesha is also called Ananta, the infinite. The idea of the infinite is a late one, however, and the symbolization of it by Sesha is consistent with a lower significance at first. In Hindu popular fables, the snake appears in its simple character. Such is the fable of which so many variants are found, the most familiar in the West being that of Bethgelert, and which is the 13th of the 4th Hittapatesa. The Brahmin, having left his child alone, while he performs a rite to his ancestors, on his return finds a pet mongoose, Nakula, smeared with blood. Supposing the mongoose has devoured his child, he slays it, and then discovers that the poor animal had killed a serpent which had crept upon the infant. In the Kinkatona, the word interpreted by Sayana as mongoose, Vivaramungo, or ichneumon, is not the same Nakula, but it evidently means some animal sufficiently unimportant to cast contempt upon the serpent. The universality of the serpent as emblem of the healing art found as such among the Egyptians, Greeks, Germans, Aztecs, and natives of Brazil suggests that its longevity and power of casting its old skin, apparently renewing its youth, may have been the basis of this reputation. No doubt, also, they would have been men of scientific tendencies and of close observation who first learned the snake's susceptibilities to music, and how its poison might be drawn, or even its fangs, and who so gained reputation as partakers of its supposed powers. Through such primitive rationalism, the serpent might gain an important alliance and climb to make the asp crown of Isis as goddess of health, the Thermuthes, to twine round the staff of Aesculapius to be emblem of Hippocrates, and ultimately survive to be the sign of the European leech, twining at last as a red stripe round the barber's pole. The primitive zoologist and snake charmer would not only, in all likelihood, be a man cunning in the secrets of nature. But he would study to meet as far as he could the popular demand for palliatives and antidotes against snake bites. All who escaped death after such wounds would increase his credit as a practitioner. And even were his mitigations necessarily few, his knowledge of the serpent's habits and of its varieties might be the source of valuable precautions. Such probable facts as these must, of course, be referred to a period long anterior to the poetic serpent symbolism of Egypt and the elaborate serpent mythology of Greece and Scandinavia. How simple ideas, having once gained popular prestige, may be caught up by theologians, poets, metaphysicians, and quacks, and modified into manifold forms, requires no proof in an age when we are witnessing the rationalistic interpretations by which the cross, the sacraments, and the other plain symbols are invested with all manner of philosophical meanings. The serpent, having been adopted as the signpost of Egyptian and Assyrian doctors, and it may have been something of that kind that was set up by Moses in the wilderness, would naturally become the symbol of life, and after that it would do duty in any capacity whatever. An ingenious anthropologist, Mr. C. Stanland Wake, supposes the serpent in India to have been there also the symbol of preternatural and occult knowledge. Possibly this may have been so to a limited extent and in post-Vedic times, but to me the accent of Hindu serpent mythology appears to be emphatically in the homage paid to it as the guardian of the treasures. I may mention here also the theory propounded by Miss A. W. Buckland in a paper submitted to the Anthropological Institute in London, March 10, 1874, on the serpent in connection with primitive metallurgy. In this learned monograph, the writer maintains that a connection may be observed between the early serpent worship and a knowledge of metals, and indeed that the serpent was the sign of Turanian metallurgists, in the same way as I have suggested that in Egypt and Assyria it was the sign of physicians. She believes that the serpent must have played some part in the original discovery of the metals and precious stones by man, in recognition of which that animal was first assumed as a totem, and thence became an emblem. She states that traditional and ornamentational evidences show that the Turanian races were the first workers in metals, and that they migrated westward, probably from India to Egypt and Chaldea, and thence to Europe, and even to America, bearing their art and its sign, and that they fled before the Aryans, who had the further art of smelting, and that the Aryan myths of serpent slaying record the overthrow of the Turanian serpent worshippers. I cannot think that Miss Buckland has made out a case for crediting nomadic Turanians with being the original metallurgists, though it is not impossible that it may have been a Scythian tribe in southern India who gave its fame to the gold of Ophir, which Max Muller has shown to have been probably an Indian region. But that these early jewelers may have had the serpent as their sign or emblem is highly probable, and in explanation of it, there seems little reason to resort to the hypothesis of aid having been given by the serpent to man in his discovery of metals. Surely, the jeweled decoration of the serpent would in itself have been an obvious suggestion of it as the emblem of gems. Where a reptile for some reasons associated with the snake the toad had not the like bright spots, the cognate superstition might arise that its jewel is concealed in its head. And finally, when these reptiles had been connected with gems, the eye of either would easily receive added rays from manifold eye-beams of superstition. We might also credit the primitive people with sufficient logical power to understand why they should infer that an animal so wonderfully and elaborately provided with deadliness, as the serpent should have tasks of corresponding importance. The medicine which healed man, therefore possibly gods, the treasures valued most by men, therefore by anthropomorphic deities, the fruit of immortality, which the gods might wish to monopolize, might seem the supreme things of value, which the supreme perfection of the serpent's fang might be created to guard. This might be so in the heavens as well as in the world or the underworld. The rainbow was called the celestial serpent in Persia, and the old notion that there is a bag of gold at the end of it is known to many an English and American child. Whatever may have been the nature of the original suggestion, there are definite reasons why, when the serpent was caught up to be part of combinations representing a principle of evil, his character as guardian of treasures should become of great importance. Wealth is the characteristic of the gods of the Hades, or unseen world beneath the surface of the earth. In the vast Sinhalese demonology, we find the highest class of demons, duatawas, described as resident in golden palaces, glittering with gems, themselves with skins of golden hue, wearing cobras as ornaments. Their king, Wesamini, seated on a gem throne and wielding a golden sword. Pluto is from the word for wealth plautos, as also is his Latin name dis dives. For such are lords of all beneath the sod or the sea's surface. Therefore, it is important to observe, they own all the seeds in the earth so long as they remain seeds. So soon as they spring to flower, grain, fruitage, they belong not to the gods of Hades but to man, an idea which originated the myth of Persephone, and seems to survive in a school of extreme vegetarians who refuse to eat vegetables not ripened in the sun. These considerations may enable us the better to apprehend the earlier characters of Ahi, the throttler, and Vritra, the coverer. As guardians of such hidden treasures as metals and drugs, the serpent might be baroneted and invoked to bestow favors. But those particular serpents which by hiding away the cloud cows withheld the rain, or choked the rivers with drought, all to keep underworld garners fat and those of the upper world lean, were to be combated. Against them, man invoked the celestial deities, reminding them that their own altars must lack offerings if they did not vanquish these thievish binders and concealers. The serpent, with its jeweled raiment, its self-renovating power, and its matchless accomplishments for lurking, hiding, fatally striking, was gradually associated with undulations of rivers and sea waves on the earth, with the Milky Way, with coverers of the sky night and cloud above all, with the darting, crooked, fork-tongued lightning. It may have been the lightning that was the Amrita churned out of the azure sea in the myth of the Mahabharata, when the gods and demons turned the mountain with a huge serpent for cord, P59, meaning the descent of fire or its discovery. But other fair and fruitful things emerged, also the goddess of wine, the cow of plenty, the tree of heaven. The inhabitants of Burma still have a custom of pulling at a rope to produce rain. A rain party and a drought party tug against each other, the rain party being allowed the victory, which, in the popular notion, is generally followed by rain. I have often seen snakes hung up after being killed to bring rain in the state of Virginia. For there also rain means wealth. It is there believed also that, however much it may be crushed, a snake will not die entirely until it thunders. These are distant echoes of the Vedic sentences. Friend Vishnu, says Indra, stride vastly. Sky give room for the thunderbolt to strike, let us slay Vritra and let loose the waters. When, thunderer, thou didst by thy might slay Vritra, who stopped up the streams, then thy dear steeds grew. Vritra, though from the same root as Varuna, the sky, means at first a coverer of the sky cloud or darkness. Hence eventually he becomes the hider, the thief, who steals and conceals the bounties of Heavena rainless cloud, a suffocating night. And eventually Vritra coalesces with the most fearful phantasm of the Aryan mind, the serpent Ahi. The Greek word for adder, echis, is a modification of Ahi. Perhaps there exists no more wonderful example of the unconscious idealism of human nature than the history of the name of the great throttler, as it has been traced by Professor Max Muller. The serpent was also called Ahi in Sanskrit, in Greece echis, or echidna in Latin anguis. The root is a in Sanskrit, or am, which means to press together, to choke, to throttle. It is a curious root, this am, and it still lives in several modern words. In Latin it appears as ango, anxi anctum, to strangle, in angina, quinsy, in anger, suffocation. But anger meant not only quinsy or compression of the neck. It assumed a moral import and signifies anguish or anxiety. The two adjectives angustus, narrow, and anxious, uneasy, both came from the same root. In Greek the root retained its natural and material meaning, in egis near and echis, serpent, throttler. But in Sanskrit it was chosen with great truth as the proper name of sin. Evil no doubt presented itself under various aspects to the human mind, and its names are many, but none so expressive as those derived from our root am, to throttle. Amhes in Sanskrit means sin, but it does so only because it meant originally throttling the consciousness of sin being like the grasp of the assassin on the throat of the victim. All who have seen and contemplated the statue of Laocoon and his sons, with the serpent coiled around them from head to foot, may realize what those ancients felt and saw when they called sin Amhes, or the throttler. This Amhes is the same as the Greek agos, sin. In Gothic, the same root has produced agas in the sense of fear, and from the same source we have awe in awful, i.e., fearful, and ugh in ugly. The English anguish is from the French angus, a corruption of the Latin angustity, a strait. In this wonderful history of a word, whose biography, as Max Muller in his Hibbert Lectures said of Deva, might fill a volume, may also be included our ogre, and also the German Unki, which means a frog or toad. But originally a snake, especially the little house snake, which plays a large part in Teutonic folklore, and was supposed to bring good luck. This euphemistic variant is, however, the only exception I can find to the baleful branches into which the root ah has grown through the world. One of its fearful fruits being the accompanying figure, copied from one of the ornamental bosses of Wells Cathedral. The adder demon has been universal. Herodotus relates that from a monster, half-woman, half-serpent, sprang the Scythians, and the fable has often been remembered in the history of the Turks. The Zohak of Firdusi is the Iranian form of Ahi. The name is the Arabicized form of the Ajay Dahaka of the Avesta, the baneful serpent, vanquished by Traitana of the Vedas, and this Iranian name again, Dasaka, is Ahi. The name reappears in the Median Astyages. Zohak is represented as having two serpents growing out of his shoulders, which the late Professor Wilson supposed might have been suggested by a phrase in the Kenkato na, yi ansia yi engya, which he translates, those who move with their shoulders, those who move with their bodies, which, however, may mean those produced on the shoulders, biting with them, and might furnish those who seek for analogies between Iranian and Indian legends with a parallel in the story of Zohak. The legend alluded to is a favorite one in Persia, where it is used to point a moral, as in the instruction of the learned Sabe to the prince, his pupil. Sabe related to the boy the story of King Zohak, to whom a magician came, and, breathing on him, caused two serpents to come forth from the region of his breast, and told him they would bring him great glory and pleasure, provided he would feed these serpents with the poorest of his subjects. This Zohak did, and he had great pleasure and wealth until his subjects revolted and shut the king up in a cavern, where he became himself a prey to the two serpents. The young prince to whom this legend was related was filled with horror, and begged Sabe to tell him a pleasanter one. The teacher then related that a young sultan placed his confidence in an artful courtier who filled his mind with false notions of greatness and happiness, and introduced into his heart pride and voluptuousness. To those two passions the young sultan sacrificed the interests of his kingdom until his subjects banished him, but his pride and voluptuousness remained in him, and unable to gratify them in his exile, he died of rage and despair. The prince pupil said, "I like this story better than the other." "And yet," said Sabe, "it is the same." It is curious that this old Persian fable should have survived in the witch lore of America, and at last supplied Nathaniel Hawthorne with the theme of one of his beautiful allegorical romances that, namely, of the man with a snake in his bosom, which ever threatened to throttle him if he did not feed it. It came to the American fabulist through many a mythical skin, so to say. One of the most beautiful it has worn is a story which is still told by mothers to their children in some districts of Germany. It relates that a little boy and girl went into the fields to gather strawberries. After they had gathered, they met an aged woman who asked for some of the fruit. The little girl emptied her basket into the old woman's lap, but the boy clutched his and said he wanted his berries for himself. When they had passed on, the old woman called them back and presented to each a little box. The girl opened hers and found in it two white caterpillars which speedily became butterflies, then grew to be angels with golden wings and bore her away to paradise. The boy opened his box, and from it issued two tiny black worms. These swiftly swelled to huge serpents, which, twining all about the boy's limbs, drew him away into the dark forest, where this Teutonic Laocoon still remains to illustrate in his helplessness the mighty power of little faults to grow into bad habits and bind the whole man. Chapter 7. The Basilisk. The serpents gem the basilisks, I Basiliscus mitratus, house snakes in Russia, and Germany king snakes heraldic dragon Henry, Roman 3. Melusina laidly worm victorious dragons Pendragon Merlin, and Vortigern medicinal dragons. A dragoon once presented himself before Frederick the Great and offered the king a small pebble, which he said had been cut from the head of a king snake and would no doubt preserve the throne. Frederick probably trusted more to dragoons than dragons, but he kept the little curiosity, little knowing, perhaps, that it would be as prolific of legends as the cock's egg, to which it is popularly traceable, in cockatrices, whose name may have given rise to the cock fables or basilisks. It has now taken its place in German folklore that Frederick owed his greatness to a familiar kept near him in the form of a basilisk. But there are few parts of the world where similar legends might not spring up and coil round any famous reputation. An Indian newspaper, the Lawrence Gazette, having mentioned that the ex-king of Oudh is a collector of snakes, adds perhaps he wishes to become possessed of the precious jewel which some serpents are said to contain, or of that species of snake by whose means, it is said, a person can fly in the air. Dr. Deniz, in whose work on Chinese folklore this is quoted, finds the same notion in China. In one story, a foreigner repeatedly tries to purchase a butcher's bench, but the butcher refuses to sell it, suspecting there must be some hidden value in the article. For this reason, he puts the bench by, and when the foreigner returns a year afterwards, learns from him that lodged in the bench was a snake, kept alive by the blood soaking through it, which held a precious gem in its mouth quite worthless after the snake was dead. Cursing his stupidity at having put the bench out of use, the butcher cut it open and found the serpent dead, holding in its mouth something like the eye of a dried fish. Here we have two items which may only be accidental, and yet, on the other hand, possibly possess significance. The superior knowledge about the serpent attributed to a foreigner may indicate that such stories in China are traditionally alien, imported with the Buddhists, and the comparison of the dead gem to an eye may add a little to the probabilities that this magical jewel, whether in head of toad or serpent, is the reptile's eye as seen by the glamour of human eyes. The eye of the basilisk is at once its wealth-producing, its fascinating, and its paralyzing talisman, though all these beliefs have their various sources and their several representations in mythology. That it was seen as a gem was due, as I think, to the jeweled skin of most serpents, which gradually made them symbols of riches. That it was believed able to fascinate may be attributed to the general principles of illusion already considered. But its paralyzing power, its evil eye, connects it with a notion, found alike in Egypt and India, that the serpent kills with its eye. Among Sanskrit words for serpent are drigvisha and drishtivisha, literally having poison in the eye. While all serpents were lords and guardians of wealth, certain of them were crested, or had small horns, which conveyed the idea of a crowned and imperial snake, the basiliscos. Naturalists have recognized this origin of the name by giving the same Basiliscus mitratus to a genus of iguanidae, remarkable for a membranous crest not only on the occiput but also along the back, which this lizard can raise and depress at pleasure. But folklore, the science of the ignorant, had established the same connection by alleging that the basilisk is hatched from the egg of a black cock, which was the peasant's explanation of the word cockatrice. Duplancy traces one part of the belief to a disease which causes the cock to produce a small egg-like substance. But the resemblance between its comb and the crests of serpent and frog was the probable link between them, while the ancient eminence of the cock, as the bird of dawn, relegated the origin of the basilisk to a very exceptional member of the family, a black cock, in its 7th year. The useful fowl would seem, however, to have suffered even so slightly, mainly through a phonetic misconception. The word cockatrice is crocodile transformed. We have it in the Old French cacatrix, which again is from the Spanish cockatriz, meaning crocodile crocodilos, which Herodotus, by the way, uses to denote a kind of lizard, and whose sanctity has extended from the Nile to the Danube, where folklore declares that the skeleton of the lizard presents an image of the Passion of Christ, and it must never be harmed. Thus, cockatrice has nothing to do with cock or cock, though possibly the coincidence of the sound has marred the ancient fame of the bird of dawn. Indeed, black cocks have been so generally slain on this account that they were for a long time rare, and so the basilisks had a chance of becoming extinct. There were fabulous creatures enough, however, to perpetuate the basilisk's imaginary powers, some of which will be hereafter considered. We may devote the remainder of this chapter to the consideration of a variant of dragon mythology, which must be cleared out of our way in apprehending the dragon. This is the agathodmonic or heraldic dragon, which has inherited the euphemistic characters of the treasure-guarding and crowned serpent. In Slavonic legend, the king serpent plays a large part, and innumerable stories relate the glories of some peasant child that, managing to secure a tiny gem from his crown, while the reptilian monarch was bathing, found the jewel daily surrounded with new treasures. This is the same serpent which, gathering up the myths of lightning and of comets, flies through many German legends as the red drake, Kaulbuck Alp, or Alberfleck, dropping gold when it is red, corn if blue, and yielding vast services and powers to those who can magically master it. The harmless serpents of Germany were universally invested with agathodemonic functions, though they still bear the name that relates them to Ahi, viz., Unken. Of these household snakes, Grimm and Simrock give much information. It is said that in fields and houses they approach solitary children and drink milk from the dish with them. On their heads they wear golden crowns, which they lay down before drinking and sometimes forget when they retire. They watch over children in the cradle and point out to their favorites where treasures are hidden. To kill them brings misfortune. If the parents surprise the snake with the child and kill it, the child wastes away. Once the snake crept into the mouth of a pregnant woman, and when the child was born, the snake was found closely coiled around its neck and could only be untwined by a milk bath. But it never left the child's side, ate and slept with it, and never did it harm. If such serpents left a house or farm, prosperity went with them. In some regions, it is said a male and female snake appear whenever the master or mistress of the house is about to die, and the legends of the Unken sometimes relapse into the original fear out of which they grew. Indeed, their vengeance is everywhere much dreaded, while their gratitude, especially for milk, is as imperishable as might be expected from their ancestors' quarrel with Indra about the stolen cows. In the Gesta Romanorum, it is related that a milkmaid was regularly approached at milking time by a large snake to which she gave milk. The maid having left her place, her successor found on the milking stool a golden crown, on which was inscribed ingratitude. The crown was sent to the milkmaid who had gone, but from that time the snake was never seen again. In England, serpents were mastered by the vows of a saintly Christian. The knight Bran in the Isle of Wight is said to have picked up the cockatrice egg, to have been pursued by the serpents, which he escaped by vowing to build St. Lawrence Church in that island, the egg having afterwards brought him endless wealth and uniform success in combat. With the manifold fables concerning the royal dragon would seem to blend traditions of the astrological, celestial, and lightning serpents. But these would coincide with a development arising from the terrestrial worms and their heroic slayers. The demonic dragon with his terrible eye might discern from afar the advent of his predestined destroyer. It might seek to devour him in infancy. As the comet might be deemed a portent of some powerful prince born on earth, so it might be a compliment to a royal family, on the birth of a prince, to report that a dragon had been seen. Nor would it be a long step from this office of the dragon, as the herald of greatness, to placing that monster on banners. From these banners would grow sagas of dragons encountered and slain. The devices might thus multiply. Some process of this kind would account for the entirely good reputation of the dragon in China and Japan, where it is the emblem of all national grandeur. It would also appear to underlie the proud titles of the Pythian Apollo and Bellerophon, gained from the monsters they were said to have slain. The city of worms takes its name from the serpent instead of its slayer. Pendragon, in the past and even our dragoon of the present are names in which the horrors of the monster become transformed in the hero's fame. The dragon, says Mr. Hardwick, was the standard of the West Saxons and of the English previous to the Norman conquest. It formed one of the supporters of the royal arms borne by all the Tudor monarchs, with the exception of Queen Mary, who substituted the eagle. Several of the Plantagenet kings and princes inscribed a figure of the dragon on their banners and shields. Peter Langtoff says, at the Battle of Lewes, fought in 1264, the king shewed forth his shield, his dragon full austere. Another authority says the said king, Henry Roman III, ordered to be made a dragon in the manner of a banner, of a certain red silk embroidered with gold. Its tongue like a flaming fire must always seem to be moving. Its eyes must be made of sapphire, or of some other stone suitable for that purpose. It will thus be seen that an influence has been introduced into dragon lore, which has no relation whatever to the demon itself. This will explain those variants of the legend of Melusina, the famous woman serpent which invest her with romance. Melusina, whose indiscreet husband glanced at her in forbidden hours, when she was in her serpent shape, was long the glory of the Château de Lusignan, where her cries announced the approaching death of her descendants. There is a peasant family still dwelling in Fontainebleau Forest who claim to be descended from Melusina. and possibly some instance of this kind may have dropped like a seed into the memory of the author of Elsie Venner to reappear in one of the finest novels of our generation. The corresponding sentiment is found surrounding the dragon in the familiar British legend of the Laidley Worm. The King of Northumberland brought home a new queen, who was also a sorceress, and being envious of the beauty of her stepdaughter, changed that poor princess into the worm which devastated all Spindleton Hugh. For 7 miles every green thing was blighted by its venom, and 7 cows had to yield their daily supplies of milk. Meanwhile the king and his son mourned the disappearance of the princess. The young prince fitted out a ship to go and slay the dragon. The wicked queen tries unsuccessfully to prevent the expedition. The prince leaps from his ship into the shallow sea and wades to the rock around which the worm lay coiled. But as he drew near, the monster said to him, "Oh, quit thy sword and bend thy bow, and give me kisses 3. If I'm not one ere the sun goes down, one I shall never be." He quitted his sword and bent his bow, he gave her kisses 3. She crept into a hole a worm, but out stepped a lady. In the end the prince managed to have the wicked queen transformed into a toad, which in memory thereof, as every Northumbrian boy knows, spits fire to this day. But it is notable that the sorceress was not transformed into a dragon, as the story would probably have run if the dragon form had not already been detached from its original character, and by many noble associations been rendered an honorable though fearful shape for maidens like this princess and like Melusina. In the same direction point the legends which show dragons as sometimes victorious over their heroic assailants. Geoffrey of Monmouth so relates of King Morvidus of Northumbria, who encountered a dragon that came from the Irish Sea, and was last seen disappearing in the monster's jaws like a small fish. A more famous instance is that of Beowulf, whose Anglo-Saxon saga is summed up by Professor Morley as follows: "Afterward the broad land came under the sway of Beowulf. He held it well for 50 winters, until in the dark night a dragon, which in a stone mound watched a hoard of gold and cups, won mastery. It was a hoard heaped up in sin, its lords were long since dead. The last earl before dying hid it in the earth cave, and for 300 winters the great Scather held the cave, until some man, finding by chance a rich cup, took it to his lord. Then the den was searched while the worm slept. Again and again when the dragon awoke there had been theft. He found not the man, but wasted the whole land with fire. Nightly the fiendish air flyer made fire grow hateful to the sight of men. Then it was told to Beowulf. He sought out the dragon's den and fought with him in awful strife. One wound the poison worm struck in the flesh of Beowulf, whereof Beowulf died." Equally significant is the legend that when King Arthur had embarked at Southampton on his expedition against Rome, about midnight he saw in a dream a bear flying in the air, at the noise of which all the shores trembled. Also a terrible dragon, flying from the west, which enlightened the country with the brightness of its eyes. When these two met, they had a dreadful fight, but the dragon with its fiery breath burned the bear which assaulted him, and threw him down scorched to the earth. This vision was taken to augur Arthur's victory. The father of Arthur had already in a manner consecrated the symbol, being named Other Pendragon, Dragon's Head. On the death of his brother Aurelius, it was told there appeared a star of wonderful magnitude and brightness, darting forth a ray, at the end of which was a globe of fire, in form of a dragon, out of whose mouth issued 2 rays, one of which seemed to stretch out itself towards the Irish Sea, and ended in 7 lesser rays. Merlin interpreted this phenomenon to mean that Other would be made king and conquer various regions, and after his first victory, Other had 2 golden dragons made, one of which he presented to Winchester Cathedral, retaining the other to attend him in his wars. In the legend of Merlin and Vortigern, we find the dragon so completely developed into a merely warrior-like symbol that its moral character has to be determined by its color. As in the 2 armies of serpents seen by Zoroaster, in Persian legends, which fought in the air, the victory of the white over the black foreshowing the triumph of Ormuzd over Ahriman, the tyranny of Vortigern is represented by a red dragon, while Aurelius and Other are the 2 heads of a white dragon. Merlin, about to be buried alive, in pursuance of the astrologer's declaration to Vortigern that so only would his ever-falling wall stand firm, had revealed that the recurring disaster was caused by the struggle of these 2 dragons underground. When the monsters were unearthed they fought terribly, until the white one hent the red with all his might, and to the ground he him cast, and with the fire of his blast altogether brent the red, that never of him was found in shred, but dust upon the ground he lay. The white dragon vanished and was seen no more, but the tyrant Vortigern fulfilled the fate of the red dragon, being burnt in his castle near Salisbury. These two dragons met again, however, as red and white roses. Many developments corresponding to these might be cited. One indeed bears a startling resemblance to our English legends. Of King Nuet Maimoun, whose conquest of Egypt is placed by G. Maspero about B.C. 664-654, the Ethiopian Stele of the Dream relates, His Majesty beheld a dream in the night, two snakes, one to his right, the other to his left, and when His Majesty awoke, he said, "Explain these things to me on the moment," and lo. They explained it to him, saying, "Thou wilt have the southern lands, and seize the northern, and the two crowns will be put on thy head. For there is given unto thee the earth in all its width and its breadth." These two snakes were probably suggested by the Uri of the Egyptian diadem. Beyond the glory reflected upon a monster from his conqueror, there would be reason why the alchemist and the wizard should encourage that aspect of the dragon. The more perilous that gorgon whose blood Aesculapius used, the more costly such medicament. While that the remedy may be advantageous, the monster must not be wholly destructive. This is so with the now destructive, now preservative forces of nature, and how they may blend in the theories and subserve the interests of pretenders is well shown in a German work on alchemy, 1625, quoted by Mr. Hardwick. There is a dragon lives in the forest, who has no want of poison. When he sees the sun or fire he spits venom, which flies about fearfully. No living animal can be cured of it, even the basilisk does not equal him. He who can properly kill this serpent has overcome all his danger. His colors increase in death, physic is produced from his poison, which he entirely consumes, and eats his own venomous tail. This must be accomplished by him in order to produce the noblest balm. Such great virtue as we will point out herein that all the learned shall rejoice. It will be readily understood that these traditions and fables would combine to hedge about a king by ascribing to him familiarity with a monster so formidable to common people, and even investing him with its attributes. The dragon's name, Draken, derived from the Sanskrit word for serpent, Drigvisha, came to mean the thing that sees. While this gave rise to many legends of preternatural powers of vision gained by tasting or bathing in a dragon's blood, as in the poem of Siegfried, or from waters it guarded, as Iwell, in which guise dragon dipped its tail to recover from wounds. The Sanskrit sense of eye poisoning was preserved in legends of occult and dangerous powers, possessed by kings, one of the latest being the potent evil eye popularly ascribed in Italy to the late Pius Roman IX. But these stories are endless. The legends adduced will show the sense of all those which, if unexplained, might interfere with our clear insight into the dragon itself, whose further analysis will prove it to be wholly bad the concentrated terrors of nature. Chapter 8. The Dragon's Eye. The eye of evil Turner's Dragon's Cloud Phantom's Paradise and the snake Prometheus and Jovart and nature dragon forms, Anglo-Saxon, Italian, Egyptian, Greek, German, the modern conventional dragon. The etymologies of the words dragon and ophis given in the preceding chapter, ideally the same, both refer to powers of the serpent which it does not possess in nature, the preternatural vision and the glance that kills. The real nature of the snake is thus overlaid. We have now to deal with the creation of another world. There are various conventionalized types of the dragon, but through them all one feature is constant: the idealized serpent. Its presence is the demonic or supernatural sign. The heroic dragon slayer must not be supposed to have wrestled with mere flesh and blood, in whatever powerful form. The combat which immortalizes him is waged with all the pains and terrors of earth and heaven concentrated and combined in one fearful form. Impossible and phantasmal as was this form in nature, its mystical meaning in the human mind was terribly real. It was this eye of anti-human nature which filled man with dismay and conjured up the typical phantom. It was this pain, purposed and purposing, the agony of far-searching vision, subtlest skill, silently creeping, winged, adapted to meet his every device with a clever device, which gradually impressed mankind with belief in a general principle of antagonism to human happiness. It is only as a combination that any dragon form is miraculous. Every constituent feature and factor of it is in nature, but here they are rolled together in one pandemonic expression and terror. Yet no such form loses its relations with nature. It is lightning and tempest, fever-bearing malaria and fire, venom and fang, slime and jungle, all the ferocities of the earth, air, and heavens, gathering to their fatal artistic force and waylaying man at every step in his advance. In Turner's picture of Apollo slaying the python, there is a marvelous suggestion of the natural conceptions from which the dragon was evolved. The fearful folds of the monster, undulating with mound and rock on which he lies, at points almost blend with tangle of bushes and the jagged chaos amid which he stretches. The hard, wild, cruel aspects of inanimate nature seem here and their rankly swelling to horrible life, as yet but half distinguishable from the stony-hearted matrix. The crag begins to coil and quiver, the jungle puts forth in claws, but above all appear the monstrous eyes, in which the forces of pain, hardship, obstacle have at last acquired purpose and direction. The god confronts them with eyes yet keener. His arrow, feathered with eyebeams, has reached its mark, straight between the monster's eyes, but there is no more anger in his face than might mar the calm strength of a gardener clearing away the stone and thicket that make the constituent parts of Python. If we turn now to the neighboring picture in the National Gallery by the same artist, the Hesperian Gardens and their guard, we behold the dragon on his high crag outlining and vitalising not only the edge of rock, but also the sky it meets. His breath steams up into cloud. The heavens also have their terrors, which take on eyes and coils. On the line of the horizon were hung the pictures of the primitive art gallery. Imagination painted them with brush dipped now in blackness of the storm, now in fires of the lightning or the sunset, but the forms were born of experience, of earthly struggle, defeat, and victory. As I write these words, I lay aside my pen to look across a little lake amid the lonely hills of Wales to a sunset which is flooding the sky with glory. Through the almost greenish sky, the wind is bearing fantastic clouds that sometimes take the shape of chariots, in which cloud-veiled forms are seated, and now great birds with variegated plumage, all hastening as it were to some gathering place of aerial gods. Beneath a long bar of maroon tint stretches a sea of yellow light, on the hither side of which is set a garden of fleecy trees touched with golden fruit. Amid them plays a fountain of changing colors. On the left has stood, fast as a mountain range, a mass of dark blue cloud with uneven peaks. Suddenly, a pink faint glow shines from behind that leaden mass, and next appears, sinuous with its long indented top, the mighty folds of a fiery serpent. Nay, its head is seen, its yawning lacertine jaws, its tinted crest. It is sleepless Ladon on his high barrier keeping watch and ward over the Hesperian garden. Juno set him there, but he is the son of Ge, the earth. The tints of heaven invest and transform, and in a sense create him. But he would never have been born mythologically had it not been that in this world stings hover near all sweetness, danger environs beauty, and, as Plato said, good things come hard. The grace and luster of the serpent with his fatal fang preceded him, and all the perils that lurk beneath things fair and fascinating. So far there is nothing essentially moral or unmoral about him. This dragon is a shape designed by primitive meteorology and metaphysics together. Man has asked what is so, and this is the answer. He has not yet asked why it is so, whether it ought to be so, and whether it may not be otherwise. The challenge has not yet been given, the era of combat not yet arrived. The panoplied guard and ally of gods as unmoral as himself has yet to be transformed under the touch of the religious sentiment, and expelled from the heaven of nobler deities as a dragon cast down, deformed, and degraded forever. As thought goes on, such allies compromise their employers. The creator's work reflects the creator's character, and after many timorous ages, we find the dragon-guarded deities going down with their cruel defenders. It is not without significance that in the Sanskrit dictionary, the most ancient of all words for God, Asura, has for its primary meaning demon or devil. The gods and dragons united to churn the ocean for their own wealth, and in the end they were tarred with one brush. I have already described in the beginning of this work the degradation of deities, and need here barely recall to the reader's memory the forces which operated to that result. The bearing of that force upon the celestial or paradise-guarding serpent is summed up in one quatrain of Omar Khayyam. O thou who man of baser earth didst make, and e'en in paradise devised the snake, for all the sin wherewith the face of man is blackened, man's forgiveness give and take. The heart of humanity anticipated its logic by many ages, and long before the daring genius of the Persian poet wrote this immortal epitaph on the divine allies of the serpent, heroes had given battle to the whole fraternity. Nay, in their place had arisen a new race of gods, whose theoretical omnipotence was gladly surrendered in the interest of their righteousness. And there was now war in heaven. The dragon and his allies were cast down, and man was now free to fight them as enemies of the gods as well as himself. Woe henceforth to any gods suspected of taking sides with the dragon in this man's life and death struggle with the ferocities of nature, and with his own terrors reflected from them. The legend of Prometheus was there unconsciously given notice to quit, though it waited many centuries for its great interpreter. It is Goethe who alone has seen how pale and weak grow Jove's fireworks before the thought thunderbolts of the artist, launched far beyond the limitations that chain him in nature. Gods are even yet going down in many lands before the sublime sentence of Prometheus. Curtain thy heavens, thou Jove, with clouds and mist, and like a boy that moweth thistles down, unloose thy spleen on oaks and mountain tops, yet canst thou not deprive me of my earth, nor of my hut, the which thou didst not build, nor of my hearth, whose little cheerful flame thou enviest me. I know not aught within the universe more slight, more pitiful than you, ye gods, who nurse your majesty with scant supplies of offerings wrung from fear and muttered prayers, and needs must starve, were it not that babes and beggars are hope-besotted fools. When I was yet a child, and knew not whence my being came, nor where to turn its powers, up to the sun I bent my wildered eye, as though above, within its glorious orb, there dwelt an ear to listen to my plaint, a heart, like mine, to pity the oppressed. Who gave me succor against the Titans in their tyrannous might, who rescued me from death from slavery. Thou, my soul, burning with hallowed fire, thou hast thyself alone achieved it all. Yet didst thou, in thy young simplicity, glow with misguided thankfulness to him that slumbers on in idleness there above. I reverence thee, wherefore? Hast thou ever lightened the sorrows of the heavy laden? Thou ever stretched thy hand to still the tears of the perplexed in spirit? Was it not almighty time, and ever-during fate my lord's, and thine that shaped and fashioned me into the man I am? Belike it was thy dream that I should hate life fly to wastes and wilds, for that the buds of visionary thought did not all ripen into goodly flowers. Here do I sit and mold men after mine own image, a race that may be like unto myself, to suffer, weep, to enjoy and to rejoice, and like myself, unheeding all of thee. The myth of Prometheus reveals the very dam of all dragons, the mere terrorism of nature, which paralyzed the energies of man. Man's first combat was to be with his own quailing heart. Apollo driving back the Argives to their ships with the image of the Gorgon's head on Jove's shield is Homer's picture of the fears that unnerved heroes. Phoebus himself the rushing battle led, a veil of clouds involved his radiant head, high held before him, Jove's enormous shield portentous shone, and shaded all the field. Vulcan to Jove immortal gift consigned, to scatter hosts and terrify mankind. Deep horror seizes every Grecian breast, their force is humbled, and their fear confessed. So flies a herd of oxen, scattered wide, no swain to guard them, and no day to guide, when two fell lions from the mountain come, and spread the carnage through the shady gloom. The Grecians gaze around with wild despair, confused, and weary all their powers with prayer. A generation whose fathers remembered the time when men educated in universities regarded Franklin with his lightning rod as heaven-defying, can readily understand the legend of Vulcan type, of the untamed force of fire being sent to bind Prometheus, master of fire. How much fear of the forces of nature, as personified by superstition, leveled against the first creative minds, and hands the epithets which Franklin heard, and which still fall upon the heads of some scientific investigators. Storm, lightning, rock, ocean, vulture, these blend together with the intelligent cruelty of Jove in the end, and behold, the dragon. The terrors of nature, which drive cowards to their knees, raise heroes to their height. Then it is a flame of genius matched against mad thunderbolts. Whether the jealous nature god be Jehovah forbidding sculpture, demanding an altar of unhewn stone, and refusing the fruits of Cain's garden, or Zeus jealous of the artificer's flame, they are thrown into the opposition by the artist. And when the two next meet, He of the thunderbolt with all his mob will be the dragon, and Prometheus will be the god, sending to its heart his arrow of light. The dragon forms, which have become familiar to us through medieval and modern iconography, are of comparatively little importance as illustrating the social or spiritual conditions out of which they grew, and of which they became emblems. They long ago ceased to be descriptive, and in the rude periods or places, a very few scratches were sometimes enough to indicate the dragon. Such mere suggestions, in the end, allowing large freedom to subsequent designers in varying original types. As to external form, the various shapes of the more primitive dragons have been largely determined by the mythologic currents amid which they have fallen, though their original basis in nature may generally be traced. In the far north, where the legends of swan maidens, pigeon maidens, and vampires were paramount in the Middle Ages, we find the bird-shaped dragon very common. Sometimes the serpent characteristics are pronounced, as in this ancient French swan dragon, Fig. 26. But again, and especially in regions where serpents are rare and comparatively innocuous, the serpent tail is often conventionalized away, as in this initial V from the Keedman manuscript, 10th century. Fig. 27, a fair example of the ornamental Anglo-Saxon dragon. The cuttlefish seems to have suggested the animalized form of the hydra, which in turn helped to shape the dragon of the apocalypse. Yet the hydra in pictorial representation appears to have been influenced by Assyrian ideas. For although the monster had 9 heads, it is often given 7 number of the Hathors, or fates, by the engravers, as in Fig. 6. The conflicts of Hercules with the hydra repeated that of Bel with Tiamat, the deep, and had no doubt its counterpart in that of Michael with the dragon, the finest representation of which, perhaps, is the great fresco by Spinello, 14th century, at Arezzo, a group from which is presented in Fig. 28. In this case, the wings represent those always attributed in Semitic mythology to the destroying angel. The Egyptian dragon, of which the crocodile is the basis, at an early period entered into Christian symbolism and gradually effaced most of the pagan monsters. The crocodile and the alligator, besides being susceptible of many horrible variations in pictorial treatment, were particularly acceptable to the Christian propaganda, because of the sanctity attached to them by African tribes, a sanctity which continues to this day in many parts of that country, where to kill one of these reptiles is believed to superinduce dangerous inundations. In Semitic traditions, also, Leviathan was generally identified as a demonic crocodile, and the feat of destroying him was calculated to impress the imaginations of all varieties of people in the southern countries for which Christianity struggled so long. This form contributed some of its characters to the Lacertine dragons, which were so often painted in the Middle Ages, with what effect may be gathered from the accompanying design by Albert Dürer Fig. 29. In this loathsome creature, which seeks to prevent deliverance of the spirits in prison, we may remark the sly and cruel eye. The preternatural vision of such monsters was still strong in the traditions of the 16th century. In looking at this lizard guard at the mouth of hell, we may realize that it has been by some principle of psychological selection that the reptilian kingdom gradually gained supremacy in these portrayals of the repulsive, if we compare with Fig. 29, the well-known form of the chimera, Fig. 30, most of us will be conscious of a sense of relief, for though the reptilian form is present in the latter, it is but an appendage, almost an ornament to the lion. It is impossible to feel any loathing towards this spirited Trisomatos, and one may recognize in it a different animus from that which depicted the Christian dragon. One was meant to attest the boldness of the hero who dared to assail it. The other was meant, in addition to that, to excite hatred and horror of the monster assailed. We may, therefore, find a very distinct line drawn between such forms as the chimera and such as the hydra or our conventional dragon. The hairy inhabitants of Lycia, human or bestial, whom Bellerophon conquered, were not meant to be such an abstract expression of the evil principle in nature as the dragon, and while they are generalized, the elements included are also limited. But the dragon, with its claws, wings, scales, barbed and coiling tail, its fiery breath, forked tongue, and frequent horns, includes the organic, inorganic, the terrestrial and atmospheric, and is the combination of harmful contrivances in nature. Nearly all of the dragon forms, whatever their original types and their region, are represented in the conventional monster of the European stage, which meets the popular conception. This dragon is a masterpiece of the popular imagination, and it required many generations to give it artistic shape. Every Christmas he appears in some London pantomime, with aspect similar to that which he has worn for many ages. His body is partly green, with memories of the sea and of slime, and partly brown or dark, with lingering shadow of storm clouds. The lightning flames still in his red eyes, and flashes from his fire-breathing mouth. The thunderbolt of Jove, the spear of Woden, are in the barbed point of his tail. His huge wings bat-like spikes sum up all the mythical life of extinct harpies and vampires. Spine of crocodile is on his neck, tail of the serpent, and all the jagged ridges of rocks and sharp thorns of jungles bristle around him, while the ice of glaciers and brassy glitter of sunstrokes are in his scales. He is ideal of all that is hard, obstructive, perilous, loathsome, horrible in nature. Every detail of him has been seen through and vanquished by man, here or there. But in selection and combination, they rise again as principles, and conspire to form one great generalization of the forms of pain, the sum of every creature's worst. Chapter 9. The Combat. The pre-Munchacenite world, the colonial dragon Ios, journey Medusa British dragons, the communal dragon savage saviors, a mimic helper, the brutal dragon woman protected the saint of the Mikados. The realm of the unknown has now, by exploration of our planet and by science, been pretty well pressed into annexation with the unknowable. In early periods, however, unexplored lands and seas existed only in the human imagination, and men appear to have included them within the laws of analogy as slowly as their descendants so included the planets. The monstrous forms with which superstition now peoples regions of space that cannot be visited could then dwell securely in parts of the world where their existence or non-existence could not be verified. Science had not yet shown the simplicity and unity underlying the superficial varieties of nature. And though Rudolf Rasp appeared many times and related the adventures of his Baron Munchausen in many languages, it was only 100 years ago that he managed to raise a laugh over them. It has taken nearly another 100 to reveal the humor of Munchausenisms that relate to invisible and future worlds. The dragon which now haunts the imagination of a few compulsory voyagers beyond the grave originated in speculations concerning the unseen shores of equally mythical realms, whose burning zones and frozen seas had not yet been detached from this planet to make the inferno of another. In our section on demonology, we have considered many of these imaginary forms in detail, limiting ourselves generally to the more realistic embodiments of special obstacles. Just above that formation comes the stratum in which we find the separate features of the previous demonic fauna combining to forms which indicate the new creative power which, as we have seen, makes nature over again in its own image. Beginning thus on the physical plane, with a view of passing to the social, political, and metaphysical arenas where man has successively met his dragons, we may first consider the combination of terrors and perils, real and imaginary, which were confronted by the early colonist. I will venture to call this the colonial dragon. This form may be represented by any of those forms against which the Prometheus of Aeschylus cautions Io on her way to the realm, which should be called Ionia. When thou shalt have crossed the stream that bounds the continents to the rosy realms of the morning where the sun sets forth, thou shalt reach beyond the roaring sea Sisthene's Gorgonian plains, where dwell the Phorcides. And hard by are their 3-winged sisters, the snake-haired Gorgons, by mortals abhorred, on whom none of human race can look and live. Be on thy guard against the griffins, sharp-fanged hounds of Jove that never bark, and against the cavalry host of one-eyed Arimaspians dwelling on the gold-gushing fount, the stream of Pluto. Thou wilt reach a distant land, a dark tribe, near to the fount of the sun, where runs the river Ethiops. One who has looked upon Leonardo da Vinci's Medusa, at Florence one of the finest interpretations of a mythologic subject, ever painted may comprehend what to the early explorer and colonist were the fascinations of those rumored regions where nature was fair, but girt round with terrors. The Gorgon's head alone is given, with its fearful tangle of serpent tresses. Her face, even in its pain, possesses the beauty that may veil a fatal power. From her mouth is exhaled a vapor which in its outline has brought into life vampire, newt, toad, and loathsome nondescript creatures. Here is the malaria of undrained coasts, the vermin of noxious nature. The source of these must be destroyed before man can found his city. It is the fiery, poisonous breath of the colonial dragon. Most of the dragon myths of Great Britain appear to have been importations of the colonial monsters. Perhaps the most famous of these in all Europe was the chimera, which came westward upon coins, Bellerophon having become a national hero at Corinth almost, superseding the god of war himself, and his effigy spread with many migrations. Our conventional figure of St. George is still Bellerophon, though the dragon has been substituted for chimera, a change which Christian tradition and national respect for the lion rendered necessary. Fig. 31. Corresponding to this change in outward representation, the monster myths of Great Britain have been gradually pressed into service as moral and religious lessons. The Lambton worm illustrates the duty of attending Mass and sanctity of the Sabbath. The demon serpents of Ireland and Cornwall prove the potency of holy exorcism. And this process of moralization has extended, in the case of the boar, whose head graces the Christmas table at Queen's College, Oxford, to an illustration of the value of Aristotelian philosophy. It was with a volume of Aristotle that the monster was slain, the mythologic affinities of the legend being quaintly preserved in the item that it was thrust down the boar's throat. But these modifications are very transparent, the British legends being mainly variants of one or two original myths, which appear to have grown out of the heraldic devices imported by ancient families. These probably acquired realistic statement through the prowess and energy of chieftains, and were exaggerated by their descendants, perhaps also connected with some benefit to the community, in order to strengthen the family tenure of its estates. For this kind of duty, the colonial dragon was the one usually imported by the family romancer or poet. The multiplication of these fables is, indeed, sufficiently curious. It looks as if there were some primitive agrarian sentiment which had to be encountered by aid of appeals to exceptional warrant. The family which could trace its title to an estate to an ancestor who rescued the whole district was careful to preserve some memorial of the feat. On account of the interests concerned in old times, we should be guarded in receiving the rationalized interpretations of such myths, which have become traditional in some localities. The barbaric achievements of knights did not lose in the ballads of minstrels any marvelous splendors, but gained many, and most of these came from the south and east. The dragon which Guy of Warwick slew still retained traces of chimera. It had paws as a lion. Sir William Dugdale thought that this was a romanticized version of a real combat which Guy fought with a Danish chief, AC 926. Similarly, the Dragon of Wantley has been reduced to a fraudulent barrister. The most characteristic of this class of legends is that of Sockburn. Soon after the Norman conquest, the Kinnears family received that manor by episcopal grant, the tradition being that it was because Sir John Kinnears, knight, slew a huge worm which had devoured many people. The falchion with which this feat was achieved is still preserved, and I believe it is still the custom, when a new bishop visits that diocese, for the Lord of Sockburn to present this sword. The Lord of the manor meets the bishop in the middle of the River Tees, and says, "My Lord Bishop, I here present you with the falchion wherewith the champion Kinnears slew the worm, dragon, or fiery flying serpent, which destroyed man, woman, and child, in memory of which the king then reigning gave him the manor of Sockburn to hold by this tenure that, upon the first entrance of every bishop into the country, this falchion should be presented." The bishop returns the sword and wishes the lord long enjoyment of the tenure, which has been thus held since the year 1396. The family tradition is that the dragon was a Scotch intruder named Comyn, whom Kinnears compelled to kneel before the episcopal throne. The Kinnears family of Sockburn seem to have been at last overtaken by a dragon which was too much for them. The last knight was taken from a workhouse barely in time not to die there. In the Memoirs of the Somervilles, we read that one of that family acquired a parish by slaying a hideous monster in form of a worm. The woad Laird of Laristone slew the worm of Worm's Glen, and won all Linton Parachine. It was in length 3 Scots yards, and somewhat bigger than an ordinary man's leg, with a heed more proportionable to its length than its greatness. Its form and collar like to our common muir adders. This was a very moderate dragon compared with others, by slaying which many knights won their spurs. This, for example, which Sir Digor killed in the 14th century. A dragon great and grim, full of fire and also of venom, with a wide throat and tusks gret. Up in that night fast gan he bete, and as a lion then was his fate. His tail was long and full unmeet, between his head and his tail was Roman 22. Foat withouten fail, his body was like a wine tun, he shone full bright against the sun, his eyes were bright as any glass, his scales were hard as any brass. The familiar story of St. Patrick clearing the snakes out of Ireland, and the Cornish version of it, in which the exorcist is St. Petrox, presents some features which relate it to the colonists' combat with his dragon, though it is more interesting in other aspects. The colonial dragon includes the diseases, the wild beasts, the savages, and all manner of obstructions which environ a new country. But when these difficulties have been surmounted, the young settlement has still its foes to contend with warlike invaders from without, ambitious members within. We then find the dragon taking on the form of a public enemy, and his alleged slayer is representative of the commune, possibly in the end to transmit its more real devourer. Most of the British dragon myths have expanded beyond the stage in which they represent merely the struggles of immigrants with wild nature, and include the further stage where they represent the formation of the community. The growth of patriotism at length is measured by its shadow. The colonial is transformed to the communal dragon. Many dragon myths are adaptations of the ancient symbolism to Host's communes. Such are the monsters described as desolating villages and districts, until they are encountered by antagonists animated by public spirit. Such antagonists are distinguishable from the heroes that go forth to rescue the maiden in distress. Their chief representative in mythology is Heracles, most of whose labors reveal the man of self-devotion redressing public wrongs and raising the standard of humanity as well as civilization. The age of chivalry has its legend in the centaurs and Charon. The hippocentaurs are mounted savages. Charon is the true knight, withstanding monsters in his own shape, saving Peleus from them, and giving hospitality to the Argonauts. The mounted man was dragon to the man on foot until he became the chevalier. Then the demonic character passed to the strategist who had no horse. It is curious enough to find existing among the Mormons a murderous order calling themselves Danites, or destroying angels, after the text of Gen. Roman 49. 17. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse's heel that his rider shall fall backward. The ritter, however, so far as his dragon was concerned, was as one-winged, and every horse a Pegasus when it bore him to decide the day between the adder and its victim. It is remarkable that the Mormons should have carried from the East a cruel superstition to find even among the red men, who are disappearing before the western march of Saxon strength, more gentle fables. Among the Mimics, the Aborigines of Nova Scotia, there is a legend of a young hero named Kikwaju, who, in seeking for a wife, is befriended by a good sage named Glooskap, who warns him against a powerful magician disguised as a beaver and two demon sisters, who will waylay him in the disguise of large weasels. The youth is admonished to beat a certain drum as his canoe passes them, and he is saved as Orpheus in passing Cerberus and Ulysses in sailing past the sirens. The weasels, hearing the music, aspire to wed the stars, but find themselves in an indescribable nest at the top of a tall white pine. The chevalier encounters also the brutal dragon, whose victim is woman. From immemorial time, man's captive, unable to hold her own against brute force, she is at the mercy of all who are insensible to the refined and passive powers. The rock-bound Andromeda, the pursued Leto, or whatever fair maid it may be that the dragon slayer rescues, may have begun mythologically as emblem of the dawn, whose swallower is the night cloud. But in the end, she symbolizes a brighter dawn, that of civility and magnanimity among men. It is a notable fact that far away in Japan we should find a dragon myth which would appear to represent, with rare beauty, the social evolution we have been considering. Their great mythological serpent, Yamati no Arachi, that is, the serpent of 8 heads and tails, stretching over 8 valleys, would pretty certainly represent a river annually overflowing its banks. One is reminded by this monster of the accounts given by Mencius of the difficulties with streams which the Chinese had to surmount before they could make the Middle States habitable. But this colonial dragon, in the further evolution of the country, reappears as the brutal dragon. The admirable legend relates that, while the rest of the world were using stone implements, there came into the possession of Sasano no Mikoto, the Prince of Sasano, a piece of iron which was wrought into a sword. That maiden sword of the world was fleshed to save a maiden from the jaws of a monster. The prince descended from heaven to a bank of the river Hinokawa, and the country around seemed uninhabited. But presently he saw a chopped stick floating down the stream, and concluded that there must be beings dwelling farther up. So he traveled until he came to a spot where he beheld an aged man and his wife, Asanajuti and Tenajuti, with their beautiful daughter, Hime of Inada. The three were weeping bitterly, and the prince was informed that Hime was the last of their daughters, 7 of whom had been devoured by a terrible serpent. This serpent had 8 heads, and the condition on which it had ceased to desolate the district was that one of these 8 maidens should be brought annually to this spot to satisfy his voracity. The last had now been brought to complete the dreadful compact. The Japanese are careful to distinguish this serpent from a dragon, with them an agathodman. It had no feet, and its heads branched by as many necks from a single body, this body being so large that it stretched over 8 valleys. It was covered with trees and moss, and its belly was red as blood. The prince doubted if even with his sword he could encounter such a monster, so he resorted to stratagem. He obtained 8 vast bowls, filled them with 8 different kinds of wine, and having built a fence with the same number of openings, set a bowl in each. The result may be imagined. The 8 heads in passing over the bowls paused, drank deep, and were soon in a state of beastly intoxication. In this condition the heads were severed from their neck, and the maidens saved to wed the first Mikado prince. Chapter 10. The Dragon Slayer. Demigods Alcestis Heracles, the Gilgit fiend incarnate deliverer, of Gilgita Dardistan Madonna, the religion of atheism resuscitation, of Dragon Saint George, and his dragon Emerson, and Ruskin, on George saintly allies of the dragon. Theology has pronounced incarnation a mystery, but nothing is simpler. The demigod is man's appeal from the gods. It may also be, as Emerson says, that when the half-gods go the gods arrive, but it is equally true that their coming signals the departure of deities which man had long invoked in vain. The great Heraclean myth presents us the ideal of godlike force united to human sympathy. Ra, the sun, passing the 12 gates hours of Hades' night, is humanized in Heracles and his 12 labors. He is son of Zeus by a human mother Alcmene, and his labors for human welfare, as well as his miraculous conception, influenced Christianity. The divine man assailing the monsters of divine creation represents human recognition of the fact that moral order in nature is coextensive with the control of mankind. One expression of this perception is the Alcestis of Euripides, whose significance in relation to death we have considered. Alcestis, as I have written in another work, is one of the few ancient Greek melodramas. The majority of dramas left us by the poets of Greece turn upon religious themes, and usually they are tragedies. It is evident that to them the popular religion around them was itself a tragedy. Their heroes and heroines such as Prometheus and Macaria were generally victims of the jealousy or caprice of the gods. And though the poets display in their dramas the irresistible power of the gods, they do so without reverence for that power, and generally show the human victims to be more honorable than the gods. But the Alcestis of Euripides is not a tragedy. It ends happily, and in the rescue of one of those victims of the gods. It stands as about the first notice served on the gods that the human heart had got tired of their high-handed proceedings, and they might prepare to quit the thrones of a universe unless they could exhibit more humanity. Knowing that neither he nor any other deity can legally resist the decree of another deity, Apollo is reduced to hope for help from man. Human justice may save when divine justice sacrifices. He prophesies to death that although he may seize Alcestis, a man will come who will conquer him and deliver that woman from the infernal realm. Then Hercules comes on the scene. He has been slaying lion and dragon, and he now resolves to conquer death and deliver Alcestis. This he does. In this pre-Christian yet Christian passion play, the part played by the heart of woman is equally heroic with that which represents the honor of man. So in the religion which followed, there was an effort to set beside the incarnate vanquisher of infernal powers the pierced heart of Mary. But among all the legends of this character, it were difficult to find one more impressive than that which Dr. Leitner found in Dardistan, and one which, despite its length, will repay a careful perusal. This legend of the origin of the Gilgit tribe and government was told by a native. Once upon a time, there lived a race at Gilgit whose origin is uncertain. Whether they sprung from the soil or had immigrated from a distant region is doubtful. So much is believed that they were Gayupi, i.e., spontaneous aborigines unknown. Over them ruled a monarch who was a descendant of the evil spirits, the Yach, who terrorized over the world. His name was Shirabadat, and he resided at a castle in front of which was a course for the performance of the manly game of polo. His tastes were capricious, and in every one of his actions his fiendish origin could be discerned. The natives bore his rule with resignation, for what could they effect against a monarch at whose command even magic aids were placed? However, the country was rendered fertile, and round the capital bloomed attractive. The heavens, or rather the virtuous Peries, at last grew tired of his tyranny, for he had crowned his iniquities by indulging in a propensity for cannibalism. This taste had been developed by an accident. One day his cook brought him some mutton broth the like of which he had never tasted. After much inquiry as to the nature of the food on which the sheep had been brought up, it was eventually traced to an old woman, its first owner. She stated that her child and the sheep were born on the same day, and losing the former, she had consoled herself by suckling the latter. This was a revelation to the tyrant. He had discovered the secret of the palatability of the broth, and was determined to have a never-ending supply of it. So he ordered that his kitchen should be regularly provided with children of a tender age, whose flesh, when converted into broth, would remind him of the exquisite dish he had once so much relished. This cruel order was carried out. The people of the country were dismayed at such a state of things, and sought slightly to improve it by sacrificing, in the first place, all orphans and children of neighboring tribes. The tyrant, however, was insatiable, and soon was his cruelty felt by many families at Gilgit, who were compelled to give up their children to slaughter. Relief came at last. At the top of the mountain Ko, which it takes a day to ascend, and which overlooks the village of Doyer, below Gilgit on the other side of the river, appeared 3 figures. They looked like men, but much more strong and handsome. In their arms they carried bows and arrows, and turning their eyes in the direction of Doyer, they perceived innumerable flocks of sheep and cattle grazing on a prairie between that village and the foot of the mountain. The 3 strangers were brothers, and none of them had been born at the same time. It was their intention to make Azru Shemshur, the youngest Raj of Gilgit, and in order to achieve their purpose, they hit upon the following plan. On the already noticed prairie, which is called Didingay, a sportive calf was gamboling towards and away from its mother. It was the pride of its owner, and its brilliant red color could be seen from a distance. "Let us see who is the best marksman," exclaimed the eldest, and saying this, he shot an arrow in the direction of the calf, but missed his aim. The second brother also tried to hit it, but also failed. At last, Azru Shemshur, who took a deep interest in the sport, shot his arrow, which pierced the poor animal from side to side and killed it. The brothers, whilst descending, congratulated Azru on his sportsmanship, and on arriving at the spot where the calf was lying, proceeded to cut its throat and to take out from its body the titbits, namely, the kidneys and the liver. They then roasted these delicacies and invited Azru to partake of them first. He respectfully declined on the ground of his youth, but they urged him to do so, in order, they said, to reward you for such an excellent shot. Scarcely had the meat touched the lips of Azru than the brothers got up, and vanishing into the air, called out, "Brother, you have touched impure food, which Peries never should eat, and we have made use of your ignorance of this law, because we want to make you a human being who shall rule over Gilgit. Remain, therefore, at Doyer." Azru, in deep grief at the separation, cried, "Why remain at Doyer, unless it be to grind corn?" "Then," said the brothers, "go to Gilgit." "Why," was the reply, "go to Gilgit, unless it be to work in the gardens?" "No, no," was the last and consoling rejoinder. "You will assuredly become the king of this country and deliver it from its merciless oppressor." No more was heard of the departing fairies, and Azru remained by himself, endeavoring to gather consolation from the great mission which had been bestowed on him. A villager met him, and struck by his appearance, offered him shelter in his house. Next morning he went on the roof of his host's house, and calling out to him to come up, pointed to the Ko mountain, on which, he said, he plainly discerned a wild goat. The incredulous villager began to fear he had harbored a maniac, if no worse character. But Azru shot off his arrow, and, accompanied by the villager, who had assembled some friends for protection, as he was afraid his young guest might be an associate of robbers and lead him into a trap, went in the direction of the mountain. There, to be sure, at the very spot that was pointed out, though many miles distant, was lying the wild goat, with Azru's arrow transfixing its body. The astonished peasants at once hailed him as their leader, but he exacted an oath of secrecy from them, for he had come to deliver them from their tyrant, and would keep his incognito till such time as his plans for the destruction of the monster would be matured. He then took leave of the hospitable people of Doyer and went to Gilgit. On reaching this place, which is scarcely 4 miles distant from Doyer, he amused himself by prowling about in the gardens adjoining the royal residence. There he met one of the female companions of Shirabadat's daughter fetching water for the princess. This lady was remarkably handsome and of a sweet disposition. The companion rushed back and told the young lady to look from over the ramparts of the castle at a wonderfully handsome young man whom she had just met. The princess placed herself in a place from which she could observe anyone approaching the fort. Her maid then returned and induced Azru to come with her in the polo ground, in front of the castle. The princess was smitten with his beauty and at once fell in love with him. She then sent word to the young prince to come and see her. When he was admitted into her presence, he for a long time denied being anything more than a common laborer. At last, he confessed to being a fairy's child, and the overjoyed princess offered him her heart and hand. It may be mentioned here that the tyrant Shirabadat had a wonderful horse, which could cross a mile at every jump, and which its rider had accustomed to jump both into and out of the fort, over its walls. So regular were the leaps which this famous animal could take that he invariably alighted at the distance of a mile from the fort, and at the same place. On that very day, on which the princess had admitted young Azru into the fort, King Shirabadat was out hunting, of which he was desperately fond, and to which he used sometimes to devote a week or 2 at a time. We must now return to Azru, whom we left conversing with the princess. Azru remained silent when the lady confessed her love. Urged to declare his sentiments, he said that he would not marry her unless she bound herself to him by the most stringent oath. This she did, and they became in the sight of God as if they were wedded man and wife. He then announced that he had come to destroy her father and asked her to kill him herself. This she refused, but as she had sworn to aid him in every way she could, he finally induced her to promise that she would ask her father where his soul was. "Refuse food," said Azru, "for 3 or 4 days, and your father, who is devotedly fond of you, will ask for the reason of your strange conduct. Then say, 'Father, you are often staying away from me for several days at a time, and I am getting distressed lest something should happen to you. Do reassure me by letting me know where your soul is, and let me feel certain that your life is safe.'" This the princess promised to do, and when her father returned, refused food for several days. The anxious Shirabadat made inquiries, to which she replied by making the already named request. The tyrant was for a few moments thrown into mute astonishment, and finally refused compliance with her preposterous demand. The love-smitten lady went on starving herself, till at last her father, fearful for his daughter's life, told her not to fret herself about him, as his soul was of snow, in the snows, and that he could only perish by fire. The princess communicated this information to her lover. Azru went back to Doyer and the villages around, and assembled his faithful peasants. Them he asked to take twigs of the fir tree, bind them together, and light them, then to proceed in a body with torches to the castle in a circle, keep close together, and surround it on every side. He then went and dug out a very deep hole, as deep as a well, in the place where Shirabadat's horse used to alight, and covered it with green boughs. The next day he received information that the torches were ready. He at once ordered the villagers gradually to draw near the fort in the manner which he had already indicated. King Shirabadat was then sitting in his castle, near him his treacherous daughter, who was so soon to lose her parent. All at once he exclaimed, "I feel very close. Go out, dearest, and see what has happened." The girl went out and saw torches approaching from a distance, but fancying it to be something connected with the plans of her husband, she went back and said it was nothing. The torches came nearer and nearer, and the tyrant became exceedingly restless. "Ere," he cried, "I feel very ill. Do see, daughter, what is the matter?" The dutiful lady went and returned with the same answer as before. At last the torchbearers had fairly surrounded the fort, and Shirabadat, with a presentiment of impending danger, rushed out of the room, saying that he felt he was dying. He then ran to the stables and mounted his favorite charger, and with one blow of the whip made him jump over the wall of the castle. Faithful to its habit, the noble animal alighted at the same place, but alas, only to find itself engulfed in a treacherous pit. Before the king had time to extricate himself, the villagers had run up with their torches. "Throw them upon him," cried Azru. With one accord, all the blazing wood was thrown upon Shirabadat, who miserably perished. Azru was then most enthusiastically proclaimed king, celebrated his nuptials with the fair trader, and, as sole tribute, exacted the offering of one sheep annually, instead of the human child, from every one of the natives. When Azru had safely ascended the throne, he ordered the tyrant's place to be leveled to the ground. The willing peasants, manufacturing spades of iron, flocked to accomplish a grateful task, and sang whilst demolishing his castle. "My nature is of a hard metal," said Shiri and Badet. "Why hard? I, Code, the son of the peasant Dem Sing, am alone hardy. With this iron spade I raze to the ground thy kingly house. Behold now, although thou art of race accursed of Shacho Malika, I, Dem Sing's son, am of a hard metal, for with this iron spade I level thy very palace. Look out. Look out." An account of the Feast of Torches, instituted as a memorial of this tradition, has already been given in another connection. The legend, the festival, and the song just quoted constitute a noble human epic. That startling defiance of the icy-hearted god by the human-hearted peasant, that brave cry of the long-cowering wretch who at last holds in his spade an iron weapon to wield against the hardness of nature, are the sublime paean of the dragon slayer. "Look out, ye snow gods. Man's heart is there, and woman's heart, their courage plus the spade, can level your palaces, their love will melt you, their arts and sciences kill you. So fatal may be torches." All great religions were born in this grand atheism. As the worship of Heracles meant the downfall of Zeus, the worship of Christ meant the overthrow of both Jove and Jehovah. Every race adores the epoch when their fathers grew ashamed of their gods and identified them as dragons, the supreme cruelties of nature welcoming the man who first rose from his knees and defied them. But in the end, the priests of the dragon managed to secure a compromise, and by labeling him with the name of his slayer, managed to resuscitate and re-enthrone him. For, as we shall presently see, the dragon never really dies. Christianity did not fail to avail itself of the dragon slayer's prestige, which had preceded it in Europe and in Africa. It could not afford to offer for popular reverence saints less heroic than pagan warriors and demigods. The old dragon myths, especially those which made the fame of Heracles, were appropriated to invest saintly forms. Saint Michael, Saint Andrew, Saint Margaret, and many another were pictured subduing or treading on dragons. Christ was shown crushing the serpent's sin, spearing the dragon death, or even issuing from its impotent jaws, like Jason from the dragon. But in this competition for the laurels of dead dragon slayers and fierce hostility to dragons already slain, the real dragon was left to revive and flourish in security, and in the end even inherited the mantle and the palm of his own former conqueror. The miscarriage of canonization in the case of St. George is a small and merely curious thing in itself, but it is almost mystical in its coincidence with the great miscarriage, which brought the cross of Christ to authorize the crucifixions of the men most like him for 1,000 years. Mr. John Ruskin has sharply challenged Ralph Waldo Emerson's penetrating touch on the effigy that decorates the escutcheons of England and Russia. George of Cappadocia, says Emerson, born at Epiphania in Cilicia, was a low parasite who got a lucrative contract to supply the army with bacon. A rogue and an informer, he got rich and was forced to run from justice. He saved his money, embraced Arianism, collected a library, and got promoted by a faction to the episcopal throne of Alexandria. When Julian came, AD 361, George was dragged to prison. The prison was burst open by the mob, and George was lynched as he deserved. And this precious knave became in good time St. George of England, patron of chivalry, emblem of victory and civility, and the pride of the best blood of the modern world. Whereon Emerson further remarks that nature trips us up when we strut. It is certainly rather hard for the founder of the St. George Association to be told that his patron was no dragon slayer at all, but the dragon's ally. Mr. Ruskin may be right in contending that whatever may have been the facts, they who made George patron saint of England still meant their homage for a hero, or at any rate not for a rogue. But he is unsatisfactory in his argument that our Saint George was another who died for his faith 70 years before the Bacon contractor. Even if the Ruskin Saint George, said to have suffered under Diocletian, could be shown historical, his was a very commonplace martyrdom compared with that of a bishop torn in pieces by a pagan mob. The distant Christian nations would never have listened to the pagan version of the story, even had it reached them. A bishop so martyred would have been the very man to give their armies a watchword. The martyr was portrayed as a dragon slayer only as a title might be added to the name of one knighted, or the badge of an order set upon his breast. The heraldic device grew into a variant of the common legend which suggests the origin of the mythical George. The magician Athanasius, successively an opponent of Christianity, a convert, and a martyr, is his chief antagonist, and the city of Alexandria appears as the Empress Alexandria, the wife of Diocletian, and herself a convert and a martyr. This sentence from Smith's Dictionary of Greek and Roman Biography tells more than Professor Ruskin's 17th-century authority. The dragon is the same Athanasius whose creed sends forth its anathemas in churches dedicated to the Arian canonized for having slain him. Though it be granted that they who made George of Cappadocia the ideal hero of England really intended their homage for a martyr and hero, it must equally be acknowledged that his halo was clearly drawn from dragonfire. He was a man who had taken to the sword, and by it perished. So much was known and announced in his canonization. He was honored as the victor among the Greeks, therefore today patron of Russia, as protector of crusaders, therefore now patron of England. Thus is he saint of a war waged by the strong against the weak, in interest of a church and priesthood against human freedom. Therefore George was taking the side of the dragon against Christ, restoring the priestly power he had assailed, and delivering up his brave brothers in all history to be nailed to Christianity as a cross. Let George remain. Whether naming fashionable temples or engraved on gold coins, the fictitious dragon slayer will remain the right saint in the right place so long as the real dragon slayer is made to name every power he hated, and to consecrate every lie in whose mouth he darted his spear. Chapter 11. The Dragon's Breath. Medusa phenomena of recurrence the brood of Echidna, and their survival behemoth, and Leviathan the mouth of hell the lambton, Worm Ragnar the lambton doom the worms, orthodoxy the serpent, superstition, and science. Asura has already been mentioned as the most ancient Aryan name for deity. The meaning of it is the breather. It has also been remarked that in the course of time the word came to signify both the good and the evil spirit. What this evil breath meant in nature is told in Leonardo da Vinci's picture of the expiring Medusa, referred to on p. 386, from whose breath noxious creatures are produced. It may have been that the artist meant only to interpret the Gorgon as a personification of the malarious vapors of nature and their organic kindred. If so, he painted better than he knew, and has suggested that fatal vitality of the evil power which raised it to its throne as a principle co-eternal with good. The phenomena of recurrence in things evil made for man the mystery of iniquity. The darkness may be dispersed, but it returns, the storm may clear away, but it gathers again. Inundations, sickly seasons, dog days, cane winds they go and return, the cancer is cut out and grows again, the tyrant may be slain, tyranny survives. The serpent slipping from one skin to another coils steadily into the symbol of endlessness. In another expression, it is the poisonous breath of the dragon. It is this breath that cannot be killed. The special incarnations of it, any temporary brood of it, may be destroyed, but the principle in nature which produces them cannot be exterminated. Dragon fables have this undertone to their brave strain. In the Rig Veda, v32, it is said that when Indra slew Ahi, another more powerful was generated. Isaiah, Roman 14:29 cries, "Rejoice not thou, whole Palestina, because the rod of him that smote thee is broken. For out of the serpent's root shall come forth a cockatrice, and his fruit shall be a fiery flying serpent." Heracles struggles with the giant robber Antaeus, only to find the demon's strength restored by contact with the earth. He kills one head of the Hydra only to see two grow in its place, and even when he has managed to burn away these, the central head is found to be immortal, and he can only hide it under a rock. That one is the self-multiplying principle of evil. The vast brood of Echidna in mythology expresses the brood of evil in nature. Echidna, daughter of Ge and Tartarus, earth and hell-phonetic reappearance of Ahi as half-serpent, half-woman with black eyes, fearful and bloodthirsty. She becomes the mother of fire-breathing Typhon, buried beneath the earth by Jove's lightning when he aspired to scale Olympus, of the dragon that guarded the Hesperian garden of the Sphinx which puzzled and devoured, of three-headed Cerberus of the eagle that preyed on rock-bound Prometheus, of the Nemean lion which Heracles slew, of Chimera, and of Scylla, the monster whom Homer describes sitting between two large rocks waylaying mariners on the way from Italy to Sicily, possessing 12 feet, 6 long necks and mouths, each with 3 rows of rushing teeth. The dragon that Cadmus slew also had terrible teeth, and it will be remembered that when these teeth were sown, they sprang up as armed men. Like them, the ancient dragon myths were also sown, broadcast, in the mental and moral fields, cleared and plowed by a new theology, and they sprang up as dogmas more hard and cruel than the ferocious forces of nature, which gave birth to their ancestral monsters. What the superstitious method of interpreting nature, forced as it is to personify its painful as well as its pleasant phenomena, inevitably results in, finds illustration in the two great lines of tradition, the Aryan and the Semitic, which have converged to form the Christian mythology. The Hebrew personification, Jehovah, originating in a rude period, became invested with many savage and immoral traditions. But when his worshippers had reached a higher moral culture, national sentiment had become too deeply involved with the sovereign majesty of their deity for his alleged actions to be criticized, or his absolute supremacy and omnipotence to be questioned, even to save his moral character. Thus, the rabbins appear to have been at their wits' end to account for the existence of the two great monsters, which had got into their sacred records from an early mythology, Behemoth and Leviathan. Unwilling to admit that Jehovah had created foes to his own kingdom, or that creatures which had become foes to it were beyond his power to control, they worked out a theory that Behemoth and Leviathan were made and preserved by special order of Jehovah to execute his decrees at the messianic day of judgment. They probably corresponded at an earlier period with the griffin, or grabber, and the serpent which bit, guardians at the gate of paradise. But the need of such guards, biters, and spies by the all-powerful, all-seeing Shaddai having been recognized, the monsters had to be rationalized into accord with his character as a retributive ruler. Hence Behemoth and Leviathan are represented as being fattened with the wicked, who die in order to be the food of the righteous during the unsettled times that follow the revelation of the Messiah. Behemoth is Jehovah's cattle on 1,000 hills, P.S. I-10. In Pirk de Rabbi Eliezer, he is described as feeding daily upon 1,000 mountains on which the grass grows again every night, and the Jordan supplies him with drink, as it is said in Job XL. 23, he trusteth that he can draw up Jordan into his mouth. In the Talmud, these monsters are divided into 2 pairs, but are said to have been made barren lest their progeny should destroy the earth. They are kept in the wilderness of Dendain, the mythical abode of the descendants of Cain, east of Eden, for the unique purpose mentioned. But now we may remark the steady progress of these monsters to the bounds of their mythological habitat. There came a time when Behemoth and Leviathan were hardly more presentable than other personified horrors. They too must take the Vele period in the history of mythical, corresponding to extinction in that of actual monsters. The following passage in the Book of Enoch is believed by Professor Drummond to be a later insertion, probably from the Book of Noah, and as early as the middle of the 1st century. In that day 2 monsters shall be divided. A female monster named Leviathan to dwell in the abyss of the sea, above the sources of the waters. But the male is called Behemoth, which occupies with its breast a desolate wilderness named Dendain, on the east of the garden where the elect and righteous dwell, where my grandfather Enoch was taken up, being the 7th from Adam, the first man whom the Lord of the spirits created. And I asked that other angel to show me the might of these monsters, how they were separated in one day, and one was set in the depth of the sea, the other on the firm land of the wilderness. And he spoke to me, Thou son of man, thou desirest in this to know what has been concealed. And the other angel who went with me, and showed me what is in concealment, spake, These 2 monsters are prepared conformably to the greatness of God to be fed, in order that the penal judgment of God may not be in vain. We may thus see that there were antecedents to the sentiment of Aquinas, Bedi in regno celesti, videbunt ponas damnatorum, ut beatitudo illis magis complacet. Or, perhaps, one might say rather to the logic of Aquinas. For though he saw that it would be necessary for souls in bliss to be happy at vision of the damned, or else deficient in bliss, it is said he could hardly be happy from thinking of the irreversible doom of Satan himself. It would appear that only the followers of the Genovan who anticipated his god's hell for Servetus managed to adapt their hearts to such logic, and glory in the endless tortures of their fellow creatures. An eloquent minister in New York, Octavius B. Frothingham, being requested to write out his views on the question of everlasting damnation, began with the remark that he felt somewhat as a sportsman suddenly called upon to hunt the iguanodon. Really, it is Behemoth and Leviathan he was called to deal with. Leviathan transmitted from Jonah to the Middle Ages the idea of the belly of hell, and Behemoth's jaws expanded in the mouth of hell of the miracle plays, and their utility, as described in the Book of Enoch, perhaps originated the doctrine of souls tasting heavenly joys from the agonies of others. The dogma of hell has followed the course of its prototype with precision. It has arrived at just that period when, as in the case of Enoch's inquiring, the investigator finds it has taken the veil. Theologians shake their heads, call it a terrible question, write about free will and sin, but only a few of the fatuous sort confess belief in the old-fashioned hell where the worm dieth not and the fire is not quenched. Let us now take under consideration the outcome of the Aryan dragon, which has traveled far to meet Behemoth in the West. And it is probable that we could not, with much seeking, find an example so pregnant with instruction for our present inquiry as our little Durham folk tale of the Lambton worm. This worm is said to have been slain by Sir Lambton, crusader and ancestor of the Earls of Durham. This young Lambton was a wild fellow. He was fond of fishing in the River Wear, which runs near Durham Castle, and he had an especial taste for fishing there on Sunday mornings. He was profane, and on Sundays, when the people were all going to Mass, they were often shocked by hearing the loud oaths which Lambton uttered whenever he had no rise. One Sunday morning something got hold of his hook, pulled strong, and he made sure of a good trout. What was his disappointment when instead thereof he found at the end of his line a tiny black worm. He tore it off with fierce imprecations and threw it in a well nearby. However, soon after this, the young man joined the Crusaders and went off to the Holy Land, where he distinguished himself by slaying many Saracens. But while he was off there things were going on badly around Durham Castle. Some peasant passing that well into which the youth had cast the tiny black worm looked into it, and beheld a creature that made him shudder, a diabolical big snake with 9 ferocious eyes. A little time only had elapsed before this creature had grown too large for the well to hold it, and it came out and crawled on, making a path of desolation, breakfasting on a village, until it came to a small hill. Around that hill it coiled with 9 coils, each weighty enough to make a separate terrace. One may still see this hill with its 9 terraces, and be assured of the circumstances by peasants residing near. Having taken up its headquarters on this hill, the 9-eyed monster was in the habit of sallying forth every day and satisfying his hunger by devouring the plumpest family he could find, until at length the people consulted an oracle, some say a witch. Others again, a priest-stand, were told that the monster would be satisfied if it were given each day the milk of 9 cows. So 9 cows were got together, and a plucky dairymaid was found to milk the cows and carry it to the dragon. If a single gill of the milk was missing, the monster took a dire revenge upon the nearest village. This was the unpleasant situation which young Lambton found when he returned home from the Crusades. He was now an altered man. He was no longer given to fishing and profanity. He felt keenly that by raising the demon out of the river where he had brought woe upon his neighbors, and he resolved to engage the worm in single combat. But he learned that it had already been fought by several knights and had slain them, while no wounds received by itself availed anything, since, if it were cut in twain, the pieces grew together again. The knight then consulted the oracle, witch, or priest, and was told that he could prevail in the combat on certain conditions. He must provide himself with special armor, all over which must be large razor blades. He must manage to entice the worm into the middle of the river where, in whose waters the combat must take place. And finally, he must vow to slay as a sacrifice the first living thing he should meet after his victory. These conditions having been fulfilled, the knight entered the stream. The dragon, not having received his milk as usual that morning, crawled from his hill seeking whom he might devour, and seeing the knight in the river, went at him. Quickly he coiled around the armor, but its big razors cut him into many sections, and these sections could not piece themselves together again because the current of the river washed them swiftly away. Now observe how this dragon was pieced together mythologically. He is a storm cloud. He begins smaller than a man's hand and swells to huge dimensions. That characteristic of the howling storm was represented in the howling wolf Fenris of Norse mythology, who was a little pet, a sort of lapdog for the gods at first, but when full grown broke the chains that tied him to mountains, and was only fettered at last by the thread finer than cobweb, which was really the sunbeam conquering winter. Then, when this worm was cut in two, the parts came together again. This feature of recurrence is especially characteristic of hydras. In the Egyptian tale of Setnau, Ta-Neferka saw the river snake twice resume its form after he had killed it with his sword. He succeeded the third time by placing sand between the two parts. And what returning floods taught the ancient scribe remained to characterize the dragon encountered by Guy of Warwick, which recovered from every wound by dipping its tail in the well it had guarded. The Lernaean hydra had 9 heads, the Lambton worm 9 eyes and 9 folds, and drank 9 cows' milk. His fondness for the milk of cows connects him straightly with the dragon Vritra, whom Indra slew because he stole Indra's cows, that is, the good clouds, whose milk is gentle rain and do no harm, and shut them up in a cavern to enjoy their milk himself. That is the oldest dragon fable on record, and it is said in the Rig Veda that beneath Indra's thunderbolt the monster broke up into pieces and was washed away in a current of water. Finally, in being destroyed at last by razor blades, the dragon is connected with that slain by Ragnar, in whose armor the sun darts of Apollo had turned to icicles. In the death song of Ragnar Lodbrok, preserved by Olaus Wormius, it is said that King Ella of Northumberland, having captured that terror of the north, 8th cent, ordered him to be thrown into a pit of serpents. His surname, Lodbrok, or Hairbreeches, had been given because of his method of slaying a worm which devastated Gothland, whose king had promised his daughter to the man who should slay the same. Ragnar dressed himself in hairy skins and threw water over the hair, which, freezing, encased him in an armor of ice. The worm, unable to bite through this, was impaled by Ragnar. Another version is that Ragnar killed 2 serpents, which the king of Gothland had set to guard his daughter, but which had grown to such size that they terrified the country. It may be observed that the Lambton story Christianizes the Ragnar legend, showing that to be done in atonement for sin, which in the other was done for love. The Cornish legend of St. Petrox has also taken a hint from Ragnar, and announces the rescue of Christians from the serpent pit in which the pagan hero perished. The icicles reappear on the slayer of the dragon of Wantley, represented by long spikes bristling from his armor. The knight Lambton, remembering his vow to slay as a sacrifice the first living thing he might meet after the combat, had arranged that a dog should be placed where it would attract his eye. But it turned out that his own father came rushing to him. As he could not kill his father, he consulted the oracle again to know what would be the penalty of non-fulfillment of his vow. It was that no representative of the family should die in his bed for 9 generations. The notion is still found in that neighborhood that no Earl of Durham has since then died in his bed. The 9 generations have long passed since any crusading Lambton lived, but several peasants of the district closed their narrative with, strange to say, no Earl of Durham has died in his bed. At the castle I talked with a servant on the estate while looking at the old statues of the knight, worm, and dairymaid, all kept there, and he told me he had heard that the late Earl, as death drew nigh, asked to sit up insisted and died in a chair. If there be any truth in this, it would show that the family itself has some morbid feeling about the legend which has been so long told them with pride. The old well from which the little worm emerged a monster is now much overgrown, but I was told that it was for a long time a wishing well, and the pins cast in by rustics may still be seen at the bottom of it. Pins are the last offerings at the worm's well, wishes its last prayers, but where go now the coins and the prayers? To propitiate a power and commute a doom resting upon much the same principles as those represented in the Lambton legend. A community desolated because one man is sinful miniatures, a world's doom for Adam's sin. The demand of a human sacrifice is more clear in the Sockburn story, where Kinnears offered up his only son to the Holy Ghost in the parish church before engaging the dragon, that being a condition of success prescribed by the oracle or sibyl. This claim of the infernal powers represented by the worm many-eyed, all-seeing cannot be set aside. Lambton's filial love may resist it only to have it pass as the hereditary doom of his family, representing an imputed sin. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, and visit the sins of the fathers on the children unto the third and fourth generation. There are processes of this kind in nature, hereditary evils, transmitted diseases and disgraces, and afflictions of many through the offenses of one. But a fearful nemesis follows the deification and adoration of them. How can I be happy in heaven, said a tender-hearted lady to her clerical adviser, when I must see others in hell? You will be made to see that it is all for the best. If I am to be made so heartless, I prefer to go to hell. This genuine conversation reports the doom of all deities whose extension is in dragons. Hell implies a dragon as its representative and ruler. Theology may induce the abject and cowardly to subject their human hearts to the process of induration required for loyalty to such powers, but in the end it makes atheism the only salvation of brave, pure, and loving natures. The dragon's breath has clouded the ancient heavens and blighted the old gods, but the starry ideals they pursue in vain. Behemoth has supplied sirloins to many priesthoods for a long time, but he has at last become too tough even for their teeth, and they feed him less carefully every year. Nay, he is encountered now and then by his professional feeders, and has found even in Westminster Abbey his Guy of Warwick. Nor could this disparate champion daunt a dun cow bigger than elephant, but he, to prove his courage sterling, cut from her enormous side a sirloin. The worms, whether Semitic Leviathan or Aryan dragon, are nearly fossilized as to their ancient form. The sacrifice of Jephthah's daughter to the one, and of young Kinnears to the other, found commutation in the case of man's rescue from Satan by Christ's descent to Hades, and in the substitution of 9 uneasy deaths for the demanded parricide in the Lambton case. And the most direct survival of these may be found in any country lad trying to cure his warts by providing a weed for them to adhere to. Their end in art was in such forms as this starveling creature of Callot's, Fig. 32, whose thin spectacled rider, tilting at St. Anthony, denotes as well the doom of all powers, however lofty, whose majesty requires tali auxilio et istis defensoribus. The dragon passes and leaves a roar of laughter behind him, in which even St. Anthony could now join. But Leviathan and Lambton worm have combined and merged their life in a dogma. It is a dogma as remorseless and voracious as its prototype, and requires to be fed with all the milk of human kindness, or it at once begins to gnaw the foundations of Christendom itself. Christianity rests upon the past work of the worm in paradise, and its present work in hell. It makes no real difference whether man's belief in a universe enmeshed in serpent coils be expressed in the Hindu's cowering adoration of the venomous potentate, or the Christian's imprecation upon it. Fundamentally, it is serpent worship in each case. Vishnu reposes on his celestial serpent. The god of dogma maintains his government by support of the infernal serpent. Fear beheld him appearing in Durham to vindicate the Mass and the Sabbath, but the same fear still sees him in the fiery world punishing Sabbath breakers and blasphemers against his creator and chief. That fear built every cathedral in Christendom, and they must crumble with the phantasm evoked for their creation. The serpent in itself is a perfect type of all evil in nature. It is irreconcilable with the reign of a perfectly good and omnipotent man over the universe. No amount of casuistry can explain its coexistence with anthropomorphic love and wisdom, as all acknowledge when a parallel casuistry attempts to defend any other god than their own from deeds that are, humanly considered, evil. It is just as easy to defend the jealousy and cruelty of Jove, on the ground that his ways are not as our ways, as it is to defend similar tempers in Jehovah. The monster sent by one to devour Prometheus is ethically at one with the snake created by the other to bite the heel of man. Man is saved from the superstitious evolution of the venomous serpent into a dragon by recognizing its real evolution as seen by the eye of science. Science alone can tell the true story of the serpent and justify its place in nature. It forbids man his superstitious method of making a god in his own image, and his egotistic method of judging nature according to his private likes and dislikes, his convenience or inconvenience. Taught by science, man may, with a freedom the barbarian cannot feel, exterminate the serpent. With a freedom the Christian cannot know, he may see in that reptile the perfection of that economy in nature which has ever defended the advancing forms of life. It judges the good and evil of every form with reference to its adaptation to its own purposes. Thus science alone wields the spear of ethereal, and beneath its touch every dragon shrinks instantly to its little shape in nature to be dealt with according to what it is. Chapter 12. Fate. Doors, love, and fate Moira and Moiritha, fates of Aeschylus' divine absolutism, surrendered Jove and Typhon commutation of the demons, share popular fatalism theological fatalism fate, and necessity deification of will metaphysics, past and present. Gustave Doré has painted a picture of love and fate, in which the terrible hag is portrayed towering above the tender Eros, and while the latter is extending the thread as far as he can, the wrinkled hands of destiny are the boundaries of his power, and the fatal shears close upon the joy he has stretched to its inevitable limit. To the ancient mind, these two forms made the two great realms of the universe, their powers meeting in the fruit with a worm at its core, in seeds of death germinating amid the play of life, in all the limitations of man. They are projected in myths of Elysium and Hades, Eden and the serpent, heaven and hell, and their manifold variants. Perhaps there is no one line of mythological development which more clearly and impressively illustrates the forces under which grew the idea of an evil principle than the changes which the personification of fate underwent in Greece and Rome. The Moira, or fate with Homer, is only a secondary cause, if that, and simply carries out the decrees of her father Zeus. Zeus is the real fate. Nevertheless, while this is the Homeric theory or theology, there are intimations. See chapter Roman 27. Part 4 that the real awe of men was already transferred from Zeus to the Erinyes. This foreshadows a change of government. With Hesiod we find, instead of 3 Moirai. They are no longer offspring of Zeus, but, as it were, his cabinet. They do not act independently of him, but when, in pursuance of their just counsels, Zeus issues decrees, the Moirai administer them. Next we find the Moirai of Hesiod developed by other writers into final recorders. They write the decrees of Zeus on certain indestructible tablets, after which they are irrevocable and inevitable. With Aeschylus, we find the Moirai developed into independent and supreme powers above Zeus himself. The chained Prometheus looks not to Zeus, but to fate for his final liberation. Chorus, who then is the guide of necessity? Prometheus, the triform fates and the unforgetting Furies. Cho, is Zeus then less powerful than they? Prom, at least 'tis certain he cannot escape his own doom. Cho, and what can be Zeus' doom but everlasting rule? Prom, this ye may not learn, press it not. Cho, surely some solemn mystery thou hidest. Prom, turn to some other theme, for this disclosure time has not ripened. It must be veiled in deep mystery, for by the keeping of this secret shall come my liberty from base chains and misery. These great landmarks represent successive revolutions in the Olympian government. Absolutism became burthensome. As irresponsible monarch, Zeus became responsible for the woes of the world, and his priests were satisfied to have an increasing share of that responsibility allotted to his counselors, until finally the whole of it is transferred. From that time, the countenance of Zeus, or Jupiter, shines out unclouded by responsibility for human misfortunes and earthly evils. And, on the other hand, the once beautiful fates are proportionately blackened, and they become hideous hags, the aged and lame crones of popular belief in Greece and Rome, every line of whose ugliness would have disfigured the face of Zeus had he not been subordinated to them. Moira means share, and originally, perhaps, meant simply the power that meted out to each his share of life, and of the pains and pleasures woven in it till the term be reached. But as the fates gained more definite personality, they began to be regarded as having also a share of their own. They came to typify all the dark and formidable powers as to their inevitableness. No divine power could set them aside, or more than temporarily subdue them. Fate measured out her share to the remorseless Gorgon as well as to the fairest god. But where destructive power was exercised in a way friendly to man, the fates are put somewhat in the background, and the feat is claimed for some god. Such, in the Prometheus of Aeschylus, is the spirit of the wonderful passage concerning Typhon, rendered with tragic depth by Theodore Buckley. "I commiserated too," says the rock-bound Prometheus, "when I beheld the earth-born inmate of the Cilician caverns, a tremendous prodigy, the hundred-headed impetuous Typhon, overpowered by force, who withstood all the gods, hissing slaughter from his hungry jaws, and from his eyes there flashed a hideous glare as if he would perforce overthrow the sovereignty of Jove. But the sleepless shaft of Jupiter came upon him, the descending thunderbolt breathing forth flame, which scared him out of his presumptuous bravadoes. For having been smitten to his very soul, he was crumbled to a cinder, and thunder-blasted in his prowess. And now, a hapless and paralyzed form, is he lying hard by a narrow frith, pressed down beneath the roots of Aetna. And, seated on the topmost peaks, Vulcan forges the molten masses whence there shall burst forth floods, devouring with full jaws the level fields of fruitful Sicily. With rage such as this shall Typhon boil over in hot artillery of a never-glutted fire-breathing storm. Albeit he hath been reduced to ashes by the thunderbolt of Jupiter." In this passage, we see Jove invested with the glory of defeating a great demon, but we also recognize the demons still under the protection of fate. Destiny must bear that burthen. So was it said in the Apocalypse Satan should be loosed after being bound in the pit 1,000 years, and so Mohammed declared Gog and Magog should break loose with terror and destruction from the mountain prison in which Allah had cast them. The destructive principle had its share, as well as the creative and preservative principles, and could not be permanently deprived of it. Gradually, the fates of various regions and names were identified with the deities, whose interests, gardens, or treasures they guarded. And when some of these deities were degraded, their retainers were still more degraded, while in other cases deities were enabled to maintain fair fame by fables of their being betrayed and their good intentions frustrated by such subordinates. Thus we find a certain notion of technical and official power investing such figures as Satan, Ahriman, Iblis, and the dragon, as if the upper gods could not disown or reverse altogether the bad deeds done by these commissioners. But the large though limited degree of control necessarily claimed for the greatest and best gods had to be represented theologically. Hence there was devised a system of commutation. The demon or dragon, though abusing his power, could not have it violently withdrawn, but might be compelled to accept some sacrifice in lieu of the precise object sought by his veracity. These substitutions are found in every theological system, and to apply them to individuals constitutes the raison d'être of every priesthood. In the progress towards civilization, the substitutes diminish in value, and finally, they become merely nominal and ceremonial in effigy of a man instead of the man, or wine instead of blood. At first, the commutation was often in the substitution of persons of lower for others of higher rank, as when slaves or wives were, or are, sacrificed to assure paradise to the master or husband. Thus, death is allowed to take Alcestis instead of Admetus. A higher degree of civilization substitutes animals for human victims. In keeping with this is the legend of Christ's sending demons out of 2 men into a herd of swine, which, again, is referable to the same class of ideas as the legend that followed concerning Jesus himself as a vicarious offering. Mankind in this case being the herd, as compared with the son of a god, and the transfer of the satanic power from the human race to himself, for even a little time, being accepted in theology as an equivalent, on account of the divine dignity of the being who descended into hell. It was some time, however, before theology worked out this theory as it now stands, the candid fathers having rejoiced in the belief that the contract for commutation on its face implied that Christ was to remain forever in hell, Satan being outwitted in this. The ancient Babylonian charms often end with the refrain, "May the enchantment go forth, and to its own dwelling place betake itself." Every evil spirit was supposed to have an appropriate dwelling, as in the case of Judas, into whom Satan entered, and of whom it is said he by transgression fell, that he might go to his own place. Very ingenious are some of the ancient speculations concerning the habitations and congenial resorts of demons. In some regions, the color of a disease on the skin is supposed to indicate the tastes of the demon causing it, and the spells of exorcism end by assigning him to something of the same hue. The demon of jaundice is generally consigned to the yellow parrots, and inflammation to the red or scarlet weeds. Their colors are respected. Humanity is little considered in the Eastern formulas of this kind, and it is pretty generally the case that in praying against plague or famine, populations are often found selecting a tribe to which their trouble is adjured to betake itself. May Ninsigil, says a Babylonian exorcism, turn her face towards another place. May the noxious spirit go forth and seize another. May the female cherub and the female demon settle upon his body. May the king of heaven preserve. May the king of earth preserve. So is it in regions and times which we generally think of as semi-barbarous. But every now and then communities, which fancy themselves civilized and enlightened, are brought face to face with the popular fatalism in its pagan form, and are shocked thereat, not remembering that it is equally the dogma of vicarious satisfaction or atonement. A lady residing in the neighborhood of the Tronsee, Austria, informs me that recently 2 men were nearly drowned in that lake, being rescued at the last moment and brought to life with great difficulty. But this incident, instead of causing joy among the neighbors of the men, excited their displeasure. And this not because the rescued were at all unpopular, but because of a widespread notion that the destinies required 2 lives, that they would have to be presently satisfied with 2 others, and that since the agonies of the drowning men had passed into unconsciousness, it would have been better to surrender the selected victims to their fate. At Elsinore, in Denmark, when the sea moans, it is said to want somebody, and it is generally the case that some story of a person just drowned circulates afterwards. While the early mythological forms of the fates diminish and pass away as curious superstitions, they return in metaphysical disguises. They gather their kindred in primitive sciences and cosmogonies, and finding their old home swept free of pagan demons, and, garnished with philosophically phrases, they enter as grave theories. But their subtlety and their sting is with them, and the last state of the house they occupy is worse than the first. Yes, worse. For all that man ever won of courage or moral freedom, by conquering his dragons in detail, he surrenders again to the phantom forces they typified when he gives up his mind to belief in a power not himself that makes for evil. The terrible conclusion that evil is a positive and imperishable principle in the universe carries in it the poisonous breath of every dragon. It lurks in all theology which represents the universe as an arena of struggle between good and evil principles, and human life as a war of the soul against the flesh. It animates all the pious horrors which identify materialism with wickedness. It nestles in the mind which imagines a personal deity opposed by any part of nature. It coils around every heart which adores absolute sovereign will, however apotheosist. All of these notions, most of all belief in a supreme arbitrary will, are modern disguises of fate. And belief in fate is the one thing fatal to human culture and energy. The notion of fate, fatum, the word spoken, carries in it the conception of arbitrariness in the universe, of power deliberately exerted without necessary reference to the nature of things, and it is precisely opposed to that idea of necessity taught by science, which is another name for the supremacy of law. Happily, the notion of a universe held at the mercy of a personal decree is suicidal in a world full of sorrows and agonies, which, on such a theory, can only be traced to some individual caprice or malevolence. However long abject fear may silence the lips of the suffering, rebellion is in their hearts. Every blow inflicted, directly or permissively, by mere will, however omnipotent, every agony that is consciously detached from universal organic necessity, in order that it may be called providential, can arouse no natural feeling in man nobler than indignation. The feeling of a suitor in a court of law, who knows that the adverse judgment that ruins him has no root in the facts or the law, but proceeds from the prejudice or whim of the judge, can be nowise different from that of a mother who sees her son stricken down by death, and hears at his grave that he was consumed by the wrath of a God who might have yielded to her prayer, but refused it. The heart's protest may be throttled for a time by the lingering coil of terror, but it is there, and Christian theologians will be as anxious to protect their deity from it, at whatever cost to his sovereignty, as their predecessors who invented the cabinet of women to relieve Jove from responsibility. Metaphysics which appear to have developed into the art of making things look true in words when their untruth, in fact, has been detected have indeed already set about the task just predicted. Eminent divines are found writing about matter and spirit, freedom and natural law, as solemnly as if all this discussion were new and had never been carried out to its inevitable results. They can only put in Christian or modern phraseology conclusions, which have been reached again and again in the history of human speculation. The various schools of Buddhist and Vedantist philosophy have come by every conceivable route to their fundamental unity of belief in God, soul, and matter. In a pessimist visible nature, an ideal invisible nature, and a human soul held in matter like a frog in a snake's mouth, but able by certain mysterious, mostly metaphysical or verbal, tactics to gain release and pass into a corresponding situation in the deity. As a king, whose son had strayed away from him and lived in ignorance of his father among the Vedas, wild men, will, on discovering his son, exclaim, "Come to me, my darling son," and make him a participator of the happiness he himself enjoys. Even so will the supreme God present himself before the soul when in distress the soul enmeshed in the net of the 5 Vedas senses, and, severing that soul from passum matter, assimilate it to himself and bless it at his holy feet. It is too late for man to be interested in an omnipotent personality, whose power is mysteriously limited at the precise point when it is needed, and whose moral government is another name for man's own control of nature. Nevertheless, this Oriental pessimism is the pollen theory of matter, and it is the speculative protoplasm out of which has been evolved, in many shapes, that personification which remains for our consideration, the devil. Part 4. The Devil. Chapter 1. Diabolism. Dragon and devil distinguish dragons' wings war in heaven expulsion, of serpents' dissolution, of the dragon theological origin, of the devil ideal and actual devil dogma debasement, of ideal persons transmigration of phantoms. We are all nothing other than wills, says St. Augustine, and he adds that of the good and bad angels the nature is the same, the will different. In harmony with this, John Beaumont says, "A good desire of mind is a good God," to which all the mythology of evil adds, "A bad desire of mind is a devil." Every personification of an evil will looks beyond the outward phenomena of pain and conceives a heart that loves evil, a spirit that makes for wickedness. At this point, a new element altogether enters. The physical pain incidentally represented by the demon, generalized and organized into a principle of harmfulness in the dragon, begins now to pass under the shadow cast by the ascending light of man's moral nature. Man becomes conscious of moral and spiritual pains. They may be still imaginatively connected with bodily agonies, but these drop out of the immediate conception, disappear into a distant future, and are even replaced by the notion of an evil symbolized by pleasure. The fundamental difference between either a demon or dragon and a devil may be recognized in this. We never find the former voluntarily bestowing physical pleasure or happiness on man, whereas it is a chief part of the notion of a devil that he often confers earthly favors in order to corrupt the moral nature. There are, indeed, apparent exceptions to this theorem, presented in the Agatho dragons, which have already been considered in our chapter on the basilisk. But the reader will observe that there is no intimation in such myths of any malign ulterior purpose in the good omens brought by those exceptional monsters, and that they are really forms of malevolent power, whose afflictive intent is supposed to have been vanquished by the superior might of the heroes or saints to whose glory they are reluctantly compelled to become tributary. Undoubtedly, the dragon attended this moral and religious development of man's inward nature very far, and still occupies, as at once prisoner and jailer in the underworld, a subordinate relation to it. In the long process, he has undergone certain transformations, and in particular his attribute of wings, if not derived from the notion of his struggle against holier beings, seems to have been largely enhanced thereby. The exceptional wings given to serpents in Greek art, those, for instance, which draw Demeter and Persephone in their chariot, are trifling as compared with the fully developed wings of our conventional dragon of the Christian era. Such wings might have been developed occasionally to denote the flying cloud, the fire-breathing storm, or explain how some Rahu was enabled to pursue the sun and moon and swallow them temporarily in the phenomena of eclipse. But these wings grew to more important dimensions when they were caught up into the Semitic conception of winged genii and destroying angels, and associated with an ambitious assault on heaven and its divine or angelic occupants. There was war in heaven, says the Apocalypse. The traditional descriptions of this war follow pretty closely, in dramatic details, other and more ancient struggles which reflect man's encounters with the hardships of nature. In those encounters, man imagined the gods descending earthward to mingle in the fray. But even where the struggle mounted highest, the scenery is mainly terrestrial, and the issues those of place and power, the dominion of visible light established above darkness, or of a comparatively civilized over a savage race. The wars between the Devas and Asuras in India, the Devs and Ahuras in Persia, Buddha and the Nagas in Ceylon, Garura and the serpent men in the north of India, gods and frost giants in Scandinavia, still concern man's relation to the fruits of the earth, to heat and frost, to darkness or storm and sunshine. But some of these at length find versions which reveal their tendency towards spiritualization. The differences presented by one of these legends, which has survived among us in nearly its ancient form from the same which remains in a partly mystical form, will illustrate the transitional phase. Thus, Garura expelling the serpents from his realm in India is not a saintly legend. This exterminator of serpents is said to have compelled the reptile race to send him one of their number daily that he might eat it, and the rationalized tradition interprets this as the prince's cannibalism. The expulsion of Nagas or serpents from Ceylon by Buddha, in order that he might consecrate that island to the holy law, marks the pious accentuation of the fable. The expulsion of snakes from Ireland by St. Patrick is a legend conceived in the spirit of the curse pronounced upon the serpent in Eden. But in this case, the modern myth is the more primitive morally, and more nearly represents the exploit of Garura. St. Patrick expels the snakes that he may make Ireland a paradise physically, and establish his reputation as an apostle by fulfilling the signs of one named by Christ. And in this particular, it slightly rises above the Hindu story. In the case of the serpent cursed in Eden, a further moralization of the conflict is shown. The serpent is not present in Eden, as in the realms of Garura and St. Patrick, for purposes of physical devastation or pain, but to bestow a pleasure on man with a view to success in a further issue between himself and the deity. Yet in this Eden myth, the ancient combat is not yet fairly spiritualized, for the issue still relates, as in that between the Devas and Asuras, to the possession of a magical fruit which by no means confers sanctity. In the apocalyptic legend of the war in heaven, the legend has become fairly spiritualized. The issue is no longer terrestrial, it is no longer for mere power. The dragon is arrayed against the woman and child, and against the spiritual salvation of mankind, of whom he is accuser and deceiver. Surely nobody could be deceived by a great fiery red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns. In this vision, the dragon is pressed as far as the form can go in the symbolization of evil. To devour the child is its legitimate work, but as accuser of the brethren before God day and night, the monstrous shape were surely out of place by any mythologic analogy, and one could hardly imagine such a physiognomy capable of deceiving the whole world. It is not wonderful, therefore, that the dragon's presence in heaven is only mentioned in connection with his fall from it. It is significant that the wings are lost in this fall, for while his angelic relationship suggests the previous wings, the woman is able to escape the fallen monster by the 2 wings given her. Wingless now, the old serpent, once more, the monster's shape has no adaptation to the moral and religious struggle which is to ensue. For his shape is a method, and it means the perfection of brute force. That, indeed, also remains in the sequel of this magnificent myth. As in the legend of the Hydra 2 heads spring up in place of that which falls, so in this Christian legend out of the overthrown monster, henceforth himself concealed, 2 arise from his inspiration. The 7-headed, 10-horned beast who continues the work of wrath and pain, but also a lamb-like beast with only 2 horns, far less terrible, and able to deceive by his miracles, for he is even able to call down fire from heaven. The ancient serpent dragon, the expression of natural pain, thus goes to pieces. His older part remains to work mischief and hurt, and the cry is uttered, "Be merry, ye heavens, and ye that tabernacle in them, woe to the earth and the sea. For the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath because he knows that he has a short time." But there is a lamb-like part of him too, and his relation to the dragon is only known by his voice. This subtle adaptation of the symbol of external pain to the representation of the moral struggle, wherein the hostile power may assume deceptive forms of beauty and pleasure, is only one impressive illustration of the transfer of human conceptions of evil from outward to inward nature. The transition is from a malevolent, fatal principle of harmfulness to the body to a malevolent, fatal principle of evil to the conscience. The demon was natural, the dragon was both physical and metaphysical, the devil was and is theological. In the primitive Zoroastrian theology, where the devil first appears in clear definition, he is the opponent of the good mind, and the combat between the two, Ormuzd and Ahriman, is the spiritualization of the combat between light and darkness, pain and happiness in the external world. As these visible antagonists were supposed to be exactly balanced against each other, so are their spiritual correlatives. The two minds are described as twins. Those old spirits who are twins made known what is good and what is evil in thoughts, words, and deeds. Those who are good distinguished between the two, not so those who are evildoers. When these two spirits came together, they made first life and death, so that there should be at last the most wretched life for the bad, but for the good blessedness. Of these two spirits, the evil one chose the worst deeds. The kind spirit, he whose garment is the immovable sky, chose what is right. This metaphysical theory follows closely the primitive scientific observations on which it is based. It is the cold of the cold, the gloom of the darkness, the sting of death, translated into some order for the intellect which, having passed through the dragon, we find appearing in this Persian devil. And against his blackness, the glory of the personality from whom all good things proceed shines out in a splendor no longer marred by association with the evil side of nature. Ormuzd is celebrated as father of the pure world, who sustains the earth and the clouds that they do not fall, and has made the kindly light and the darkness, the kindly sleep and the awaking. At every step being suggested the father of the impure world, the unkindly light, darkness, or sleep. The ecstasy which attended man's first vision of an ideal life defied the contradictory facts of outward and inward nature. So soon as he had beheld a purer image of himself rising above his own animalism, he must not only regard that animalism as an instigation of a devil, but also the like of it in nature. And this conception will proceed pari passu with the creation of pure deities in the image of that higher self. There was as yet no philosophy demanding unity in the cosmos, or forbidding man to hold as accursed so much of nature as did not obviously accord with his ideals. Mr. Edward B. Tyler has traced the growth of animism from man's shadow and his breathing. Sir John Lubbock has traced the influence of dreams in forming around him a ghostly world. Mr. Herbert Spencer has given an analysis of the probable processes by which this invisible environment was shaped for the mental conception in accordance with family and social conditions. But it is necessary that we should here recognize the shadow that walked by the moral nature, the breathings of religious aspiration, and the dreams which visited a man whose moral sense was so generally at variance with his animal desires. The code established for the common good, while necessarily having a relation to every individual conscience, is a restriction upon individual liberty. The conflict between selfishness and duty is thus inaugurated. It continues in the struggle between the law and the members and the law and the spirit, which led Paul to beat his body, hypopaixamai, to keep it in subjection. It passes from the Latin poet to the Englishman, who turns his experience to a rune. I see the right, and I approve it to condemn the wrong, and yet the wrong pursue. As the light which cast it was intense, even so intense was the shadow it cast beneath all it could not penetrate. Passionate as was the saintliest man's love of good, even so passionate was his spiritual enemy's love of evil. High as was the azure vault that mingled with his dreams of purity, so deep was the abyss beneath his lower nature. The superficial equalities of phenomena, painful and pleasurable, to his animal nature, had cast the mold into which his theories of the inward and the moral phenomena must be cast. And thus, man in an august moment surrendered himself to the dreadful conception of a supreme principle of wickedness. Wherever good was, there stood its adversary. Wherever truth, there its denier. No light shone without the dark presence that would quench it. Innocence had its official accuser, virtue its accomplished tempter, peace its breaker, faith its disturber and mocker. Nay, To this impersonation was added the last feature of fiendishness, a nature which found its supreme satisfaction in ultimately torturing human beings for the sins instigated by himself. It is open to question how far any average of mankind really conceived this theological dogma. Easy as it is to put into clear verbal statement, readily as the analogies of nature supply arguments for, and illustrations of a balance between moral light and darkness, love and hatred. Yet is man limited in subjective conceptions to his own possibilities, and it may almost be said that to genuinely believe in an absolute fiend, a man would have to be potentially one himself. But any human being, animated by causeless and purposeless desire to inflict pain on others, would be universally regarded as insane, much more one who would without motive corrupt as well as afflict. Even theological statements of the personality of evil and what that implies are rare. The following is brave enough to be put on record apart from its suggestiveness. It cannot be denied that as there is an inspiration of holy love, so is there an inspiration of hatred or frantic pleasure, with which men surrender themselves to the impulses of destructiveness. And when the popular language speaks of possessions of Satan, of incarnate devils, there lies at the bottom of this the grave truth that men, by continued sinning, may pass the ordinary limit between human and diabolic depravity, and lay open in themselves a deep abyss of hatred which, without any mixture of self-interest, finds its gratification in devastation and woe. On this, it may be said that the popular commentary on cases of the kind is contained in the very phrase alluded to, possession, the implication being that such disinterested depravity is nowise possible within the range of simple human experience and, in modern times, possessions are treated in asylums. Morbid conditions, however, are of such varied degrees that it is probable many have imagined a being in whom their worst impulses are unrestrained, and thus there have been sufficient popular approximations to an imaginative conception of a devil to enable the theological dogma, which few can analyze, to survive. It must not be supposed, however, that the moral and spiritual ideals to which allusion has just been made are normally represented in the various devils which we have to consider. It is the characteristic of personifications, whether celestial or infernal, to supersede gradually the ideas out of which they spring. As in the fable of Agni, who is said to have devoured his parents when he was born, a metaphor of fire consuming the two sticks which produce it, religious history shows both deities and devils, by the flame of personal devotion or hatred they engender, burning up the ideas that originate them. When instead of unconscious forces and inanimate laws working to results called good and evil, men see great personal wills engaged in personal conflict, the universe becomes a government of combat. The stars of heaven, the angels and the imps, men and women, the very plants and animals, are caught up in the battle, to be marshaled on one side or the other. And in the military spirit and fury of the struggle, the spiritual ideals become as insignificant beneath the phantom hosts they evoked as the violets and daisies which an army tramples in its march. There is little difference at last between the moral characteristics of the respective armies of Ormuzd and Ahriman, Michael and Satan. Their strategy and ferocity are the same. Wherever the conception is that of a universe divided into hostile camps, the appropriate passions are kindled, and in the thick of the field, where cruelty and gentleness met, is seen at last a horned beast confronted by a horned lamb. On both sides is exaltation of the horn. We need only look at the outcome of the gentle and lowly Jesus through the exigencies of the church militant to see how potent are such forces. Although lay Christians of ordinary education are accustomed to rationalize their dogmas as well as they can, and dwell on the loving and patient characteristics of Jesus, the horns which were attached to the brow of him who said, "Love your enemies," by ages of Christian warfare remain still in the Christ of theology, and they are still depended on to overawe the sinner. In an Orthodox family with which I have had some acquaintance, a little boy who had used naughty expressions of resentment towards a playmate was admonished that he should be more like Christ, who never did any harm to his enemies. "No," answered the wrathful child, "but he's going to." As in demonology, we trace the struggles of man with external obstructions, and the phantasms in which these were reflected until they were understood or surmounted, We have now to consider the forms which report human progression on a higher plane, that of social, moral, and religious evolution. Creations of a crude theology, in its attempt to interpret the moral sentiment, the devils to which we now turn our attention have multiplied as the various interests of mankind have come into relations with their conscience. Every degree of ascent of the moral nature has been marked by innumerable new shadows cast athwart the mind and the life of man. Every new heaven of ideas is followed by a new earth, but ere this conformity of things to thoughts can take place, struggles must come, and the old demons will be recalled for new service. As time goes on, things new grow old, the fresh issues pass away, their battlefields grow cold. Then the brood of superstition must flit away to the next field where carrion is found. Foul and repulsive as are these vultures of the mind organisms of moral sui generis, one of them is a witness to the victories of mankind over the evils they shadow, and to the steady advance of a new earth which supplies them no habitat but the archaeologist's page. Chapter 2. The second best. Respect for the devil. Primitive atheism, idealization, birth of new gods, diabolized compromise between new gods and old foreign deities degraded their utilization. A lady residing in Hampshire, England, recently said to a friend of the present writer, both being mothers, "Do you make your children bow their heads whenever they mention the devil's name?" "I do," she added solemnly. "I think it's safer." This instance of reverence for the devil's name, occurring in a respectable English family, may excite a smile. But if my reader has perused the 3rd and 4th chapters, part 1 of this work, in which it was necessary to state certain facts and principles which underlie the phenomena of degradation in both demonology and devil-lore, he will already know the high significance of nearly all the names which have invested the personifications of evil. And he will not be surprised to find their original sanctity, though lowered, sometimes, surviving in such imaginary forms after the battles in which they were vanquished have passed out of all contemporary interest. If, for example, instead of the devil, whose name is uttered with respect in the Hampshire household, any theological bogey of our own time were there mentioned, such as atheist, it might hardly receive such considerate treatment. The 2 chapters just referred to anticipate much that should be considered at this point of our inquiry. It is only necessary here to supplement them with a brief statement, and to some extent a recapitulation, of the processes by which degraded deities are preserved to continue through a structural development and fulfill a necessary part in every theological scheme, which includes the conception of an eternal difference between good and evil. Every personification, when it first appears, expresses a higher and larger view. When deities representing the physical needs of mankind have failed, as they necessarily must, to meet those needs, atheism follows, though it cannot for a long time find philosophical expression. It is an atheism ad hoc, so to say, and works by degrading particular gods instead of by constructing antitheistic theories. Successive dynasties of deities arise and flourish in this way, each representing a less arbitrary relation to nature, peril lying in that direction and a higher moral and spiritual ideal, this being the stronghold of deities. It is obvious that it is far easier to maintain the theory that prayers are heard and answered by a deity if those prayers are limited to spiritual requests, than when they are petitions for outward benefits, by giving over the cruel and remorseless forces of nature to the devil, to this or that personification of them, who, as gods, had been appealed to in vain to soften such forces. The more spiritual God that follows gains in security as well as beauty what he surrenders of empire and omnipotence. This law, illustrated in our chapter on fate, operates with tremendous effect upon the conditions under which the old combat is spiritualized. An eloquent preacher has said, Hawthorne's fine fancy of the youth who ascribed heroic qualities to the stone face on the brow of a cliff, thus converting the rocky profile into a man, and, by dint of meditating on it with admiring awe, actually transferred to himself the moral elements he worshipped, has been made fact 1,000 times, is made fact every day, by earnest spirits who by faithful longing turn their visions into verities and obtain live answers to their petitions to shadows. However imaginary may be the benedictions so derived by the worshipper from his image, they are most real as they redound to the glory and power of the image. The crudest personification, gathering up the sanctities of generations, associated with the holiest hopes, the best emotions, the profoundest aspirations of human nature, may be at length so identified with these sentiments that they all seem absolutely dependent upon the image they invest. Every criticism of such a personification, then, seems like a blow aimed at the moral laws. If educated men are still found in Christendom discussing whether morality can survive the overthrow of such personifications, and whether life were worth living without them, we may readily understand how, in times when the social, ethical, and psychological sciences did not exist at all that human beings valued seemed destined to stand or fall with the person supposed to be their only keystone. But no personage, however highly throned, can arrest the sun and moon or the mind and life of humanity. With every advance in physical or social conditions, moral elements must be influenced. Every new combination involves a recast of experiences and presently of convictions. Henceforth, the deified image can only remain as a tyrant over the heart and brain which have created it. Creatura un tempo e tyranno de alium, de cui soltanto eb nomi et aspedi e regno e altari. This personification, thus, at once man's creature and his tyrant, is objectively a name. But as it has been invested with all that has been most sacred, it is inevitable that any name raised against it shall be equally associated with all that has been considered basest. This also must be personified, for the same reason that the good is personified, and as names are chiefly hereditary, it pretty generally happens that the title of some fallen and discredited deity is advanced to receive the new anathema. But what else does he receive? The new ideas, the growing ideals and the fresh enthusiasms are associated with some fantastic shape with anathematized name evoked from the past, and thus a portentous situation is reached. The worshippers of the new image will not accept the bad name and its base associations. They even grow strong enough to claim the name and altars of the existing order and give battle for the same. Then occurs the demoralization, literally speaking, of the older theology. The personification reduced to struggle for its existence can no longer lay emphasis upon the moral principles it had embodied, these being equally possessed by their opponents. Nay, its partisans manage to associate with their holy name so much bigotry and cruelty that the innovators are at length willing to resign it. The personal loyalty, which is found to continue after loyalty to principles has ceased, proceeds to degrade the virtues once reverenced when they are found connected with a rival name. He casteth out devils through Beelzebub is a very ancient cry. It was heard again when Tertullian said, Satan is God's ape. St. Augustine recognizes the similarity between the observances of Christians and pagans as proving the subtle imitativeness of the devil. The phenomena referred to are considered elsewhere, but, in the present connection, it may be remarked that this readiness to regard the same sacrament as supremely holy or supremely diabolical, as it is celebrated in honor of one name or another, accords closely with the reverence or detestation of things more important than sacraments, as they are, or are not, consecrated by what each theology deems official sanction. When sects talk of mere morality, we may recognize in the phrase the last faint war cry of a god from whom the spiritual ideal has passed away, and whose name even can survive only through alliance with the new claimant of his altars. While the new gods were being called devils, the old ones were becoming such. The victory of the new ideal turns the old one to an idol. But we are considering a phase of the world when superstition must invest the new as well as the old, though in a weaker degree. A new religious system prevails chiefly through its moral superiority to that it supersedes. But when it has succeeded to the temples and altars consecrated to previous divinities, when the ardor of battle is over and conciliation becomes a policy as well as a virtue, the old idol is likely to be treated with respect and may not impossibly be brought into friendly relation with its victorious adversary. He may take his place as the second best, to borrow Goethe's phrase, and be assigned some function in the new theologic regime. Thus, behind the simplicity of the Hampshire lady instructing her children to bow at mention of the devil's name, stretch the centuries in which Christian divines have as warmly defended the existence of Satan as that of God himself. With sufficient reason, that infernal being, sometime God's ape and rival, was necessarily developed into his present position and office of agent and executioner under the divine government. He is the great second best. And it is a strange hallucination to fancy that, in an age of peaceful inquiry, any divine personification can be maintained without this patient goat, who bears blame for all the faults of nature, and who relieves divine love from the odium of supplying that fear which is the mother of devotion at least in the many millions of illogical eyes into which priests can still look without laughing. Such, in brief outline, has been the interaction of moral and intellectual forces operating within the limits of established systems and of the nations governed by them. But there are added factors, intensifying the forces on each side, when alien are brought into rivalry and collision with national deities. In such a contest, besides the moral and spiritual sentiments and the household sanctities which have become intertwined with the internal deities, national pride is also enlisted, and patriotism. But on the other side is enlisted the charm of novelty and the consciousness of fault and failure in the home system. Every system imported to a foreign land leaves behind its practical shortcomings, puts its best foot forward, namely, its theoretical footend has the advantage of suggesting a way of escape from the existing routine which has become oppressive. Napoleon I said that no people profoundly attached to the institutions of their country can be conquered, but what people are attached to the priestly system over them. That internal dissatisfaction which, in secular government, gives welcome to a dashing Corsican or a Prince of Orange has been the means of introducing many an alien religion and giving to many a prophet the honor denied him in his own country. Buddha was a Hindu, but the triumph of his religion is not in India. Zoroaster was a Persian, but there are no Parsis in Persia. Christianity is hardly a colonist even in the native land of Christ. These combinations and changes were not effected without fierce controversies, ferocious wars, or persecutions, and the formation of many devils. Nothing is more normal in ancient systems than the belief that the gods of other nations are devils. The slaughter of the priests of Baal corresponds with the development of their god into Beelzebub. In proportion to the success of Olaf in crushing the worshippers of Odin, their deity is steadily transformed to a diabolical wild huntsman. But here also the forces of partial recovery, which we have seen operating in the outcome of internal reform, manifest themselves. The vanquished, and for a time outlawed deity, is in many cases subsequently conciliated and given an inferior, and though hateful, a useful office in the new order. Sometimes, indeed, as in the case of the Hindu destroyer Siva, it is found necessary to assign a god, anathematized beyond all power of whitewash, to an equal rank with the most virtuous deity. Political forces and the exigencies of propagandism work many marvels of this kind, which will meet us in the further stages of our investigation. Every superseded god who survives in subordination to another is pretty sure to be developed into a devil. Euphemism may tell pleasant fables about him, priestcraft may find it useful to perpetuate belief in his existence, but all the evils of the universe, which it is inconvenient to explain, are gradually laid upon him and sink him down until nothing is left of his former glory but a shining name. Chapter 3. Ahriman, the Divine Devil. Mr. Irving's impersonation of superstition revolution against pious privilege doctrine of merit's saintly immorality in India pantheon turned Inferno Zendavesta on good and evil Parsi, mythology the combat of Ahriman with Ormuzd optimism Parsi, eschatology final restoration of Ahriman. Anyone who has witnessed Mr. Henry Irving's scholarly and masterly impersonation of the character of Louis, Zai has had an opportunity of recognizing a phase of superstition, which happily it were now difficult to find off the stage. Nothing could exceed the fine realism with which that artist brought before the spectator the perfected type of a pretended religion, from which all moral features have been eliminated by such slow processes that the final success is unconsciously reached, and the horrible result appears unchecked by even any affectation of actual virtue. We see the king at sound of a bell pausing in his instructions for a treacherous assassination to mumble his prayers, and then instantly reverting to the villainy over whose prospective success he gloats. In the secrecy of his chamber, no mask falls, for there is no mask. The face of superstition and vice on which we look is the real face which the ages of fanaticism have transmitted to him. Such a face has oftener been that of a nation than that of an individual, for the healthy forces of life work amid the homes and hearts of mankind long before their theories are reached and influenced. Such a face it was against which the moral insurrection which bears the name of Zoroaster arose, seeing it as physiognomy of the evil mind, naming it Ahriman, and, in the name of the conscience, aiming at it the blow which is still felt across the centuries. Ingenious theorists have accounted for the Iranian philosophy of a universal war between Ormuzd, Ahura Mazda, the good, and Ahriman, Angramanius, the evil, by vast and terrible climatic changes, involving extremes of heat and cold, of which geologists find traces about Old Iran, from which a colony of Aryans migrated to New Iran or Persia. But although physical conditions of this character may have supplied many of the metaphors in which the conflict between good and evil is described in the Avesta, there are other characteristics of that ancient scripture which render it more probable that the early colonization of Persia was, like that of New England, the result of a religious struggle. Some of the gods most adored in India reappear as execrated demons in the religion of Zoroaster. The Hindu word for God is the Parsi word for devil. These antagonisms are not merely verbal. They are accompanied in the Avesta with the most furious denunciations of theological opponents, whom it is not difficult to identify with the priests and adherents of the Brahmin religion. The spirit of the early scriptures of India leaves no room for doubt as to the point at which this revolution began. It was against pious privilege. The saintly hierarchy of India were a caste quite irresponsible to moral laws. The ancient gods, vague names for the powers of nature, were strictly limited in their dispensations to those of their priests. And as to these priests, the chief necessities were ample offerings, sacrifices, and fulfillment of the ceremonial ordinances in which their authority was organized. These were the performances rewarded by a reciprocal recognition of authority. To the image of this political regime, theology, always facile, accommodated the regulations of the gods. The moral law can only live by being supreme, and as it was not supreme in the Hindu pantheon, it died out of it. The doctrine of merits, invented by priests purely for their own power, included nothing meritorious, humanly considered. The merits consisted of costly sacrifices, rich offerings to temples, tremendous penances for fictitious sins, ingeniously devised to aggrandize the penances which disguised power, and prolonged austerities that might be comfortably commuted by the wealthy. When this doctrine had obtained general adherence, and was represented by a terrestrial government corresponding to it, the gods were necessarily subject to it. That were only to say that the powers of nature were obedient to the merits of privileged saints, and from this it is an obvious inference that they are relieved from moral laws binding on the vulgar. The legends which represent this phase of priestly dominion are curiously mixed. It would appear that under the doctrine of merits the old gods declined. Such appears to be the intimation of the stories, which report the distress of the gods through the power of human saints. The Raja Ravana acquired such power that he was said to have arrested the sun and moon, and so oppressed the gods that they temporarily transformed themselves to monkeys in order to destroy him. Though Viswamitra murders a saint, his merits are such that the gods are in great alarm lest they become his menials, and the completeness with which moral considerations are left out of the struggle on both sides is disclosed in the item that the gods commissioned a nymph to seduce the saintly murderer, and so reduce a little the force of his austerities. It will be remembered that the ancient struggle of the Devas and Asuras was not owing to any moral differences, but to an alleged unfair distribution of the ambrosia produced by their joint labors in churning the ocean. The fact that the gods cheated the demons on that occasion was never supposed to affect the supremacy they acquired by the treachery, and it could, therefore, cause no scandal when later legends reported that the demons were occasionally able to take gods captive by the practice of these wonderful merits, which were so independent of morals. One Asura is said to have gained such power in this way that he subjugated the gods, and so punished them that Siva, who had originally endowed that demon, called into being Skanda, a war god, to defend the tortured deities. The most ludicrous part of all is that the gods themselves were gradually reduced to the necessity of competing like others for these tremendous powers. Thus, the Bhagavat Purana states that Brahma was enabled to create the universe by previously undergoing penance for 16,000 years. The legends just referred to are Puranic, and consequently of much later date than the revolution traceable in the Iranian religion, but these later legends are normal growths from Vedic roots. These were the principles of ancient theology and the foundation of priestly government. In view of them, we need not wonder that Hindu theology devised no special devil. Almost any of its gods might answer the purposes of one. Nor need we be surprised that it had no particular hell. Any society organized by the sanctions of religion, but irresponsible to its moral laws, would render it unnecessary to look far for a hell. From this cosmological chaos, the more intelligent Hindus were, of course, liberated. But the degree to which the fearful training had corrupted the moral tissues of those who had been subjected to it was revealed in the bald principle of their philosophers, that the superstition must continue to be imposed on the vulgar, whilst the learned might turn all the gods into a scientific terminology. The first clear and truthful eye that touched that system would transform it from a heaven to an inferno. So was it changed under the eye of Zoroaster. That ancient pantheon which had become a refuge for all the lies of the known world, whose gods were liars and their supporters liars, was now turned into a realm of organized disorder, of systematized wrong, a vast creation of wickedness, at whose center sat its creator and inspirer, the immoral god, the divine devil Ahriman. It is indeed impossible to ascertain how far the revolt against the old Brahmanic system was political. It is, of course, highly improbable that any merely speculative system would excite a revolution. But at the same time, it must be remembered that, in early days, an importance was generally attached to even abstract opinions, such as we still find among the superstitious, who regard an atheistic sentiment as worse than a theft. However this may have been, the Avesta does not leave us in any doubt as to the main fact, namely, that at a certain time and place, man came to a point where he had to confront antagonism to fundamental moral principles, and that he found the so-called gods against him. In the establishment of those principles, priests recognized their own disestablishment. What those moral laws that had become necessary to society were is also made clear. We worship the pure, the Lord of purity. We honor the good spirit, the good kingdom, the good law, all that is good. Evil doctrine shall not again destroy the world. Good is the thought, good the word, good the deed of the pure Zarathustra. In the beginning, the two heavenly ones spoke the good to the evil thus: our souls, doctrines, words, works, do not unite together. These sentences are from the oldest gathas of the Avesta. The following is a very ancient gatha. All your devas, Hindu gods, are only manifold children of the evil mind, and the great one who worships the Sayama of lies and deceits, besides the treacherous acts for which you are notorious in the 7 regions of the earth. You have invented all the evil that men speak and do, which is indeed pleasant to the devas, and is devoid of all goodness, and therefore perishes before the insight of the truth of the wise. Thus you defraud men of their good minds and of their immortality by your evil minds as well by those of the devas, as through that of the evil spirit through evil deeds and evil words, whereby the power of liars grows. One, come near, and listen to the wise sayings of the Omniscient, the songs in praise of the Living One, and the prayers of the Good Spirit, the glorious truths whose origin is seen in the flames. 2, listen therefore to the earth spirit, look at the flames with reverent mind. Every one, man and woman, is to be distinguished according to his belief. Ye ancient powers, watch and be with us. 3, from the beginning there were 2 spirits, each active in itself. They are the good and the bad in thought, word, and deed. Choose ye between them, do good, not evil. 4, and these 2 spirits meet and create the first existence, the earthy, that which is and that which is not, and the last, the spiritual. The worst existence is for the liars, the best for the truthful. 5, of these 2 spirits choose ye one, either the lying, the worker of evil, or the true holiest spirit. Whoso chooses the first chooses the hardest fate, whoso the last honors Ahura Mazda in faith and in truth by his deeds. 6, ye cannot serve both of these 2. An evil spirit whom we will destroy surprises those who deliberate, saying, choose the evil mind. Then do those spirits gather in troops to attack the 2 lives of which the prophets prophesy. 7, and to this earthly life came Armady with earthly power to help the truth and the good disposition. She, the eternal, created the material world, but the spirit is with thee, O wise one. the first of creations in time. 8. When any evil falls upon the spirit, thou, O wise one, givest temporal possessions and a good disposition, but him whose promises are lies and not truth thou punishest. Around the hymns of the Avesta gradually grew a theology and a mythology which were destined to exert a powerful influence on the world. These are contained in the Bundihesh. Anterior to all things and all beings was Zerwain Akron, boundless time, so exalted that he can only be worshipped in silence. From him emanated two pharaohs, spiritual types, which took form in two beings, Ormuzd and Ahriman. These were equally pure, but Ahriman became jealous of his firstborn brother, Ormuzd. To punish Ahriman for his evil feeling, the Supreme Being condemned him to 12,000 years' imprisonment in an empire of rayless darkness. During that period must rage the conflict between light and darkness, good and evil. As Ormuzd had his pre-existing type or pharaoh, so by a similar power much the same as the Platonic logos or word he created the pure or spiritual world, by means of which the empire of Ahriman should be overthrown. On the earth still spiritual, he raised the exceeding high mountain Alborg, Elbur's snow mountain, on whose summit he fixed his throne, whence he stretched the bridge Chinvat, which, passing directly over Dajak, the abyss of Ahriman or hell, reaches to the portal of Goradman or heaven. All this was but a pharaoh world, a prototype of the material world. In anticipation of its incorporation in a material creation, Ormuzd, by emanations, created in his own image 6 amshaspans, or agents of both sexes, to be models of perfection to lower spirits and to mankind, when they should be created and offer up their prayers to himself. The second series of emanations were the Izds, benevolent genii and guardians of the world, 28 in number, of whom the chief is Mithras, the mediator. The third series of emanations were the innumerable pharaohs of things, and men for each must have its soul, which shall purify them in the day of resurrection. In antagonism to all these, Ahriman produced an exactly similar host of dark and evil powers. These devas rise, rank on rank, to their archdevs, each of whom is chained to his planetan. Their head is Ashmog, the two-footed serpent of lies, who seems to correspond to Mithras, the divine mediator. After a reign of 3,000 years, Ormuzd entered on the work of realizing his spiritual emanations in a material universe. He formed the sun as commander-in-chief, the moon as his lieutenant, the planets as captains of a great host, the stars who were soldiers in his war against Ahriman. The dog Sirius he set to watch at the bridge Chinvat, the Milky Way, lest thereby Ahriman should scale the heavens. Ormuzd then created earth and water, which Ahriman did not try to prevent, knowing that darkness was inherent in these. But he struck a blow when life was produced. This was in form of a bull, and Ahriman entered it, and it perished. But on its destruction, there came out of its left shoulder the seed of all clean and gentle animals, and out of its right shoulder man. Ahriman had matched every creation thus far, but to make man was beyond his power, and he had no recourse but to destroy him. However, when the original man was destroyed, there sprang from his body a tree which bore the first human pair, whom Ahriman, however, corrupted in the manner elsewhere described. It is a very notable characteristic of this Iranian theology that although the forces of good and evil are coextensive and formally balanced, in potency they are not quite equal. The balance of force is just a little on the side of the good spirit, and this advantage appears in man. Zoroaster said, "No earthly man with 100-fold strength does so much evil as Mithra with heavenly strength does good." And this thought reappears in the Parsi belief that the one part of paradisiac purity, which man retained after his fall, balances the 99 parts won by Ahriman, and in the end will redeem him. For this one divine ray preserved enables him to receive and obey the Avesta, and to climb to heaven by the stairway of 3 vast steps: pure thought, pure word, pure deed. The optimistic essence of the mythology is further shown in the belief that every destructive effort of Ahriman resulted in a larger benefit than Ormuzd had created. The bull life destroyed, man and animal sprang into being, the man destroyed, man and woman appeared, and so on to the end. In the last quarter of the 12,000 years for which Ahriman was condemned, he rises to greater power even than Ormuzd, and finally he will, by a fiery comet, set the visible universe in conflagration. But while this scheme is waxing to consummation, Ormuzd will send his holy prophet Sosiak, who will convert mankind to the true law, so that when Ahriman's comet consumes the earth, he will really be purifying it. Through the vast stream of melted metals and minerals the righteous shall pass, and to them it will be as a bath of warm milk. The wicked, in attempting to pass, shall be swept into the abyss of Dujak. Having then suffered 3 days and nights, they shall be raised by Ormuzd, refined and purified. Dujak itself shall be purified by this fire, and last of all Ahriman himself shall ascend to his original purity and happiness. Then from the ashes of the former world shall bloom a paradise that shall remain forever. In this system, it is notable that we find the monster serpent of Vedic mythology, Ahi, transformed into an infernal region, Dujak. The dragon, being a type of physical suffering, passes away in Iranian as in the later Semitic mythology before the new form, which represents the stings of conscience, though it may be beneath external pleasure. In this respect, therefore, Ahriman fulfills the definition of a devil already given. In the Avesta, he fulfills also another condition essential to a devil, the love of evil in and for itself. But in the later theology, it will be observed that evil in Ahriman is not organic. The war being over and its fury past, the hostile chief is seen not so black as he had been painted. The belief obtains that he does not actually love darkness and evil. He was thrust into them as a punishment for his jealousy, pride, and destructive ambition. And because that dark kingdom was a punishment therefore not congenial, was at length, the danger past, held to be disciplinary. Growing faith in the real supremacy of good discovers the immoral God to be an exaggerated anthropomorphic egoist. This divine devil is a self-centered potentate who had attempted to subordinate moral law and human welfare to his personal ascendancy. His fate having sealed the sentence on all ambitions of that character, humanity is able to pardon the individual offender, and find a hope that Ahriman, having learned that no real satisfaction for a divine nature can be found in mere power detached from rectitude, will join in the harmony of love and loyalty at last. Chapter 4. Viswamitra, the Theocratic Devil. Priestcraft and Pessimism and Aryan Tetzel, and his Luther Brahmin Frog's evolution of the sacerdotal Saint Viswamitra, the accuser of virtue the Tamil Passion Play. Harishchandra Ordeal, of Goblins the Martyr of Truth Virtue Triumphant over Ceremonial Merits, Harishchandra and Job. Priestcraft in government means pessimism in the creed and despair in the heart. Under sacerdotal rule in India, it seemed paradise enough to leave the world, and the only hell dreaded was a return to it. The twice-born man, says Manu, who shall without intermission have passed the time of his studentship, shall ascend after death to the most exalted of regions, and no more spring to birth again in this lower world. Some clause was necessary to keep the twice-born man from suicide. Buddha invented a plan of suicide in life combined with annihilation of the gods, which was driven out of India because it put into the minds of the people the philosophy of the schools. Thought could only be trusted among classes interested to conceal it. The power and authority of a priesthood can only be maintained on the doctrine that man is saved. By the deeds of a ceremonial law, any general belief that morality is more acceptable to gods than ceremonies must be fatal to those occult and fictitious virtues which hedge about every pious impostor. Sacerdotal power in India depended on superstitions carefully fostered concerning the mystical properties of a stimulating juice, soma, litanies, invocations, and benedictions by priests. Upon sacrifices to the gods, including their priests, austerities, penances, pilgrimages, and the like. One characteristic running through all the performances their utter worthlessness to any being in the universe except the priest. An artificial system of this kind has to create its own materials and evoke forces of evolution from many regions of nature. It is a process requiring much more than the wisdom of the serpent and more than its harmfulness. And there is a bit of nature's irony in the fact that when the Brahmin Rishi gained supremacy, the cobra was also worshipped as belonging to precisely the same caste and sanctity. There are traces of long and fierce struggles preceding this consummation. Even in the Vedic age, in the very dawn of religious history, Tetzel appears with his indulgences, and Luther confronts him. The names they bore in ancient India were Viswamitra and Vasishtha. Both of these were among the 7 powerful rishis who made the hierarchy of India in the earliest age known to us. Both were composers of some of the chief hymns of the Vedas, and their respective hymns bear the stamp of the sacerdotal and the anti-sacerdotal parties which contended before the priestly sway had reached its complete triumph. Viswamitra was champion of the high priestly party and its political pretensions. In the Rig Veda, there are 40 hymns ascribed to him and his family, nearly all of which celebrate the divine virtues of Soma juice and the Soma sacrifice. As the exaltation of the priestly caste in Israel was connected with a miracle, in which the Jordan stopped flowing till the ark had been carried over, so the rivers Sutlej and Rhea were said to have rested from their course when Viswamitra wished to cross them in seeking the Soma. This rishi became identified in the Hindu mind for all time with political priestcraft. On the other hand, Vasishtha became equally famous for his hostility to that power, as well as for his profoundly religious character, the finest hymns of the Vedas, as to moral feeling, being those that bear his name. The anti-sacerdotal spirit of Vasishtha is especially revealed in a strange satirical hymn in which he ridicules the ceremonial Brahmins under the guise of a panegyric on frogs. In this composition occur such verses as these. Like Brahmins at the Soma sacrifice of Adaratra, sitting round a full pond and talking, you, O frogs, celebrate this day of the year when the rainy season begins. These Brahmins with their Soma have had their say, performing the annual rite. These Adhuarius, sweating while they carry the hot pots, pop out like hermits. They have always observed the order of the gods, as they are to be worshipped in the 12th month. These men do not neglect their season. Cow noise gave, goat noise gave, the brown gave, and the green gave us treasures. The frogs, who give us hundreds of cows, lengthened our life in the rich autumn. Viswamitra and Vasishtha appear to have been powerful rivals in seeking the confidence of King Sudas, and from their varying fortunes came the tremendous feud between them which plays so large a part in the traditions of India. The men were both priests, as are both ritualists and broad churchmen in the present day. They were born on the stream of mythologic evolution to representative regions very different from any they could have contemplated. Vasishtha, ennobled by the moral sentiment of ages, appears as the genius of truth and justice, maintaining these as of more merit than any ceremonial perfections. The Brahmins, whom he once ridiculed, were glad enough in the end to make him their patron saint, though they did not equally honor his principles. On the other hand, Viswamitra became the type of that immoral divinity which received its Iranian anathema in Ahriman. The murder he commits is nothing in a personage, whose Soma celebrations have raised him so high above the trivialities of morality. It is easy to see what must be the further development of such a type as Viswamitra, when he shall have passed from the guarded pages of Puranic tradition to the terrible simplicities of folklore. The saint whose majesty is built on merits, which have no relation to what the humble deem virtues, naturally holds such virtues in cynical contempt. Naturally also he is indignant if anyone dares to suggest that the height he has reached by costly and prolonged observances may be attained by poor and common people through the practice of virtue. The next step is equally necessary. Since it is hard to argue down the facts of human nature, Vasishtha is pretty sure to have a strong, if sometimes silent, support for his heretical theory of a priesthood representing virtue. Consequently, Viswamitra will be reduced at length to deny the existence of virtue, and will become the accuser of those to whom virtues are attributed. Finally, from the accuser to the tempter, the transition is inevitable. The public accuser must try and make good his case, and if the facts do not support it, he must create other facts which will, or else bear the last brand of his tribe slanderer. Leaving out of sight all historical or probable facts concerning Viswamitra and Vasishtha, but remembering the spirit of them, let us read the great passion play of the East, in which their respective parts are performed again as intervening ages have interpreted them. The hero of this drama is an ancient king named Harishchandra, who, being childless and consequently unable to gain immortality, promised the god Varuna to sacrifice to him a son if one were granted him. The son having been born, the father beseeches Varuna for respite, which is granted again and again, but stands firmly by his promise, although it is finally commuted. The repulsive features of the ancient legend are eliminated in the drama, the promise now being for a vast sum of money which the king cannot pay, but which Viswamitra would tempt him to escape by a technical fiction. Sir Mudhu Kumara Swami, whose translation I follow, presents many evidences of the near relation in which this drama stands to the religious faith of the people in southern India and parts of Ceylon, where its representation never fails to draw vast crowds from every part of the district in which it may occur, the impression made by it being most profound. We are first introduced to Harishchandra, king of Ayodhya Oudh, in his palace, surrounded by every splendor and by the devotion of his prosperous people. His first word is an ascription to the God of gods. His ministers come forward and recount the wealth and welfare of the nation. The first act witnesses the marriage of Harishchandra with the beautiful princess Chandravati, and it closes with the birth of a son. The second act brings us into the presence of Indra in the abode of the gods. The chief enters the audience hall of his palace, where an assembly of deities and sages has awaited him. These sages are holy men who have acquired supernatural power by their tremendous austerities, and of these the most august is Viswamitra. By the magnitude and extent of his austerities, he has gained a power beyond even that of the triad, and can reduce the worlds to cinders. All the gods court his favor. As the council proceeds, Indra addresses the sages holy men. As gifted with supernatural attributes, you roam the universe with marvelous speed. There is no place unknown to you. I am curious to learn who, in the present times, is the most virtuous sovereign on the earth below. What chief of mortals is there who has never told a lie, who has never swerved from the course of justice? Vasishtha, a powerful sage and family priest of Harishchandra, declares that his royal disciple is such a man. But the more powerful Viswamitra denounces Harishchandra as cruel and a liar. The quarrel between the two rishis waxes fierce, until Indra puts a stop to it by deciding that an experiment shall be made on Harishchandra. Vasishtha agrees that if his disciple can be shown to have told a lie, or can be made to tell one, the fruit of his lifelong austerities and all the power so gained shall be added to Viswamitra, while the latter must present his opponent with half of his merits if Harishchandra be not made to swerve from the truth. Viswamitra is to employ any means whatever, neither Indra or any other interfering. Viswamitra sets about his task of trying and tempting Harishchandra by informing that king that, in order to perform a sacrifice of special importance, he has need of a mound of gold as high as a missile slung by a man standing on an elephant's back. With the demand of so sacred a being, Harishchandra has no hesitation in complying, and is about to deliver the gold when Viswamitra requests him to be custodian of the money for a time, but perform the customary ceremony of transfer. Holding Harishchandra's written promise to deliver the gold whensoever demanded, Viswamitra retires with compliments. Then wild beasts ravage Harishchandra's territory. These being expelled, a demon boar is sent, but is vanquished by the monarch. Viswamitra then sends unchaste dancing girls to tempt Harishchandra, and when he has ordered their removal, Viswamitra returns with them, and, feigning rage, accuses him of slaying innocent beasts and of cruelty to the girls. He declares that unless Harishchandra yields to the pariah damsels, he himself shall be reduced to a pariah slave. Harishchandra offers all his kingdom and possessions if the demand is withdrawn, absolutely refusing to swerve from his virtue. This Viswamitra accepts, is proclaimed sovereign of Ayodhya, and the king goes forth a beggar with his wife and child. But now, as these are departing, Viswamitra demands that mound of gold which was to be paid when called for. In vain, Harishchandra pleads that he has already delivered up all he possesses, the gold included. The last concession is declared to have nothing to do with the first. Yet Viswamitra says he will be charitable, if Harishchandra will simply declare that he never pledged the gold, or, having done so, does not feel bound to pay it, he will cancel that debt. Such a declaration I can never make, replies Harishchandra. I owe thee the gold, and pay it I shall. Let a messenger accompany me, and leave me not, till I have given him thy due. From this time, the efforts of Viswamitra are directed to induce Harishchandra to declare the money not due. Amid his heartbroken people who cry, "Where are the gods? Can they tolerate this?" He who was just now the greatest and happiest monarch in the world goes forth on the highway, a wanderer with his Chandravati and their son Devarata, dressed in coarsest garments. His last royal deed is to set the crown on his tempter's head. The people and officers follow and beg his permission to slay Viswamitra, but he rebukes them and counsels submission. Viswamitra orders a messenger, Nakshatra, to accompany the three wretched ones and inflict the severest sufferings on them until the gold is paid, and amid each ordeal to offer Harishchandra all his former wealth and happiness if he will utter a falsehood. They come to a desert whose sands are so hot that the wife faints. Harishchandra bears his son in his arms, but in addition is compelled to bear Nakshatra, the Brahmin and tormentor, on his shoulders. They so pass amid snakes and scorpions and receive terrible stings. They pass through storm and flood, and yet vainly does Nakshatra suggest the desired falsehood. Then follows the ordeal of demons, which gives an interesting insight into Tamil demonology. One of the company exclaims how frightful they look. Who can face them? They come in battalions, young and old, small and grey tall, welcome us. They disport themselves with a wild dance, flames shoot from their mouths, their feet touch not the earth, they move in the air. Observe you the bleeding corpses of human beings in their hands. They crunch them and feed on the flesh. The place is one mass of gore and filth. Wolves and hyenas bark at them, jackals and dogs follow them. They are near. May Siva protect us. Nakshatra, how dreadful. Harishchandra, what is this? Look, evil demons stare at me, I tremble for my life. Protect me now, and I ask you no more for the gold. Harishchandra, have no fear, Nakshatra. Come, place thyself in the midst of us. Chief of the goblins, men, little men, human vermin, intrude ye thus into my presence. Know that, save only the Brahmin standing in the midst of you, you are all my prey tonight. Harishchandra, goblin, certainly thou art not an evil-doer, for thou hast accepted this holy Brahmin. As for ourselves, we know that the bodies which begin to exist upon earth must also cease to exist on it. What matters it when death comes? If he spares us now, he reserves us only for another season. Good, kind demon, destroy us then together, here we await our doom. Nakshatra, Harishchandra, before you thus desert me, make the goblin promise you that he will not hurt me. Harishchandra, thou hast no cause for alarm, thou art safe. Chief of the goblins, listen, I find that all four of you are very thin, it is not worth my while to kill you. On examining closely, I perceive that the young Brahmin is plump and fat as a wild boar. Give him up to me, I want not the rest. Nakshatra, O gods, O Harishchandra, you are a great monarch. Have mercy on me. Save me, I will never trouble you for the gold, but treat you considerately hereafter. Harishchandra, sir, thy life is safe, stand still. Nakshatra, allow me, sirs, to come closer to you, and to hold you by the hand. He grasps their hands. Harishchandra, king of the goblins, I address thee in all sincerity. Thou wilt confer on us a great favor indeed by dispatching us speedily to the judgment hall of the god of death. The Brahmin must not be touched, devour us. The goblin, grinding his teeth in great fury. What, dare you disobey me? Will you not deliver the Brahmin? Harishchandra, no, we cannot. We alone are thy victims. Having thus withstood all temptation to harm his enemy, or to break a promise he had given to treat him kindly, Harishchandra is again pressed for the gold or the lie, and, still holding out, an ordeal of fire follows. Trusting the god of fire will cease to afflict if one is sacrificed, Harishchandra prepares to enter the conflagration first, and a pathetic contention occurs between him and his wife and son as to which shall be sacrificed. In the end, Harishchandra rushes in, but does not perish. Harishchandra is hoping to reach the temple of Viswanath at Kasi and invoke his aid to pay the gold. To the temple he comes only to plead in vain, and Nakshatra tortures him with instruments. Finally, Harishchandra, his wife and child, are sold as slaves to pay the debt. But Viswamitra, invisibly present, only redoubles his persecutions. Harishchandra is subjected to the peculiar degradation of having to burn dead bodies in a cemetery. Chandravati and her son are subjected to cruelties. The boy is one day sent to the forest, is bitten by a snake, and dies. Chandravati goes out in the night to find the body. She repairs with it to the cemetery. In the darkness, she does not recognize her husband, the burner of the bodies, nor he his wife. He has strictly promised his master that every fee shall be paid, and reproaches the woman for coming in the darkness to avoid payment. Chandravati offers in payment a sacred chain, which Siva had thrown round her neck at birth, invisible to all but a perfect man. Harishchandra alone has ever seen it, and now recognizes his wife. But even now, he will not perform the last rites over his dead child unless the fee can be obtained as promised. Chandravati goes out into the city to beg the money, leaving Harishchandra seated beside the dead body of Devarata. In the street, she stumbles over the corpse of another child and takes it up. it proves to be the infant prince, who has been murdered. Chandravati arrested and dragged before the kingin, a state of frenzy declares she has killed the child. She is condemned to death, and her husband must be her executioner. But the last scene must be quoted nearly in full. Varikvu, Harishandra's master, leading on Chandravati. Slave, this woman has been sentenced by our king to be executed without delay. Draw your sword and cut her head off. Exit. Harishandra, I obey, master, draws the sword and approaches her. Chandravati, coming to consciousness again. My husband, what do I see thee again? I applaud thy resolution, my lord. Yes, let me die by thy sword. Be not unnerved, but be prompt, and perform thy duty unflinchingly. Harishandra, my beloved wife, the days allotted to you in this world are numbered. You have run through the span of your existence. Convicted as you are of this crime, there is no hope for your life. I must presently fulfill my instructions. I can only allow you a few seconds. Pray to your tutelary deities, prepare yourself to meet your doom. Viswamitra, who has suddenly appeared. Harishandra, what are you going to slaughter this poor woman? Wicked man, spare her. Tell a lie even now and be restored to your former state. Harishandra, I pray, my lord, attempt not to beguile me from the path of rectitude. Nothing shall shake my resolution, even though thou didst offer to me the throne of Indra, I would not tell a lie. Pollute not thy sacred person by entering such unholy grounds. Depart, I dread not thy wrath, I no longer court thy favor. Depart. Viswamitra disappears. My love, lo, I am thy executioner. Come, lay thy head gently on this block with thy sweet face turned towards the east. Chandravati, my wife, be firm, be happy. The last moment of our sufferings has at length come, for to sufferings too there is happily an end. Here cease our woes, our griefs, our pleasures. Mark, yet a while, and thou wilt be as free as the vultures that now soar in the skies. This keen saber will do its duty. Thou dead, thy husband dies too, this self-same sword shall pierce my breast. First the child, then the wife, last the husband, all victims of a sage's wrath. I the martyr of truth, thou and thy son martyrs for me, the martyr of truth. Yes, let us die cheerfully and bear our ills meekly. Yes, let all men perish. Let all gods cease to exist. Let the stars that shine above grow dim. Let all seas be dried up. Let all mountains be leveled to the ground. Let wars rage, blood flow in streams. Let millions of Harishandras be thus persecuted. Yet let truth be maintained, let truth ride victorious over all, let truth be the light, truth the guide, truth alone the lasting solace of mortals and immortals. Die, then, O goddess of chastity. Die, at this, the shrine of thy sister goddess of truth. Strikes the neck of Chandravati with great force. The sword, instead of harming her, is transformed into a string of superb pearls, which winds itself around her. The gods of heaven, all sages, and all kings appear suddenly to the view of Harishandra. Siva, the first of the gods. Harishandra, be ever blessed. You have borne your severe trials most heroically, and have proved to all men that virtue is of greater worth than all the vanities of a fleeting world. Be you the model of mortals. Return to your land, resume your authority, and rule your state. Divarata, victim of Viswamitra's wrath, rise. He is restored to life. Rise you, also, son of the king of Kasi, with whose murder you, Chandravati, were charged through the machinations of Viswamitra. He comes to life also. Harishandra, all my misfortunes are of little consequence, since thou, O god of gods, hast deigned to favor me with thy divine presence. No longer care I for kingdom or power or glory. I value not children or wives or relations. To thy service, to thy worship, to the redemption of my erring soul, I devote myself uninterruptedly hereafter. Let me not become the sport of men. The slave of a pariah cannot become a king, the slave girl of a Brahmin cannot become a queen. When once the milk has been drawn from the udder of a cow, nothing can restore the selfsame milk to it. Our degradation, O God, is now beyond redemption. Viswamitra, I pray, O Siva, that thou wouldst pardon my folly. Anxious to gain the wager laid by me before the gods, I have most mercilessly tormented this virtuous king. Yet he has proved himself the most truthful of all earthly sovereigns, triumphing victoriously over me and my efforts to divert him from his constancy. Harishandra, king of kings, I crave your forgiveness. Varikvu, throwing off his disguise. King Harishandra, think not that I am a pariah, for you behold in me even Yama, the god of death. Kalakanda, Chandravati's cruel master, throwing off his disguise. Queen, rest not in the belief that you were the slave of a Brahmin. He to whom you devoted yourself am even I the god of fire, Agni. Vasishtha, Harishchandra, no disgrace attaches to thee nor to the solar race, of which thou art the incomparable gem. Even this cemetery is in reality no cemetery. See, the illusion lasts not, and thou beholdest here a holy grove, the abode of hermits and ascetics. Like the gold which has passed through successive crucibles, devoid of all impurities, thou, O king of Ayodhya, shinest in greater splendor than even yon god of light now rising to our view on the Orient hills. It is morning. Siva, Harishchandra, let not the world learn that virtue is vanquished, and that its enemy, vice, has become the victor. Go, mount yon throne again, proclaim to all that we, the gods, are the guardians of the good and the true. Indra, chief of the gods, accompany this sovereign with all your retinue, and recrown him emperor of Ayodhya. May his reign be long, may all bliss await him in the other world. The plot of this drama has probably done as much and as various duty as any in the world. It has spread like a spiritual banyan, whose branches, taking root, have swelled to such size that it is difficult now to say which is the original trunk. It may even be that the only root they all had in common is an invisible one in the human heart, developed in its necessary struggles amid nature after the pure and perfect life. But neither in the book of Job, which we are yet to consider, nor in any other variation of the theme, does it rise so high as in this drama of Harishchandra. In Job, it represents man loyal to his deity amid the terrible afflictions which that deity permits. But in Harishchandra, it shows man loyal to a moral principle even against divine orders to the contrary. Despite the hand of the licenser, and the priestly manipulations, visible here and there in it, especially towards the close sacerdotalism, stands confronted by its reaction at last, and receives its sentence in the joy with which the Hindu sees the potent rishis with all their pretentious merits, and the gods themselves kneeling at the feet of the man who stands by truth. It is amusing to find the wincings of the priests through many centuries embodied in a legend about Harishchandra after he went to heaven. It is related that he was induced by Narada to relate his actions with such unbecoming pride that he was lowered from Svarga, heaven, one stage after each sentence. But having stopped in time and paid homage to the gods, he was placed with his capital in midair, where eyes sacerdotally actinized may still see the aerial city at certain times. The doctrine of merits will no doubt be able for some time yet to charge good deeds with their own sin pride. But after all, the priest must follow the people far enough to confess that one must look upward to find the martyr of truth. In what direction one must look to find his accuser requires no further intimation than the popular legend of Viswamitra. Chapter 5. Elohim and Jehovah. Deified power giants and Jehovahs manifesto the various Elohim to Jehovahs, and 2 tables contradictions detachment of the Elohim from Jehovah. The sacred books of the Hebrews bring us into the presence of the gods, Elohim, supposed to have created all things out of nothing, nature gods, just as they are in transition to the conception of a single will and personality. Though the plural is used, gods, a singular verb follows. The tendency is already to that concentration, which resulted in the enthronement of one supreme sovereign Jehovah. The long process of evolution which must have preceded this conception is but slightly traceable in the Bible. It is, however, written on the face of the whole world, and the same process is going on now in its every phase. Whether with Gesenius we take the sense of the word Elohim to be the revered, or, with First, the mighty, makes little difference. The fact remains that the word is applied elsewhere to gods in general, including such as were afterwards deemed false gods by the Jews, and it is more important still that the actions ascribed to the Elohim, who created the heavens and the earth, generally reflect the powerful and unmoral forces of nature. The work of creation in Genesis I and Romans 2:1-3 is that of giants without any moral quality whatever. Whether or not we take in their obvious sense the words, Elohim created man in his own image, male and female created he them, there can be no question of the meaning of Romans 6:1-2. The sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men that they were beautiful, and they took to themselves for wives whomsoever they chose. When good and evil come to be spoken of, the name Jehovah at once appears. The Elohim appear again in the flood, the wind that assuaged it, the injunction to be fruitful and multiply, the cloud and rainbow, and gradually, the germs of a moral government begin to appear in their assigning the violence of mankind as reason for the deluge, and in the covenant with Noah. But even after the name Jehovah had generally blended with, or even superseded the other, we find Elohim often used where strength and wonder-working are thought of, e.g., Thou art the God that doest wonders, P.S. LXXV. Thy way is in the sea, and thy path in the great waters, and thy footsteps are not known. Against the primitive nature deities, the personality and jealous supremacy of Jehovah was defined. The golden calf built by Aaron was called Elohim, plural, though there was but one calf. Solomon was denounced for building altars to the same, and when Jeroboam built altars to 2 calves, they are still so called. Other rivals Dagon, Judges Romans 16. Astaroth, Chemosh, Milcom, 1 Kings Roman 11, are called by the once-honored name. The English Bible translates Elohim, God, Jehovah, the Lord, Jehovah Elohim, the Lord God, and the critical reader will find much that is significant in the varied use of these names. Thus, Gen Roman 22. It is Elohim that demands the sacrifice of Isaac, Jehovah that interferes to save him. At the same time, in editing the story, it is plainly felt to be inadmissible that Abraham should be supposed loyal to any other god than Jehovah. So Jehovah adopts the sacrifice as meant for himself, and the place where the ram was provided in place of Isaac is called Jehovah-Jireh. However, when we can no longer distinguish the 2 antagonistic conceptions by different names, their actual incongruity is even more salient, and, as we shall see, develops a surprising result. Jehovah inaugurates his reign by a manifesto against these giants. The Elohim, for whom the special claim clamorously asserted when Aaron built the golden calf, and continued as the plea for the same deity was that they, Elohim, had brought Israel out of Egypt. I, cries Jehovah, am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods but me. And the first 4 commandments of the law are devoted entirely to a declaration of his majesty, his power claiming credit for the creation, his jealous determination to punish his opponents and reward his friends, to vindicate the slightest disrespect to his name. The narrative of the golden calf was plainly connected with Sinai in order to illustrate the first commandment. The punishment of the believers in another divine emancipator, even though they had not yet received the proclamation, must be signal. Jehovah is so enraged that by his order human victims are offered up to the number of 3,000, and even after that, it is said, Jehovah plagued Israel on account of their Elohim worship. In the same direction is the command to keep holy the Sabbath day, because on it he rested from the work of creation, Gen Roman 20. Or because on that day he delivered Israel from Egypt, Deut. V. The editors do not seem to remember exactly which, but it is well enough to say both, for it is taking the 2 picked laurels from the brow of Elohim and laying them on that of Jehovah, in all of which it is observable that there is no moral quality whatever. Nero might equally command the Romans to have no other gods before himself, to speak his name with awe, to rest when he stopped working. In the 5th commandment, arbitrarily ascribed to the first table, we have a transition to the moral code, though even there the honor of parents is jealously associated with Jehovah's greatness, that thy days may be long in the land which Jehovah Elohim giveth thee. The nature gods were equal to that, for the Elohim had begotten the giants who were in the earth in those days. Elohim spake unto Moses and said unto him, I am Jehovah, and I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name of God Almighty El Shaddai, but by my name Jehovah was I not known to them, Exod. Romans 6. 2-3. The ancient gods the Elohim were, in the process of absorption into the one great form, the repository of their several powers, distinguishable, and though for the most part they bear names related to the forces of nature, now and then they reflect the tendencies to humanization. Thus we have the Most High God, El Elyon Gen, Roman 14. 18, the everlasting God, El Elim Gen Roman 21. 33, the jealous God, El Kana Exod. Roman 20. 5, the mighty God and terrible, El Gadol and Nora Deut Roman 7. 21, the living God, El Kaijosh Roman 3. 10, the God of heaven, El Shemim Ps. CXXXVI. 26, the God Almighty, El Shaddai Exod Roman 6. 2. These Elohim, with each of whose names I have referred to an instance of its characteristic use, became epithets, as the powers they represented were more and more absorbed by the growing personality of Jehovah. But these epithets were also characters, and their historic expressions had also to undergo a process of slow and difficult digestion. The all-devouring grandeur of Jehovah showed what it had fed on. Not only all the honors, but many of the dishonors, of the primitive deities adhered to the sovereign, whose rule was no doubt inaugurated by their disgrace and their barbarism. The costliness of the glory of divine absolutism is again illustrated in the evolution of the premature monotheism, which had for its figurehead the dread Jehovah, who, as heir of the nature gods, became responsible for the monstrosities of a tribal demonolatry, thus being compelled to fill simultaneously the roles of the demon and the lawgiver. The two tables of the law, one written by Jehovistic theology, the other by the moral sense of mankind ascribed to this dual deity, for whom unity was so fiercely insisted on, may be read in their outcome throughout the Bible. They are here briefly, in a few examples, set forth side by side. Table of Jehovah, Table of Jehovah, Roman 2. Exod, Roman 33, 27. Slay every exod, Roman 20, 13. Thou shalt not man his brother, every man his kill, companion, and every man his neighbor. Num, Roman 15, 32. While the children exod, Roman 20, 14. Thou shalt not of Israel were in the wilderness commit adultery. They found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day, and they put him in ward because it was not declared what should be done to him. And the Lord said unto Moses, The man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. Neither this nor the similar punishment for blasphemy, Lev, Roman 24, were executions of existing law. For a fearful instance of murder inflicted on the innocent and accepted as a human sacrifice by Jehovah, C2 Sam, Roman 21, and for the brutal murder of Shimei, who denounced and resented the crime which hung the 7 sons of Saul before the Lord, see 1 Kings Roman 2, but the examples are many. In the story of Abraham, Sarai, and Hagar, Gen Roman 16, Lot and his daughters, Roman 19, Abraham's presentation of his wife to Abimelech, Roman 20, the same done by Isaac, Roman 26, Judah, Tamar, Roman 38, and other cases where the grossest violations of the 7th commandment go unrebuked by Jehovah, while in constant communication with the guilty parties, we see how little the second table was supported by the first. The extortions, frauds, and exod, Roman 20, 15. Thou shalt not thefts of Jacob, Gen Roman 25, steal, Roman 27, XXX, which brought upon him the unparalleled blessings of Jehovah, the plundering of Nabal's property by David and his fellow bandits, the smiting of the robbed farmer by Jehovah, and the taking of his treacherous wife by David, 1 Sam, Roman 25, are narratives befitting a Bible of footpads. Jehovah said, Who shall deceive Exod, Roman 20, 16. Thou shalt not Ahab, and there came forth a bare false witness against thy spirit, and stood before Jehovah neighbor, and said, I will deceive him. And Jehovah said, Wherewith? And he said, I will go forth and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all these thy prophets. And he said, Thou shalt deceive him, and prevail also, go forth and do so. Now therefore Jehovah hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these thy prophets, and Jehovah hath spoken evil concerning thee. 1 Kings Roman 22. See Ezek, Roman 20, 25. Dute Roman 20, 10:18 is a complete exod, Roman 20, 17. Thou shalt not instruction for invasion, murder, covet thy neighbor's wife, rapine, eating the spoil of the thou shalt not covet thy invaded, taking their wives, neighbor's wife, nor his their cattle, and see, all such as manservant, nor his maid might have been proclaimed by a servant, nor his ox, nor his supreme bashibazok, ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Instances of this discrepancy might be largely multiplied. Anyone who cares to pursue the subject can trace the building upon the powerful personal Jehovah of a religion of human sacrifices, anathemas, and priestly despotism, while around the moral ruler and judge of the same name, whose personality is more and more dispersed in pantheistic ascriptions, there grows the common law, and then the more moral law of equity, and the corresponding sentiments which gradually evolve the idea of a parental deity. It is obvious that the more this second idea of the deity prevails, the more he is regarded as merciful, long-suffering, a God of truth and without iniquity, just and right, delighting not in sacrifice but mercifulness, good to all, and whose tender mercies are over all his works, and having no pleasure in the death of him that dieth. The less will it be possible to see in the very same being the man of war, God of battles, the jealous, angry, fire-breathing one, who visits the sins of the fathers upon the children, who laughs at the calamities of men and mocks when their fear cometh. It is a structural necessity of the human mind that these two shall be gradually detached the one from the other. From one of the Jehovahs represented in parallel columns came the Father, whom Christ adored. From the other came the devil he abhorred. Chapter 6. The Consuming Fire. The Shekinah Jewish idols' attributes of the fiery and cruel Elohim, compared with those of the devil, the powers of evil, combined under a head continuity, the consuming fire spiritualized. That Abraham was a fire worshipper might be suspected from the immemorial efforts of all Semitic authorities to relieve him of traditional connection with that particular idolatry. When the good and evil powers were being distinguished, we find the burning and the bright aspects of fire severally regarded. The sign of Jehovah's covenant with Abram included both. It came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces of the sacrifice. In the legend of Moses, we have the glory resting on Sinai and the burning bush, the bush which, it is specially remarked, was not consumed, an exceptional circumstance in honor of Moses. To these corresponded the Urim and Thummim, marking the priest as source of light and of judgment. In his favorable and adorable aspect, Jehovah was the brightness of fire. This was the Shekinah. In the Targum, Jonathan ben Uzziel to the prophets, it is said, "The mountains trembled before the Lord, the mountains Tabor, Hermon, Carmel said one to the other, Upon me the Shekinah will rest, and to me will it come. But the Shekinah rested upon Mount Sinai, weakest and smallest of all the mountains. This Sinai trembled and shook, and its smoke went up as the smoke of an oven, because of the glory of the God of Israel which had manifested itself upon it." The brightness passed on to illumine every event associated with the divine presence in Semitic mythology. It was the glory of the Lord, shining from the star of Bethlehem, and the figure of the Transfiguration. The consuming fire also had its development. Among the spiritual, it was spiritualized. "Who among us shall dwell with the devouring fire?" cries Isaiah. "Who among us shall dwell with the everlasting burnings? He that walketh righteously and speaketh uprightly, he that despiseth the gain of oppressions, that shaketh his hands from holding of bribes, that stoppeth his ears from hearing of blood, and shutteth his eyes from seeing evil." It was by a prosaic route that the devouring fire became the residence of the wicked. After Jeroboam, 1 Kings Roman 13, had built altars to the Elohim under form of calves, a prophet came out of Judah to denounce the idolatry. And he cried against the altar in the word of Jehovah, and said, O altar, altar. Thus saith Jehovah, Behold, a child shall be born unto the house of David, Josiah by name, and upon thee shall he offer the priests of the high places that burn incense upon thee, and men's bones shall be burnt upon thee. It was deemed so important that this prophecy should be fulfilled in the letter, when it could no longer be fulfilled in reality, that some centuries later Josiah dug up the bones of the Elohistic priests and burned them upon their long-ruined altars. 2 Kings Roman 23. The incident is significant, both on account of the prophet's personification of the altar and the institution of a sort of Gehenna in connection with it. The personification and the Gehenna became much more complete as time went on. The Jews originally had no devil, as indeed had no races at first, and this for the obvious reason that their so-called gods were quite equal to any moral evils that were to be accounted for. As we have already seen, they were adequate to explain all physical evils. But the antagonists of the moral Jehovah were recognized and personified with increasing clearness, and were quite prepared for connection with any general who might be theoretically proposed for their leadership. When the Jews came under the influence of Persian theology, the archfiend was elected, and all the Elohim Moloch, Dagon, Astarte, Chemosh, and the rest took their place under his rebellious ensign. The descriptions of the devil in the Bible are mainly borrowed from the early descriptions of the Elohim and of Jehovah in his Elohistic character. In the subjoined parallels, I follow the received English version. Gen Roman 22, 1 God tempted Matt, Roman 4, 1, then was Jesus Abraham, led up into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. See also 1 Cor Romans 7. 5 1 Thas Roman 3, 5 James 1.13. Exod v3, I Jehovah will John Roman 13. 2 The devil having hardened Pharaoh's heart. v13 Now put into the heart Judas, he hardened Pharaoh's heart. Iscariot, Simon's son, to betray him. 1 Kings Roman 22, 23. Behold the John Roman 8, 44. He the devil is Lord hath put a lying spirit in a liar, and so is his father. The mouth of all these thy continues the sentence by right prophets, and the Lord hath of translation. 1 Tim, Roman 3, 2 Spoken evil concerning them. Slanderers diabolus. 2 Tim, Ezek, Roman 14, 9. If the prophet be Roman 3, 3 False accusers deceived when he hath spoken a diabolo. Also Titus Roman 2, 3 Von thing, I the Lord have deceived. Tischendorf translates that prophet, and I will stretch calumniators out my hand upon him, and will destroy him from the midst of my people. Issa Roman 45, 7. I make peace and Matt, Roman 13, 38. The tares are create evil, I the Lord do all the children of the wicked these things. Amos Roman 3, 6, 1. 1 John Roman 3, 8. He that shall there be evil in a city committeth sin is of the devil, and the Lord hath not done it. For the devil sinneth from the 1 Sam, Roman 16, 14. An evil spirit beginning. From the Lord troubled him Saul. Exod, Roman 12, 29. At midnight the John Roman 8, 44. He, the devil, Lord smote all the firstborn of was a murderer from the Egypt. Ver. 30. There was a beginning. Great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. Exod, Roman 33, 27. Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. Exod, Roman 6, 9. Take thy rod and reverend Roman 12, 7. And see there was war cast it before Pharaoh and it in heaven, Michael and his angels shall become a serpent. Ver. 12. Fought against the dragon, and Aaron's rod swallowed up there the great dragon was cast out rods. Num, Roman 21, 6. Jehovah sent that old serpent, called the fiery serpent, seraphim, among devil and Satan, which deceiveth the people. Ver. 8. And the whole world. Woe to the Lord said unto Moses, make thee inhabiters of the earth and a fiery serpent, and set it upon the sea. For the devil has come pole, and it shall come to pass down to you, having great wrath, that every one that is bitten when he looketh upon it shall live. This serpent was worshipped until destroyed by Hezekiah, 2 Kings Roman 18. Compare Jur, Roman 8, 17 PS, CXLVI. Praise ye the Lord from the earth, ye dragons. Gen Roman 19, 24. The Lord reigned Matt, Roman 25, 41. Depart from me upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone ye cursed, into everlasting fire, and fire from the Lord out of prepared for the devil and his heaven. Dute, Roman 4, 24. The Lord angels. Mark Roman 9, 44. Where thy God is a consuming fire. P.S. Their worm dieth not, and the Roman 11, 6. Upon the wicked he shall fire is not quenched. Reverend Roman 20, rain snares, fire and brimstone. 10. And the devil that P.S. Roman 18, 8. There went up a deceiveth them was cast into the smoke out of his nostrils. P.S. Lake of fire and brimstone. In Exivi. 3. A fire goeth before Reverend Roman 9. Abaddon or Apollyon is him, and burneth up his enemies represented as the king of the roundabout. Ezek, Roman 38. 19. Scorpion tormentors, and they in sea. For in my jealousy and in diabolical horses, with stinging the fire of my wrath, have I serpent tails are described as spoken. I will plead against killing with the smoke and him with pestilence and with brimstone from their mouths. Blood and I will rain upon him. Fire and brimstone. Issa, XXX, 33. Tophet is ordained of old. Yea, for the king is it prepared. He hath made it deep and wide. The pile thereof is fire and much wood. The breath of the Lord, like a stream of brimstone, doth kindle it. In addition to the above passages may be cited a notable passage from Paul's epistle to the Thessalonians, Roman 2. 3. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day of Christ shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Remember ye not that, when I was yet with you, I told you these things. And now ye know what withholdeth that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work. Only he who now letteth will let, until he be taken out of the way. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all the deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. This remarkable utterance shows how potent was the survival in the mind of Paul of the old Elohist belief. Although the ancient deity, who deceived prophets to their destruction and sent forth lying spirits with their strong delusions, was dethroned and outlawed, he was still a powerful claimant of empire, haunting the temple and setting himself up therein as God. He will be consumed by Christ's breath when the day of triumph comes. But meanwhile he is not only allowed great power in the earth, but utilized by the true God, who even so far cooperates with the false as to send on some men strong delusions, a working of error, von Tischendorf translates, in order that they may believe the lie and be damned. Paul speaks of the mystery of iniquity, but it is not so very mysterious when we consider the antecedents of his idea. The dark problem of the origin of evil, and its continuance in the universe under the rule of a moral governor, still threw its impenetrable shadow across the human mind. It was a terrible reality, visible in the indifference or hostility with which the new gospel was met on the part of the cultured and powerful. And it could only then be explained as a mysterious provisional arrangement connected with some divine purpose far away in the depths of the universe. But the passage quoted from Thessalonians shows plainly that all those early traditions about the divinely deceived prophets and lying spirits, sent forth from Jehovah Elohim, had finally, in Paul's time, become marshaled under a leader, a personal man of sin. But this leader, while opposing Christ's kingdom, is in some mysterious way a commissioner of God. We may remark here the beautiful continuity by which, through all these shadows of terror and vapors of speculation, clouding the glow of heaven, the unquenchable ideal from first to last is steadily ascending. 1 or 3 things, says the Talmud, were before this world: water, fire, and wind. Water begat the darkness, fire begat light, and wind begat the spirit of wisdom. This had become the rationalistic translation by a crude science of the primitive demons once believed to have created the heavens and the earth. In the process, we find the forces outlawed in their wild action, but becoming the choir of God in their quiet action. 1 Kings Roman 19, 11-13. And he said, Go forth and stand upon the mount before the Lord. And behold, the Lord passed by, and a great and strong wind rent the mountains and brake in pieces the rocks before the Lord. But the Lord was not in the wind, and after the wind an earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. And after the earthquake a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire a still small voice. And it was so, when Elijah heard it, that he wrapped his face in his mantle. But man must have a philosophical as well as a moral development. The human mind could not long endure this elemental anarchy. It asked, If the Lord be not in the hurricane, the earthquake, the volcanic flame, who is therein? This is the answer of the Targum. And he said, Arise and stand on the mountain before the Lord. And God revealed himself. And before him a host of angels of the wind, cleaving the mountain and breaking the rocks before the Lord. But not in the host of angels was the Shekinah. And after the host of the angels of the wind came a host of angels of commotion. But not in the host of the angels of commotion was the Shekinah of the Lord. And after the angels of commotion came a host of angels of fire. But not in the host of angels of fire was the Shekinah of the Lord. But after the host of the angels of the fire came voices singing in silence. And it was when Elijah heard this he hid his face in his mantle. The moral sentiment takes another step in advance with the unknown but artistic writer of the epistle to the Hebrews. Moses had described God as a consuming fire, and the sight of the glory of the Lord was like devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Israel. Exod. Romans 24, 17. When next we meet this phrase, it is with this writer, who seeks to supersede what Moses, traditionally, built up. Whose voice, he says, then shook the earth, But now he hath promised, saying, Yet once more I shake not the earth only, but also heaven. And this word, yet once more, signifieth the removing of those things that are shaken, as of things that are made, that those which cannot be shaken may remain. For our God is a consuming fire. Our God also, cries each great revolution that advances. His consuming wrath is not now directed against man, but the errors which are man's only enemies. The lightnings of the new Sinai, while they enlighten the earth, smite the old heaven of human faith and imagination, shriveling it like a burnt scroll. In this 19th century, when the old heaven, amid which this fiery pillar glowed, is again shaken, the ancient phrase has still its meaning. The Russian Turgenev represents two friends who had studied together in early life, then parted, accidentally meeting once more for a single night. They compare notes as to what the long intervening years have taught them, and one sums his experience in the words, I have burned what I used to worship, and worship what I used to burn. The novelist artfully reproduces for this age a sentence associated with a crisis in the religious history of Europe. Clovis, king of the Franks, invoked the god of his wife Clotilde to aid him against the Germans, vowing to become a Christian if successful. And when, after his victory, he was baptized at Rheims, Saint Remi said to him, Bow thy head meekly, Sicambrian, burn what thou hast worshipped, and worship what thou hast burned. Clovis followed the bishop's advice in literal fashion, carrying fire and sword amid his old friends, the pagans right zealously. But the era has come in which that which Clovis' sword and Saint Remi's theology set up for worship is being consumed in its turn. Turgenev's youths are consuming the altar on which their forerunners were consumed. And in this rekindled flame the world now sees shriveling the heavens once fresh, but now reflecting the aggregate selfishness of mankind, the hells representing their aggregate cowardice, and feeds its nobler faith with this vision of the eternal fire which evermore consumes the false and refines the world. Chapter 7. Paradise and the Serpent. Heracles and Athena, in a wholly picture-human significance of Eden, the legend in Genesis puzzling silence of later books, concerning its Vedic elements, its explanation episode, of the Mahabharata Scandinavian variant the name of Adam the story re-read rabbinical interpretations. Montfaucon has among his plates one Roman 20, representing an antique agate which he supposes to represent Zeus and Athena, but which probably relates to the myth of Heracles and Athena in the Garden of Hesperides. The hero, having penetrated this garden, slays the dragon which guards its immortalizing fruit, but when he has gathered this fruit Athena takes it from him, lest man shall eat it and share the immortality of the gods. In this design the two stand on either side of the tree, around which a serpent is twined from root to branches. The history which Montfaucon gives of the agate is of equal interest with the design itself. It was found in an old French cathedral, where it had long been preserved and shown as a holy picture of the temptation. It would appear also to have previously deceived some rabbins, for on the border is written in Hebrew characters, much more modern than the central figures. The woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise. This mystification about a design, concerning whose origin and design there is now no doubt, is significant. The fable of paradise and the serpent is itself more difficult to trace, so many have been the races and religions which have framed it with their holy texts and preserved it in their sacred precincts. In its essence, no doubt, the story grows from a universal experience. In that aspect, it is a mystical rose that speaks all languages. When man first appears, his counterpart is a garden. The moral nature means order. The wild forces of nature, the Elohim, build no fence, forbid no fruit. They say to man as the supreme animal, subdue the earth, every tree and herb shall be your meat, every animal your slave, be fruitful and multiply. But from the conflict the more real man emerges, and his sign is a garden hedged in from the wilderness, and a separation between good and evil. The form in which the legend appears in the book of Genesis presents one side in which it is simple and natural. This has already been suggested, volume IP 330. But the legend of man defending his refuge from wild beasts against the most subtle of them is here overlaid by a myth in which it plays the least part. The mind which reads it by such light as may be obtained only from biblical sources can hardly fail to be newly puzzled at every step. So much, indeed, is confessed in the endless and diverse theological theories which the story has elicited. What is the meaning of the curse on the serpent that it should forever crawl thereafter? Had it not crawled previously? Why was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil forbidden? Why, when its fruit was tasted, should the tree of life have been for the first time forbidden and jealously guarded? These riddles are nowhere solved in the Bible and have been left to the fanciful inventions of theologians and the ingenuity of rabbins. Dr. Adam Clarke thought the serpent was an ape before his sin, and many rabbins concluded he was camel-shaped, but the remaining enigmas have been fairly given up. The ancient Jews, they who wrote and compiled the Old Testament, more candid than their modern descendants and our omniscient Christians, silently confessed their inability to make anything out of this snake story. From the 3rd chapter of Genesis to the last verse of Malachi, the story is not once alluded to. Such a phenomenon would have been impossible had this legend been indigenous with the Hebrew race. It was clearly as a boulder among them, which had floated from regions little known to their earlier writers. After lying naked through many ages, it became overgrown with rabbinical lichen and moss, and, at the Christian era, while it seemed part of the Hebrew landscape, it was exceptional enough to receive special reverence as a holy stone. That it was made the cornerstone of Christian theology may be to some extent explained by the principle of omni ignotum pro mirifico. But the boulder itself can only be explained by tracing it to the mythologic formation from which it crumbled. How would a Parsi explain the curse on a snake which condemned it to crawl? He would easily give us evidence that at the time when most of those Hebrew scriptures were written, without allusion to such a serpent, the ancient Persians believed that Ahriman had tempted the first man and woman through his evil mediator, his anointed son, Ashmog, the two-footed serpent. But let us pass beyond the Persian legend, carrying that and the biblical story together, for submission to the criticism of a Brahmin. He will tell us that this Ashmog of the Parsi is merely the ancient Ishmadueva of the Avesta, which in turn is Ahi, the great Vedic serpent monster whom Indra prostrated beneath the feet of the stream. He had obstructed every stream having its deity. He would remind us that the Vedas describe the earliest dragon slayer, Indra, as crushing the head of his enemy, and that this figure of the god with his heel on a serpent's head has been familiar to his race from time immemorial. And he would then tell us to read the Rig Veda v. 32 and the Mahabharata, and we would find all the elements of the story told in Genesis. In the hymn referred to we find a graphic account of how, when Ahi was sleeping on the waters he obstructed, Indra hurled at him his thunderbolt. It says that when Indra had annihilated the weapon of that mighty beast from him, Ahi, another more powerful, conceiving himself one and unmatched, was generated. This wrath-born son, a walker in darkness, had managed to get hold of the sacred soma, the plant monopolized by the gods, and having drunk this juice, he lay slumbering and enveloping the world, and then fierce Indra seized upon him, and having previously discovered the vital part of him who thought himself invulnerable, struck that incarnation of many-formed Ahi, and he was made the lowest of all creatures. But one who has perused the philological biography of Ahi, already given, Volume IP 357, will not suppose that this was the end of him. We must now consider in further detail the great episode of the Mahabharata, to which reference has been made in other connections. During the deluge, the most precious treasure of the gods, the Amrita, the ambrosia that rendered them immortal, was lost, and the poem relates how the Devas and Asuras, otherwise gods and serpents, together churned the ocean for it. There were 2 great mountains, Meru the golden and beautiful, adorned with healing plants, pleasant streams and trees, unapproachable by the sinful, guarded by serpents. Mandar, rocky, covered with rank vegetation, infested by savage beasts. The first is the abode of the gods, the last of demons. To find the submerged Amrita, it was necessary to uproot Mandar and use it to churn the ocean. This was done by calling on the king serpent Ananta, who called in the aid of another great serpent, Vasuki, the latter being used as a rope coiling and uncoiling to whirl the mountain. At last the Amrita appeared. But there also streamed forth from the ocean bed a terrible stench and venom, which was spreading through the universe when Siva swallowed it to save mankind, the drug having stained his throat blue, whence his epithet, Blue Neck. When the Asuras saw the Amrita, they claimed it, but one of the Devas, Narya, assumed the form of a beautiful woman, and so fascinated them that they forgot the Amrita for the moment, which the gods drank. One of the Asuras, however, Rahu, assumed the form of a god or deva and began to drink. The immortalizing nectar had not gone farther than his throat when the sun and moon saw the deceit and discovered it to Narya, who cut off Rahu's head. The head of Rahu, being immortal, bounded to the sky, where its efforts to devour the sun and moon, which betrayed him, causes their eclipses. The tail Ketu also enjoys immortality in a lower plane, and is the fatal planet which sends diseases on mankind. A furious war between the gods and the Suras has been waged ever since. And since the Devas are the strongest, it is not wonderful that it should have passed into the folklore of the whole Aryan world that the evil host are forever seeking to recover by cunning the Amrita. The serpents guarding the paradise of the Devas have more than once, in a mythologic sense, been induced to betray their trust and glide into the divine precincts to steal the coveted draft. This is the cave-asir of the Scandinavian mythology, which is the source of that poetic inspiration whose songs have magical potency. The sacramental symbol of the Amrita in Hindu theology is the soma juice, and this plant Indra is declared in the Rig Veda I-130 to have discovered, hidden, like the nestlings of a bird, amidst a pile of rocks enclosed by bushes, where the dragon drought had concealed it. Indra, in the shape of a hawk, flew away with it. In the Prose Edda, the frost giant Sudung has concealed the sacred juice, and it is kept by the maid Gunloth in a cavern overgrown with bushes. Bragi bored a hole through the rock. Odin, in the shape of a worm, crept through the crevice, then, resuming his godlike shape, charmed the maid into permitting him to drink one draught out of the 3 jars, and, having left no drop, in form of an eagle flew to Asgard, and discharged in the jars the wonder-working liquid. Hence poetry is called Odin's booty and Odin's gift. Those who attentively compare these myths with the legend in Genesis will not have any need to rest upon the doubtful etymology of Adam to establish the Aryan origin of the latter. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil which made man as one of us. The Elohim is the Soma of India, the Hauma of Persia, the cave-asir of Scandinavia to which are ascribed the intelligence and powers of the gods and the ardent thoughts of their worshippers. The tree of immortality is the Amrita, the only monopoly of the gods. The Lord God said, "Behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever." Therefore the Lord God sent him forth the Garden of Eden to till the ground whence he had been taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed on the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim, and a flaming sword which turned every way to guard the way of the tree of life. This flaming sword turning every way is independent of the cherub, and takes the place of the serpent which had previously guarded the Meru paradise, but is now an enemy no longer to be trusted. If the reader will now reread the story in Genesis with the old names restored, he will perceive that there is no puzzle at all in any part of it. Now Rahu was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Devas had made, and he said to Adya Sakti, the first woman, "Have the Devas said you shall not eat of every tree in the garden?" And she said unto Rahu, "We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the soma plant, which is in the middle of the garden, the Devas have said we shall not eat or touch it on pain of death." Then Rahu said to Adya, "You will not suffer death by tasting soma. The Devas know that on the day when you taste it your eyes shall be opened, and you will be equal to them in knowledge of good and evil. And you will be able at once to discover which tree it is that bears the fruit which renders you immortal the Amrita." Adya took of the soma and did eat, and gave also unto Adama, her husband, and the eyes of them both were opened. And Indra, chief of the Devas, said to Rahu, "Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. For they shall transmigrate, their souls ascend through higher forms to be absorbed in the creative principle. But upon thy belly shalt thou go remaining transfixed in the form you have assumed to try and obtain the Amrita. And instead of the ambrosia you aimed at, you shall eat dirt through all your existence." And Indra said, "Adama and Adya Sakti have tasted soma, and become as one of us Devas to know good and evil, and now, lest man put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever, giving us another race of Asuras or serpent men to compete with." Indra and the Devas drove Adama out of Meru, and placed watchdogs at the east of the garden. And a sinuous darting flame, precisely matched to the now unchangeable form of Rahu, a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the Amrita from Adama and Asuras. While the gods and serpents were churning the ocean for the Amrita, all woes and troubles for mortals came up first. That ocean shrinks in one region to the box of Pandora, in another to the fruit eaten by Eve. How foreign such a notion is to the Hebrew theology is shown by the fact that even while the curses are falling from the fatal fruit on the earth and man, they are all said to have proceeded solely from Jehovah, who is thus made to supplement the serpent's work. It will be seen that in the above version of the story in Genesis, I have left out various passages. These are in part such as must be more fully treated in the succeeding chapter, and in part the Semitic mosses which have grown upon the Aryan boulder. But even after the slight treatment, which is all I have space to devote to the comparative study of the myth in this aspect, it may be safely affirmed that the problems which we found insoluble by Hebrew correlatives no longer exist if an Aryan origin be assumed. We know why the fruit of knowledge was forbidden, because it endangered the further fruit of immortality. We know how the serpent might be condemned to crawl forever without absurdity, because he was of a serpent race, able to assume higher forms and capable of transmigration and of final absorption. We know why the eating of the fruit brought so many woes. It was followed by the stream of poison from the churned ocean which accompanied the Amrita, and which would have destroyed the race of both gods and men had not Siva drank it up. If anything were required to make the Aryan origin of the fable certain, it will be found in the fact which will appear as we go on, namely, that the rabbins of our era, in explaining the legend which their fathers severely ignored, did so by borrowing conceptions foreign to the original ideas of their race notions about human transformation to animal shapes, and about the serpent, which Moses honored, and mainly of a kind travestying the Iranian folklore. Such contact with foreign races for the first time gave the Jews any key to the legend, which their patriarchs and prophets were compelled to pass over in silence. Chapter 8. Eve. The fall of manfall of gods giants Prajapati and Rahu woman and star serpent in Persia Meskia, and Meskian Brahmin legends of the creation of man the strength of woman Elohist and Jehovist creations of man the forbidden, fruit Eve, reappears as Sarah Abraham surrenders his wife to Jehovah the idea, not sensual Abraham's circumcision the evil name of woman Noah's, wife the temptation of Abraham rabbinical legends, concerning Eve Pandora sentiment of the myth of Eve. The insignificance of the serpent of Eden in the scheme and teachings of the Hebrew Bible is the more remarkable when it is considered that the pessimistic view of human nature is therein fully represented. In the story of the temptation itself, there is, indeed, no such generalization as we find in the modern dogma of the fall of man, but the elements of it are present in the early assumption that the thoughts of man's heart run to evil continually, which must be an obvious fact everywhere, while goodness is identified with fictitious merits. There are also expressions suggesting a theory of heredity, of a highly superstitious character, the inheritance being by force of the ancestral word or act, and without reference to inherent qualities. Outward merits and demerits are transmitted for reward and punishment to the third and fourth generation. But the more common-sense view appears to have gradually superseded this, as expressed in the proverb that the fathers ate sour grapes and the children's teeth were on edge. In accounting for this condition of human nature, popular traditions among the Jews always pointed rather to a fall of the gods than to any such catastrophe to man. The sons of the Elohim, gods, saw the daughters of men that they were beautiful, and they took to themselves for wives whomsoever they chose. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old men of renown. These giants were to the Semitic mind what the Ahis, Vritras, Sushnas, and other monsters were to the Aryan, or Titans to the Greek mind. They were not traced to the serpent, but to the wild nature gods, the Elohim, and when Jehovah appears it is to wage war against them. The strength of this belief is illustrated in the ample accounts given in the Old Testament of the Rephaim and their king Og, the Anakim and Goliath, the Emim, the Zamzumim, and others, all of which gained full representation in Hebrew folklore. The existence of these hostile beings was explained by their fall from angelic estate. The Book of Enoch gives what was no doubt the popular understanding of the fall of the angels and its results. 200 angels took wives of the daughters of men, and their offspring were giants 3,000 yards in height. These giants, having consumed the food of mankind, began to devour men, whose cries were brought to the attention of Jehovah by his angels. One angel was sent to warn Noah of the flood, another to bind Azazel in a dark place in the desert till the judgment day. Gabriel was dispatched to set the giants to destroying one another. Michael was sent to bury the fallen angels under the hills for 70 generations, till the day of judgment, when they should be sent to the fiery abyss forever. Then every evil work should come to an end, and the plan of righteousness spring up. Such exploits and successes on the part of the legal deity against outlaws, though they may be pitched high in heroic romance, are found beside a theology based upon a reverse situation. Nothing is more fundamental in the ancient Jewish system than the recognition of an outside world given over to idolatry and wickedness, while Jews are a small colony of the children of Israel and chosen of Jehovah. Such a conception in primitive times is so natural, and possibly may have been so essential to the constitution of nations, that it is hardly useful to look for parallels. Though nearly all races see in their traditional dawn an age of gold, a happy garden, or some corresponding felicity, these are normally defined against anterior chaos or surrounding ferocity. Every Eden has had its guards. When we come to legends, which relate particularly to the way in which the early felicity was lost, many facts offer themselves for comparative study. And with regard to the myths of Eden and Eve, we may remark what appears to have been a curious interchange of legends between the Hebrews and Persians. The ancient doctrines of India and Persia concerning origins are largely, if not altogether, astronomical. In the Genesis of India, we see a golden egg floating on a shoreless ocean. It divides to make the heaven above and earth beneath. From it emerges Prajapati, who also falls in twain to make the mortal and immortal substances. The parts of him again divide to make men and women on earth, sun and moon in the sky. This is but one version out of many, but all the legends about Prajapati converge in making him a figure of Indian astronomy. In the Rig Veda, he is Orion, and forever lies with the 3 arrows in his belt which Sirius shot at him because of his love for Aldebaran, towards which constellation he stretches. Now, in a sort of antithesis to this, the evil Rahu is also cut in twain, his upper and immortal part pursuing and trying to eclipse the sun and moon, his tail, Ketu, becoming the 9th planet, shedding evil influences on mankind. This tail, Ketu, is quite an independent monster, and we meet with him in the Persian planisphere, where he rules the first of the 6 mansions of Ahriman, and is the crooked serpent mentioned in the Book of Job. By referring to volume IP 253, the reader will see that this star serpent must stand as close to the woman with her child and sheaf as September stands to October. But unquestionably, the woman was put there for honor and not disgrace. With her child and sheaf, she represented the fruitage of the year. There is nothing in Persian mythology going to show that the woman betrayed her mansion of fruitage the golden year to the serpent near her feet. In the Bundihesh, we have the original man, Kyamarts, who is slain by Ahriman as Prajapati, Orion was by Sirius. From his dead form came Meskia and Meskian, the first human pair. Ahriman corrupts them by first giving them goat's milk, an evil influence from Capricorn. After they had thus injured themselves, he tempted them with a fruit which robbed them of 99 hundredths of their happiness. In all this, there is no indication that the woman and man bore different relations to the calamity. But after a time, we find a Parsi postscript to this effect. The woman was the first to sacrifice to the devas. This is the one item in the Parsi mythology which shows bias against woman. And as it is unsupported by the narratives preceding it, we may suppose that it was derived from some foreign country. That country could hardly have been India. There is a story in remote districts of India which relates that the first woman was born out of an expanding lotus on the Ganges, and was there received in his paradise by the first man, Adama or Manu. Having partaken of the soma, they were expelled, after first being granted their prayer to be allowed a last draught from the Ganges, the effect of the holy water being to prevent entire corruption and secure immortality to their souls. But nowhere in Indian legend or folklore do we find any special dishonor put upon woman such as is described in the Hebrew story. Rather, we find the reverse. Early in the last century, a traveler, John Marshall, related stories of the creation, which he says were told him by the Brahmins, and others by the Brahmins of Persia. Once on a time, the Brahmins said, as God was set in eternity, it came into his mind to make something, and immediately no sooner had he thought the same, but that the same minute was a perfect, beautiful woman present immediately before him, which he called Adya Sakti, that is, the first woman. Then this figure put into his mind the figure of a man, which he had no sooner conceived in his mind, but that he also started up and represented himself before him. This he called Manapuis, that is, the first man. Then, upon a reflection of these things, he resolved further to create several places for them to abide in, and accordingly, assuming a subtle body, he breathed in a minute the whole universe, and everything therein, from the least to the greatest. The Brahmins of Persia tell certain long stories of a great giant that was led into a most delicate garden, which, upon certain conditions, should be his own forever. But one evening in a cool shade one of the wicked devatas, or spirits, came to him and tempted him with vast sums of gold, and all the most precious jewels that can be imagined. But he courageously withstood that temptation, as not knowing what value or use they were of. But at length this wicked devata brought to him a fair woman, who so charmed him that for her sake he most willingly broke all his conditions, and thereupon was turned out. In the first of these two stories, the names given to the man and woman are popular words derived from Sanskrit. In the second, the Persian characters are present, as in the use of devatas to denote wicked powers. But for the rest, this latter legend appears to me certainly borrowed from the Jews so far as the woman is concerned. It was they who first perceived any connection between Virgo in the sixth mansion of Ormuzd and Python in the seventh, and returned the Persians their planisphere with a new gloss. Having adopted the dragon's tail, Ketu, for a little preliminary performance, the Hebrew system dismisses that star snake utterly, for it has already evolved a terrestrial devil from its own inner consciousness. The name of that devil is woman. The diabolization of woman in their theology and tradition is not to be regarded as any indication that the Hebrews anciently held women in dishonor. Rather was it a tribute to her powers of fascination, such as the young man wrote to be placed under the pillow of Darius woman is strongest. As Darius and his council agreed that, next to truth, woman is strongest stronger than wine or than kings, so do the Hebrew fables testify by interweaving her beauty and genius with every evil of the world. Between the Elohist and Javist accounts of the creation of man, there are two differences of great importance. The Elohim are said to have created man in their own image, male and female the word for created being bara, literally meaning to carve out. Jehovah Elohim is said to have formed man, nothing being said about his own image, or about male and female the word formed being yatsar. The sense of this word yatsar in this place, Gen Roman 2:7, must be interpreted by what follows. Jehovah is said to have formed man out of the afar, which the English version translates dust, but the Septuagint more correctly sperma. The literal meaning is a finely volatilized substance, and in Numbers Roman 23:10, it is used to represent the seed of Jacob in the Jehovistic creation. It means that man was formed out of the seminal principle of the earth, combined with the breath of Jehovah. And the legend closely resembles the account of the ancient Satapatha Brahmana, which shows the creative power in sexual union with the fluid world to produce the egg from which Prajapati was born, to be divided into man and woman. These two accounts, therefore, to wit, that in the first and that in the second chapter of Genesis must be regarded as being of different events, and not merely varying myths of the same event. The offspring of Jehovah were living souls, an expression not used in connection with the created images of the giants or Elohim. The Elohist pair roam about the world freely eating all fruits and herbs, possessing nature generally, and, as male and female, encouraged to increase and multiply. But Jehovah carefully separates his two children from general nature, places them in a garden, forbids certain food, and does not say a word about sex even, much less encourage its functions. Adam was formed simply to be the gardener of Eden, no other motive is assigned. In proposing the creation of a being to be his helper and companion, nothing is said about a new sex. The word translated, helpmeet, is masculine. Adam names the being made woman, vulg, Virago only because she has been made out of man, but sex is not even yet suggested. This is so marked that the compiler has filled up what he considered an omission with verse 24, a little lecture on duty to wives. It is plain that the jealously guarded ambrosia of Aryan gods has here been adapted to signify the sexual relation. That is the fruit in the midst of the garden which is reserved. The eating of it is immediately associated with consciousness of nudity and shame. The curse upon Eve is appropriate. Having taken a human husband, she is to be his slave. She shall bring forth children in sorrow, and many of them, Gen. Roman 3:16. Adam is to lose his position in Jehovah's garden, and to toil in accursed ground, barren and thorny. Cast out thus into the wilderness, the human progeny as it increased came in contact with the giant's progeny, those created by the Elohim, Gen. I. When these had intermarried, Jehovah said that the fact that the human side in such alliance had been originally vitalized by his breath could not now render it immortal, because he, man, also is flesh, i.e., like the creatures of the nature gods. After 2 great struggles with these titans, drowning most of them, hurling down their tower and scattering them, Jehovah resolved upon a scheme of vast importance, and one which casts a flood of light upon the narrative just given. Jehovah's great aim is shown in the Abrahamic covenant to be to found a family on earth, of which he can say, "Thou art my son, I have begotten thee." Eve was meant to be the mother of that family, but by yielding to her passion for the man meant only to be her companion, she had thwarted the purpose of Jehovah. But she reappears again under the name of Sarah. And from first to last, the sense of these records, however overlaid by later beliefs, is the expansion, varying fortunes, and gradual spiritualization of this aspiration of a deity for a family of his own in the earth. Celsus said that the story of the Virgin Mary and the Holy Ghost is one in which Christians would find little mystery if the names were Danae and Jupiter. The same may be said of the story of Sarah and Jehovah, of which that concerning Mary is a theological travesty. Sarah, as she was called before her transfer to Jehovah, who then forbade Abraham to call her my princess, but only princess, was chosen because she was childless. Abraham was paid a large recompense for her surrender, and provision was made that he should have a mistress, and by her a son. This natural son was to be renowned and have great possessions. Nominally, Abraham was to be represented by Sarah's miraculously conceived son, and to control his fortunes, but the blood of the new race was to be purely divine in its origin, so that every descendant of Isaac might be of Jehovah's family in Abraham's household. Abraham twice gave over his wife to different kings who were jealously punished by Jehovah for sins they only came near committing unconsciously, while Abraham himself was not even rebuked for the sin he did commit. The forbidden fruit was not eaten this time, and the certificate and proof of the supernatural conception of Isaac were made clear in Sarah's words, "God hath made me to laugh. All that hear will laugh with me. Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne a son in his old age." It was the passionate nature and beauty of woman which had thus far made the difficulty. The forbidden fruit was pleasant to the eyes, and Eve ate it, and it was her voice to which Adam had hearkened rather than to that of Jehovah, Gen. Roman 3:17. And again, it was the easy virtue and extreme beauty of Sarah, Gen. Roman 12:11-14, which endangered the new scheme. The rabbinical traditions are again on this point very emphatic. It is related that when Abram came to the border of Egypt, he hid Sarah in a chest, and was so taking her into that country. The collector of customs charged that the chest contained raiment, silks, gold, pearls, and Abram paid for all these, but this only increased the official's suspicions, and he compelled Abram to open the chest. When this was done and Sarah rose up, the whole land of Egypt was illumined by her splendor. There is no reason for supposing that the ideas underlying the relation which Jehovah meant to establish with Eve, and succeeded in establishing with Sarah, were of a merely sensual description. These myths belong to the mental region of ancestor worship, and the fundamental conception is that of founding a family to reign over all other families. Jehovah's interest is in Isaac rather than Sarah, who, after she has borne that patriarch, lapses out of the story almost as completely as Eve. The idea is not, indeed, so theological as it became in the Judaic-Christian legend of the conception of Jesus by Mary as spouse of the deity. It was probably, however, largely ethnical in the case of Eve and national in that of Sarah. it being considered of the utmost importance that all who claimed the advantages in the Jewish commonwealth accruing only to the legal, though nominal, children of Abraham, should really be of divine lineage, security must be had against Isaac having any full brother. It might be that, in aftertime, some natural son of Sarah might claim to be the one born of divine parentage, might carry on the Jewish commonwealth, slay the children of Jehovah by Sarah, and so end the divine lineage with the authority it carried. Careful precautions having been taken that Ishmael should be an irreconcilable, there is reason to suspect that the position of Isaac as Jehovah's only begotten son was secured by means obscurely hinted in the circumcision first undergone by Abraham and made the sign of the covenant. That circumcision, wheresoever it has survived, is the relic of a more horrible practice of barbarian asceticism, is hardly doubtful. That the original rite was believed to have been that by which Abraham fulfilled his contract with Jehovah appears to me intimated in various passages of the narrative, which have survived editorial arrangement in accordance with another view. For instance, the vast inducements offered Abraham and the great horror that fell on the patriarch appear hardly explicable on the theory that nothing was conceded on Abraham's side beyond the surrender of a wife whom he had freely consigned to earthly monarchs. Though the suspicion just expressed as to the nature of Abraham's circumcision may be doubted, it is not questionable that the rite of circumcision bears a significance in rabbinical traditions and Jewish usages, which renders its initiation by Abraham at least a symbol of marital renunciation. Thus, the custom of placing in a room where the rite of circumcision was performed a pot of dust was explained by the rabbins to have reference to the dust which Jehovah declared should be the serpent's food. That circumcision should have been traditionally associated with the temptation of Eve is a confirmation of the interpretation which regards her Eve as the prototype of Sarah and the serpent as sexual desire. Although, if the original sense of Abraham's circumcision were what has been suggested, it had been overlaid, when the book of Genesis in its present form was compiled, by different traditions, and that patriarch is described as having married again and had other children. The superior sanctity of Sarah's son was preserved. Indeed, there would seem to have continued for a long time a tradition that the Abrahamic line and covenant were to be carried out by the seed of the woman alone and the paternity of Jehovah. Like Sarah, Rebekah is sterile, and after her Rachel. The birth of Jacob and Esau from one, and of Joseph and Benjamin from the other, being through the intervention of Jehovah. The great power of woman for good or evil, and the fact that it has often been exercised with subtlety the natural weapon of the weak, in dealing with the strong are remarkably illustrated in the legends of these female figures, which appear in connection with the divine schemes in the book of Genesis. But even more the perils of woman's beauty are illustrated, especially in Eve and Sarah. There were particular and obvious reasons why these representative women could not be degraded or diabolized in their own names or history, even where their fascinations tended to countervail the plans of Jehovah. The readiness with which Sarah promoted her husband's prostitution and consented to her own, the treachery of Rebekah to her son Esau, could yet not induce Jewish orthodoxy to give evil names to the Madonnas of their race. But the inference made was expressed under other forms and names. It became a settled superstition that wherever evil was going on, woman was at the bottom of it. Potiphar's wife, Jezebel, Vashti, and Delilah were among the many she-scapegoats on whom were laid the offenses of their august official predecessors who could do no wrong. Even after Satan has come upon the scene and is engaged in tempting Job, it seems to have been thought essential to the task that he should have an agent beside the troubled man and the wife who bade him curse God and die. It is impossible to say at just what period the rabbins made their ingenious discovery that the devil and woman entered the world at the same time he coming out of the hole, left by removal of the rib from Adam before it was closed. This they found disclosed in the fact that it is in Genesis, Romans 3:21, describing the creation of woman, that there appears for the first time samach the serpent letter S, in Vagisker. But there were among them many legends of a similar kind that leave one no wonder concerning the existence of a thanksgiving taught boys that they have not been created women, however much one may be scandalized at its continuance in the present day. It was only in pursuance of this theory of woman that there was developed at a later day a female assistant of the devil in another design to foil the plans of Jehovah, from the scriptural narrative of which the female role is omitted. In the scriptural legend of Noah, his wife is barely mentioned, and her name is not given, but from an early period vague rumors to her discredit floated about, and these gathered consistency in the Gnostic legend that it was through her that Satan managed to get on board the ark, as is elsewhere related, Part 4. Chapter Roman 27, and was so enabled to resuscitate antediluvial violence in the drunken curses of Noah. Satan did this by working upon both the curiosity and jealousy of Noreda, the name assigned Noah's wife. It has been necessary to give at length the comparative view of the myth of Eden in order that the reader may estimate the grounds upon which rests a theory which has been submitted after much hesitation concerning its sense. The phallic theory, by which it has become the fashion to interpret so many of these old fables, appears to me to have been done to death. Yet I cannot come to any other conclusion concerning the legend of Eve than that she represents that passional nature of woman which, before it was brought under such rigid restraint, might easily be regarded as a weakness to any tribe desirous of keeping itself separate from other tribes. The oath exacted by Abraham of his servant that he should seek out a wife from among his own people, and not among Canaanitish women, is one example among many of this feeling, which, indeed, survives among Jews at the present day. Such a sentiment might underlie the stories of Eve and Sarah, the one mingling the blood of the family of Jehovah with mere human flesh, the other nearly confusing it with aliens. As the idea of tribal sanctity and separateness became strengthened by the further development of theocratic government, such myths would take on forms representing Jehovah's jealousy in defending his family line against the evil powers which sought to confuse or destroy it. One such attempt appears to underlie the story of the proposed sacrifice of Isaac. Although the account we have of that proceeding in the Bible was written at a time when the Elohist and Javist parties had compromised their rivalries to some extent, and suggests the idea that Jehovah himself ordered the sacrifice in order to try the faith of Abraham. Enough of the primitive tradition lingers in the narrative to make it probable that its original intent was to relate how one of the superseded Elohim endeavored to tempt Abraham to sacrifice Sarah's only son, and so subvert the aim of Jehovah to perpetuate his seed. The God who tempted Abraham is throughout sharply distinguished from the Jehovah who sent his angel to prevent the sacrifice and substitute an animal victim for Isaac. Although, as we have seen, Sarah was spared degradation into a she-devil in subsequent myths, because her body was preserved intact despite her laxity of mind, such was not the case with Eve. The silence concerning her preserved throughout the Bible after her fall is told was broken by the ancient rabbins, and there arose multitudinous legends in which her intimacies with devils are circumstantially reported. Her first child, Cain, was generally believed to be the son of one of the devils, Samael, that consorted with her, and the world was said to be peopled with gnomes and demons, which she brought forth during that 130 years, at the end of which it is stated that Adam begot a son in his own image and likeness, and called his name Seth, Gen v. 3. The previous children were supposed to be not in purely human form, and not to have been of Adam's paternity. Adam had during that time refused to have any children, knowing that he would only rear inmates of hell. The legend of Eden has gone round the world doing various duty, but nearly always associated with the introduction of moral evil into the world. In the Lateran Museum at Rome, there is a remarkable bas-relief representing a nude man and woman offering sacrifice before a serpent coiled around a tree, while an angel overthrows the altar with his foot. This was probably designed as a fling at the Ophates, and is very interesting as a survival from the ancient Aryan meaning of the serpent. But since the adaptation of the myth by the Semitic race, it has generally emphasized the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, instead of the tree of immortality, Amrita, which is the chief point of interest in the Aryan myth. There are indeed traces of a conflict with knowledge and skepticism in it, which we shall have to consider hereafter. The main popular association with it, the introduction into the world of all the ills that flesh is heir to, is perfectly consistent with the sense which has been attributed to its early Hebrew form. For this includes the longing for maternity, its temptations and its pains, and the sorrows and sins which are obviously traceable to it. Some years ago, when the spectacular drama of Paradise was performed in Paris, the temptation was effected by means of a mirror. Satan glided behind the tree as a serpent, and then came forth as a handsome man, and after uttering compliments that she could not understand, presented Eve with a small oval mirror which explained them all. Emil. Abingdon as Eve displayed consummate art in her expression of awakening self-admiration, of the longing for admiration from the man before her, and the various stages of self-consciousness by which she is brought under the tempter's power. This idea of the mirror was no doubt borrowed from the corresponding fable of Pandora. On a vase, Etruscan, in the Hamilton collection, there is an admirable representation of Pandora opening her box, from which all evils are escaping. She is seated beneath a tree, around which a serpent is coiled. Among the things which have come out of the box is this same small oval mirror. In this variant, Hope, coming out last, corresponds with the prophecy that the seed of the woman shall bruise the serpent's head. The ancient Etruscan and the modern Parisian version are both by the mirror finely connected with the sexual sense of the legend. The theological interpretation of the beautiful myth of Eden represents a sort of spiritual vivisection. Yet even as a dogma, the story preserves high testimony. When woman falls, the human race falls with her. When man rises above his inward or outward degradations and recovers his paradise, it is because his nature is refined by the purity of woman and his home sweetened by her heart. There is a widespread superstition that every serpent will single out a woman from any number of people for its attack. In such dim way is felt her gentle bruising of man's reptilian self. No wonder that woman is excluded from those regions of life where man's policy is still to crawl, eat dust, and bite the heel. It is, I suppose, the old mystery of the creation which left Coventry its legend of a good Eve Godava, whose name is written, Good Eve, in a Conventry verse, 1494, whose nakedness should bring benefit to man, as that of the first Eve brought him evil. The fig leaf of Eve, gathered no doubt from the tree whose forbidden fruit she had eaten, has gradually grown so large as to cloak her mind and spirit as well as her form. Her work must still be chiefly that of a spirit veiled and ashamed. Her passions suppressed, her genius disbelieved, her influence forced to seek hidden and often illegitimate channels, woman now outwardly represents a creation of man to suit his own convenience. But the serpent has also changed a great deal since the days of Eve, and now, as intelligence, has found out man in his fool's paradise, where he stolidly maintains that, with few exceptions, it is good for man to be alone. But good women are remembering Godava, and realizing that, the charms which have sometimes lowered man or cost him dear may be made his salvation. It shall be so when woman can face with clear-eyed purity all the facts of nature, can cast away the mental and moral swathing clothes transmitted from Eden, and put forth all her powers for the welfare of mankind. A good Eva, whom Coventry Toms may call naked, but who is not ashamed of the garb of innocence and truth. Chapter 9. Lilith. Madonna's Adam's first wife, her flight and doom creation of devil's Lilith, marries Samael Tree of life Lilith's part, in the temptation her, Lox Lamia Bodum Meschia, and Meskian Amazon's maternity rib theory of woman Kali and Durga captivity of woman. The attempt of the compilers of the Book of Genesis to amalgamate the Elohist and Jehovist legends, ignoring the moral abyss that yawns between them, led to some sufficiently curious results. One of these it may be well enough to examine here, since, though later in form than some other legends which remain to be considered, it is closely connected in spirit with the ancient myth of Eden and illustrative of it. The differences between the two creations of man and woman critically examined in the previous chapter were fully recognized by the ancient rabbins, and their speculations on the subject laid the basis for the further legend that the woman created, Gen I, at the same time with Adam, and therefore not possibly the woman formed from his rib, was a first wife who turned out badly. To this first wife of Adam, it was but natural to assign the name of one of the many ancient goddesses who had been degraded into demonesses. For the history of Mariolatry in the north of Europe has been many times anticipated. The mother's tenderness and self-devotion, the first smile of love upon social chaos, availed to give every race its Madonna, whose popularity drew around her the fatal favors of priestcraft, weighing her down at last to be a type of corruption. Even the Semitic tribes, with their hard masculine deities, seem to have once worshipped Alalat, whose name survives in Elohim and Allah. Among these degraded Madonnas was Lilith, whose name has been found in a Chaldean inscription, which says, "When a country is at peace, Lilatu is not before them." The name is from Asur. Layla, Hebrew Lil night, which already in Akkadian meant sorcery. It probably personified, at first, the darkness that soothed children to slumber. And though the word lullaby has, with more ingenuity than accuracy, been derived from Lilith Abi, the theory may suggest the path by which the soft southern night came to mean a nocturnal specter. The only place where the name of Lilith occurs in the Bible is Issa, Roman 34:14, where the English version renders it screech owl. In the Vulgate it is translated Lamia, and in Luther's Bible, Kobold. Gesenius explains it as nocturna, night specter, ghost. The rabbinical myths concerning Lilith, often passed over as puerile fancies, appear to me pregnant with significance and beauty. Thus Abraham Ecalensis, giving a poor Arabic version of the legend, says, "This fable has been transmitted to the Arabs from Jewish sources by some converts of Mahomet from Kabbalism and Rabbinism, who have transferred all the Jewish fooleries to the Arabs." But the rabbinical legend grew very slowly, and relates to principles and facts of social evolution whose force and meaning are not yet exhausted. Premising that the legend is here pieced together mainly from Eisenmenger, who at each mention of the subject gives ample references to rabbinical authorities, I will relate it without further references of my own. Lilith was said to have been created at the same time and in the same way as Adam, and when the two met, they instantly quarreled about the headship which both claimed. Adam began the first conversation by asserting that he was to be her master. Lilith replied that she had equal right to be chief. Adam insisting, Lilith uttered a certain spell called Scheme Hampharash afterwards, confided by a fallen angel to one of the daughters of men, with whom he had an intrigue, and of famous potency in Jewish folklore, the result of which was that she obtained wings. Lilith then flew out of Eden and out of sight. Adam then cried in distress, "Master of the world, the woman whom thou didst give me has flown away." The Creator then sent 3 angels to find Lilith and persuade her to return to the garden, but she declared that it could be no paradise to her if she was to be the servant of man. She remained hovering over the Red Sea, where the angels had found her, while these returned with her inflexible resolution. And she would not yield even after the angels had been sent again to convey to her, as the alternative of not returning, the doom that she should bear many children, but these should all die in infancy. This penalty was so awful that Lilith was about to commit suicide by drowning herself in the sea, when the 3 angels, moved by her anguish, agreed that she should have the compensation of possessing full power over all children after birth up to their 8th day, on which she promised that she would never disturb any babes who were under the angels' protection. Hence the charm, Kamia, against Lilith hung round the necks of Jewish children bore the names of these 3 angels, Sen, Sansonoi, and Samangaloth. Lilith has special power over all children born out of wedlock for whom she watches, dressed in finest raiment, and she has a special power on the 1st day of the month and on the Sabbath evening. When a little child laughs in its sleep, it was believed that Lilith was with it, and the babe must be struck on the nose 3 times, the words being thrice repeated away, "Cursed Lilith, thou hast no place here." The divorce between Lilith and Adam being complete, the second Eve, i.e., mother, was now formed, and this time out of Adam's rib, in order that there might be no question of her dependence, and that the embarrassing question of woman's rights might never be raised again. But about this time, the devils were also created. These beings were the last of the 6 days' creation, but they were made so late in the day that there was no daylight by which to fashion bodies for them. The Creator was just putting them off with a promise that he would make them bodies next day, when lo, the Sabbath witch was for a long time personified came and sat before him, to represent the many evils which might result from the precedent he would set by working even a little on the day, whose sanctity had already been promulgated. Under these circumstances, the Creator told the devils that they must disperse and try to get bodies as they could find them. On this account, they have been compelled ever since to seek carnal enjoyments by nestling in the hearts of human beings and availing themselves of human senses and passions. These devils as created were ethereal spirits. They had certain atmospheric forms, but felt that they had been badly treated in not having been provided with flesh and blood, and they were envious of the carnal pleasures which human beings could enjoy. So long as man and woman remained pure, the devils could not take possession of their bodies and enjoy such pleasures, and it was therefore of great importance to them that the first human pair should be corrupted. At the head of these devils stood now a fallen angel Samael. Of this archfiend more is said elsewhere. At this point, it need only be said that he had been an ideal flaming serpent, leader of the seraphim. He was already burning with lust and envy as he witnessed the pleasures of Adam and Eve in Eden when he found beautiful Lilith lamenting her wrongs in loneliness. She became his wife. The name of Samael by one interpretation signifies the left, and we may suppose that Lilith found him radical on the question of female equality which she had raised in Eden. He gave her a splendid kingdom where she was attended by 480 troops, but all this could not compensate her for the loss of Eden. She seems never to have regretted parting with Adam for the loss of her children. She remained the Lady of Sorrow. Her great enemy was Machalath, who presided over 478 troops, and who was forever dancing, as Lilith was forever sighing and weeping. It was long believed that at certain times the voice of Lilith's grief could be heard in the air. Samael found in Lilith a willing conspirator against Jehovah in his plans for man and woman. The corruption of these two meant, to the troops of Samael, bringing their bodies down into a plane where they might be entered by themselves, the devils, not to mention at present the manifold other motives by which they were actuated. It may be remarked also that in the rabbinical traditions, after their Aryan impregnation, there are traces of a desire of the devils to reach the tree of life. Truly a wondrous tree. Around it, in its place at the east of Eden, sang 600,000 lovely angels with happy hymns, and it glorified the vast garden. It possessed 500,000 different flavors and odors, which were wafted to the four sides of the world by zephyrs from 7 lustrous clouds that made its canopy. Beneath it sat the disciples of wisdom on resplendent seats, screened from the blaze of sun, moon, and cloud-veiled from potency of the stars. There was no night, and within were the joys referred to in the verse, Prov. Roman 8:21, that I may cause those that love me to inherit substance, and I will fill their treasures. Had there been an order of female rabbins, the story of Lilith might have borne obvious modifications, and she might have appeared as a heroine anxious to rescue her sex from slavery to man. As it is the immemorial prerogative of man to lay all blame upon woman, that being part of the hereditary following of Adam, it is not wonderful that Lilith was in due time made responsible for the temptation of Eve. She was supposed to have beguiled the serpent on guard at the gate of Eden to lend her his form for a time, after which theory the curse on the serpent might mean the binding of Lilith forever in that form. This would appear to have originated the notion mentioned in Chemester, Hist. Skal, 12th cent, that while the serpent was yet erect, it had a virgin's head. The accompanying example is from a very early missal in the possession of Sir Joseph Hooker, of which I could not discover the date or history, but the theory is traceable in the 8th century. In this picture, we have an early example of those which have since become familiar in old Bibles. Pietro Dorvieto painted this serpent woman in his finest fresco at Pisa. Perhaps in no other picture has the genius of Michelangelo been more felicitous than in that on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, in which Lilith is portrayed. In this picture, Fig. 2, the marvelous beauty of his first wife appears to have awakened the enthusiasm of Adam, and indeed, it is quite in harmony with the earlier myth that Lilith should be of greater beauty than Eve. An artist and poet of our own time, Rossetti, has by both of his arts celebrated the fatal beauty of Lilith. His Lilith, bringing soft sleep, antedates, as I think, the fair devil of the rabbins, but is also the medieval witch against whose beautiful locks Mephistopheles warns Faust when she appears at the Walpurgis night orgy. The rose and poppy are her flowers, for where is he not found, O Lilith, whom shed scent and soft-shed kisses and soft sleep shall snare, lo? As that youth's eyes burned at thine, so went thy spell through him, and left his straight neck bent, and round his heart one strangling golden hair. The potency of Lilith's tresses has probably its origin in the hairy nature ascribed by the rabbins to all demons, Sheddim, and found fully represented in Esau. Perhaps the serpent locks of Medusa had a similar origin. Nay, there is a suggestion in Dante that these tresses of Medusa may have once represented fascinating rather than horrible serpents. As she approaches, Virgil is alarmed for his brother poet. Turn thyself back and keep thy vision hid, for if the Gorgon show, and then behold, 'twould all be o'er with air returning up. So did the master say, and he himself turned me, and to my own hands trusted not, but that with his two he should cover me. O you that have a sane intelligence, look ye unto the doctrine which herein conceals itself neath the strange verse's veil. If this means that the security against evil is to veil the eyes from it, Virgil's warning would be against a beautiful seducer, similar to the warning given by Mephistopheles to Faust against the fatal charms of Lilith. Since, however, even in the time of Homer, the Gorgon was a popular symbol of terrors, the possibility of a survival in Dante's mind of any more primitive association with Medusa is questionable. The Pauline doctrine that the glory of a woman is her hair no doubt had important antecedents. Such glory might easily be degraded, and every hair turned to a fatal binder, like the one golden thread of Lilith round the heart of her victim, or it might ensnare its owner. In Treves Cathedral, there is a curious old picture of a woman carried to hell by her beautiful hair. One devil draws her by it, another is seated on her back and drives her by locks of it as a bridle. In the later developments of the myth of Lilith, she was, among the Arabs, transformed to a ghoul, but in rabbinical legend, she appears to have been influenced by the story of Lamia, whose name is substituted for Lilith in the Vulgate. Like Lilith, Lamia was robbed of her children and was driven by despair to avenge herself on all children. The name of Lamia was long used to fright Italian children, as that of Lilith was by Hebrew nurses. It is possible that the part assigned to Lilith in the temptation of Eve may have been suggested by ancient Egyptian sculptures, which represent the tree of life in Amenti, paradise, guarded by the serpent goddess Nu. One of these in the British Museum represents the Osirian on his journey to heaven, and his soul in form of a human-headed bird, drinking the water of life as poured out to them from a jar by the goddess who coils around the sacred sycamore, her woman's bust and face appearing amid the branches much like Lilith in our old pictures. The Sinhalese also have a kind of Lilith or Lamia whom they call Badrama, though she is not so much dreaded for the sake of children as for her vindictive feelings towards men. She is the ghost of a woman who died in childbirth and in great agony. She may be heard wailing in the night, it is said, and if she meets any man will choke him to death. When her wailing is heard, men are careful to stay within doors, but the women go forth with brooms in their hands and abuse Badrama with epithets. She fears women, especially when they carry brooms. But the women have also some compassion for this poor ghost, and often leave a lamp and some betel leaves where she may get some warmth and comfort from them. If Badrama be fired at, there may be found, perhaps, a dead lizard near the spot in the morning. As proto-martyr of female independence, Lilith suffered a fate not unlike that of her sisters and successors in our own time who have appealed from the legendary decision made in Eden. She became the prototype of the strong-minded and cold-hearted woman and personification of the fatal fascination of the passionless. Her special relation to children was gradually expanded, and she was regarded as the perilous seducer of young men, each of her victims perishing of unrequited passion. She was ever young and always dressed with great beauty. It would seem that the curse upon her for forsaking Adam that her children should die in infancy was escaped in the case of the children she had by Samael. She was almost as prolific as Echidna. Through all the latter rabbinical lore it is repeated, Samael is the fiery serpent, Lilith the crooked serpent, and from their union came Leviathan, Asmodeus, and indeed most of the famous devils. There is an ancient Persian legend of the first man and woman, Meskia and Meskian, that they for a long time lived happily together. They hunted together and discovered fire and made an axe, and with it built them a hut. But no sooner had they thus set up housekeeping than they fought terribly, and, after wounding each other, parted. It is not said which remained ruler of the hut, but we learn that after 50 years of divorce they were reunited. These legends show the question of equality of the sexes to have been a very serious one in early times. The story of Meskia and Meskian fairly represents primitive man living by the hunt. That of Eden shows man entering on the work of agriculture. In neither of these occupations would there be any reason why woman should be so unequal as to set in motion the forces which have diminished her physical stature and degraded her position. Women can still hunt and fish, and they are quite man's equal in tilling the soil. In all sex mythology, there are intimations that women were taken captive. The proclamation of female subordination is made not only in the legend of Eve's creation out of the man's rib, but in the emphasis with which her name is declared to have been given her because she was the mother of all living. In the variously significant legends of the Amazons, they are said to have burned away their breasts that they might use the bow. In the history of contemporary Amazon, such as the female Arioi of Polynesia, the legend is interpreted in the systematic slaughter of their children. In the hunt, Meskia might be aided by Meskian in many ways. In dressing the garden, Adam might find Lilith or Eve a helpmeet for the work. But in the brutal regime of war, the child disables woman, and the affections of maternity render her man's inferior in the work of butchery. Heracles wins great glory by slaying Hippolyte, but the legends of her later reappearances as Libussa at Prague and see follow the less mythological story of the Amazons given by Herodotus, Roman 4. 112, who represents the Scythians as gradually disarming them by sending out their youths to meet them with dalliance instead of with weapons. The youths went off with their captured captors, and from their unions sprang the Saurimati, among whom the men and women dressed alike and fought and hunted together. But of the real outcome of that truce and union, Tennyson can tell us more than Herodotus. In his Princess, we see the woman whom maternity and war have combined to produce, her independence betrayed by the tenderness of her nature. The surrender, once secured, was made permanent for ages by the sentiments and sympathies born of the child's appeal for compassion. In primitive ages, the child must in many cases have been a burthen even to man in the struggle for existence. The population question could hardly have failed to press its importance upon men, as it does even upon certain animals. And it would be an especial interest to a man not to have his hut overrun with offspring not his own, turning his fair labor into drudgery for their support, and so cursing the earth for him. Thus, while polyandry was giving rise to the obvious complications under which it must ultimately disappear, it would be natural that devils of lust should be invented to restrain the maternal instinct. But as time went on, the daughters of Eve would have taken the story of her fall and hardships too much to heart. The pangs and perils of childbirth were ever-present monitors whose warnings might be followed too closely. The early Jewish laws bear distinct traces of the necessity, which had arrived for insisting on the command to increase and multiply. Under these changed circumstances, it would be natural that the story of a recusant and passionless Eve should arise and suffer the penalties undergone by Lilith, the necessity of bearing. As captive, a vast progeny against her will only to lose them again, and to long for human children she did not bring forth and could not cherish. The too passionate and the passionless woman are successively warned in the origin and outcome of the myth. It is a suggestive fact that the descendants of Adam should trace their fall not to the independent Lilith, who asserted her equality at cost of becoming the devil's bride, but to the apparently submissive Eve who stayed inside the garden. The serpent found out the guarded and restrained woman as well as the free and defiant, and with much more formidable results. For craft is the only weapon of the weak against the strong. The submissiveness of the captive woman must have been for a long time outward only. When Adam found himself among thorns and briars, he might have questioned whether much had been gained by calling Eve his rib, when after all she really was a woman, and prepared to take her intellectual rights from the serpent if denied her in legitimate ways. The question is, indeed, hardly out of date, yet when the genius of woman is compelled to act with subtlety, and reduced to exert its influence too often by intrigue. It is remarkable that we find something like a similar development to the two wives of Adam in Hindu mythology also. Kali and Durga have the same origin. The former is represented dancing on the prostrate form of her lord and master, and she becomes the demoness of violence, the mother of the diabolical Kalas of Singhali's demonolatry. Durga sacrificed herself for her husband's honor and is now adored. The counterpart of Durga worship is the Zenana system. In countries where the Zenana system has not survived, but some freedom has been gained for woman, it is probable that Kali will presently not be thought of as necessarily trampling on man, and Lilith not be regarded as the devil's wife, because she will not submit to be the slave of man. When man can make him a home and garden which shall not be a prison, and in which knowledge is unforbidden fruit, Lilith will not have to seek her liberty by revolution against his society, nor Eve hers by intrigue. Unfitness for cooperation with the ferocities of nature will leave her a helpmeet for the rearing of children, and for the recovery and culture of every garden, whether within or without the man who now asserts over woman a lordship unnatural and unjust. Chapter 10. War in Heaven. The other Tiamat, Bohu. The Deepra and Apophis Hathors Bel's combat revolt in Heaven Lilith myth of the devil at the creation of light. In none of the ancient scriptures do we get back to any theory or explanation of the origin of evil or of the enemies of the gods. In a Persian text at Persepolis, of Darius I, Ahriman is called with simplicity the other, Ania, and the hater, Duvescent, Zen Taisat, and that is about as much as we are really told about the devils of any race. Their existence is taken for granted. The legends of rebellion in heaven and of angels cast down and transformed to devils may supply an easy explanation to our modern theologians. But when we trace them to their origin, we discover that to the ancients, they had no such significance. The angels were cast down to pits prepared for them from the foundation of the world, and before it, and when they fell, it was into the hands of already existing enemies eager to torment them. Nevertheless, these accounts of rebellious spirits in heaven are of great importance and merit our careful consideration. It is remarkable that the Bible opens with an intimation of the existence of this other. Its second verse speaks of a certain darkness upon the face of the deep. The word used here is Bohu, which is identified as the Assyrian Bahu, the queen of Hades. In the inscription of Shalmaneser, the word is used for abyss of chaos. Bahu is otherwise Gila, a form of Ishtar or Alet, lady of the house of death, and an epithet of the same female demon is Ninsigil, lady of the mighty earth. The story of the descent of Ishtar into Hades, the realm of Ninsigil, has already been told, p. 77. In that version, Ishtar is the same as Astarte, the Assyrian Venus. But like the moon with which she was associated, she waned and declined, and the beautiful legend of her descent, like Persephone, into Hades seems to have found a variant in the myth of Bel and the dragon. There she is a sea monster, and is called Tiamat Thaleth of Berossus, that is, the deep, over which rests the darkness described in Genesis I. 2. The process by which the moon would share the evil repute of Tiamat is obvious. In the Babylonian belief, the dry land rested upon the abyss of watery chaos from which it was drawn. This underworld ocean was shut in by gates. They were opened when the moon was created to rule the night, therefore Prince of Darkness. The formation by Anu of this moon god, Uru from Tiamat, might even have been suggested by the rising of the tides under his sway. The Babylonians represent the moon as having been created before the sun, and he emerged from a boiling in the abyss. At the beginning of the month, at the rising of the night, his horns are breaking through to shine on heaven. In the one Babylonian design, a seal in the British Museum, which seems referable to the legend of the fall of man, the male figure has horns. It may have been that this male moon, Uru, was supposed to have been corrupted by some female emanation of Tiamat, and to have fallen from a ruler of the night to an ally of the night. This female corrupter, who would correspond to Eve, might in this way have become mistress of the moon and ultimately identified with it. Although the cause of the original conflict between the abyss beneath and the heaven above is left by ancient inscriptions and scriptures to imagination, it is not a very strained hypothesis that ancient chaos regarded the upper gods as aggressors on her domain in the work of creation. When above, runs the Babylonian legend, were not raised the heavens, and below on the earth a plant had not grown. The chaos, or water Tiamat, was the producing mother of the whole of them. The gods had not sprung up, any one of them. Indeed, in the legend of the conflict between Bel and the dragon on the Babylonian cylinders, it appears that the god Sar addressed her as wife, and said, "The tribute to thy maternity shall be forced upon them by thy weapons." The sun and moon would naturally be drawn into any contest between overworld with light and underworld with darkness. Though Tiamat is called a dragon, she was pictured by the Babylonians only as a monstrous griffin. In the Assyrian account of the fight, it will be seen that she is called a serpent. The link between the two griffin and serpent will be found, I suspect, in typhonic influence on the fable. In a hymn to Amen-Ra, the sun, copied about 14th century BC from an earlier composition, as its translator, Mr. Goodwin, supposes, we have the following. The gods rejoice in his goodness who exalts those who are lowly, Lord of the boat and barge, they conduct thee through the firmament in peace. Thy servants rejoice, beholding the overthrow of the wicked. His limbs pierced with the sword, fire consumes him, his soul and body are annihilated. Naka, the serpent, saves his feet. The gods rejoice. The servants of the sun are in peace. The allusion in the second line indicates that this hymn relates to the navigation of Ra through Hades and the destruction of Apophis. We may read next the Akkadian tablet, p. 256, which speaks of the 7 Hathors as neither male nor female and as born in the deep. Another Akkadian tablet, translated by Mr. Sayce, speaks of these as the baleful 7 destroyers, as born in the mountain of the sunset, as being incubi. It is significantly said, among the stars of heaven their watch they kept not, in watching was their office. Here is a primeval note of treachery. We next come to a further phase, represented in a cuneiform tablet, which must be quoted at length. Days of storm, powers of evil, rebellious spirits, who were born in the lower part of heaven, they were workers of calamity. The lines giving the names and descriptions of the spirits are here broken. The third was like a leopard, the fourth was like a snake, the fifth was like a dog, the sixth was an enemy to heaven and its king, the seventh was a destructive tempest. These 7 are the messengers of Anu their king. From place to place by turns they pass. They are the dark storms in heaven, which into fire unite themselves. They are the destructive tempests, which on a fine day sudden darkness cause. With storms and meteors they rush. Their rage ignites the thunderbolts of Im. From the right hand of the thunderer they dart forth. On the horizon of heaven like lightning they, against high heaven, the dwelling place of Anu the king, they plotted evil and had none to withstand them. When Bel heard this news, he communed secretly with his own heart. Then he took counsel with he the great inventor or sage of the gods, and they stationed the moon, the sun, and Ishtar to keep guard over the approach to heaven. Unto Anu, ruler of heaven, they told it. And those 3 gods, his children, to watch night and day unceasingly, he commanded them. When those 7 evil spirits rushed upon the base of heaven, and close in front of the moon with fiery weapons advanced, then the noble sun and Im the warrior side by side stood firm. But Ishtar, with Anu the king, entered the exalted dwelling and hid themselves in the summit of heaven. Column Roman 2. Those evil spirits, the messengers of Anu their king, they have plotted evil. From mid-heaven like meteors they have rushed upon the earth. Bel, who the noble moon in eclipse saw from heaven, called aloud to Paku his messenger. O my messenger Paku, carry my words to the deep. Tell my son that the moon in heaven is terribly eclipsed. To he in the deep repeat this. Paku understood the words of his lord. Unto he in the deep swiftly he went. To the Lord, the great inventor, the god Nukamut, Paku repeated the words of his lord. When he in the deep heard these words, he bit his lips and tears bedewed his face. Then he sent for his son Marduk to help him. Go to my son Marduk, tell my son that the moon in heaven is terribly eclipsed. That eclipse has been seen in heaven. They are 7, those evil spirits, and death they fear not. They are 7, those evil spirits who rush like a hurricane and fall like firebrands on the earth. In front of the bright moon with fiery weapons, they draw nigh. But the noble sun and Im the warrior are withstanding them. Nukamut is a name of he which occurs frequently. He was the good genius of the earth, and his son Marduk was his incarnation a Heracles or savior. It will be noted that as yet Ishtar is in heaven. The next tablet, which shows the development of the myth, introduces us to the great female dragon Tiamat herself and her destroyer Bel. And with it his right hand he armed. His naming sword he raised in his hand. He brandished his lightnings before him. A curved scimitar he carried on his body, and he made a sword to destroy the dragon, which turned 4 ways, so that none could avoid its rapid blows. It turned to the south, to the north, to the east, and to the west. Near to his saber he placed the bow of his father Anu. He made a whirling thunderbolt, and a bolt with double flames, impossible to extinguish. And a quadruple bolt, and a septuple bolt, and a bolt of crooked fire. He took the thunderbolts which he had made, and there were 7 of them to be shot at the dragon, and he put them into his quiver behind him. Then he raised his great sword, whose name was Lord of the Storm. He mounted his chariot, whose name was Destroyer of the Impious. He took his place, and lifted the 4 reins in his hand. Bel now offers to the dragon to decide their quarrel by single combat, which the dragon accepts. This agrees with the representations of the combat on Babylonian cylinders in Mr. Smith's Chaldean Genesis, p. 62, etc. Why seekest thou thus to irritate me with blasphemies? Let thy army withdraw. Let thy chiefs stand aside. Then I and thou alone we will do battle. When the dragon heard this, stand back, she said, and repeated her command. Then the tempter rose watchfully on high. Turning and twisting, she shifted her standing point. She watched his lightnings. She provided for retreat. The warrior angels sheathed their swords. Then the dragon attacked the just prince of the gods. Strongly they joined in the trial of battle. The king drew his sword and dealt rapid blows. Then he took his whirling thunderbolt and looked well behind and before him. And when the dragon opened her mouth to swallow him, he flung the bolt into her before she could shut her lips. The blazing lightning poured into her inside. He pulled out her heart. Her mouth he rent open. He drew his falchion and cut open her belly. He cut into her inside and extracted her heart. He took vengeance on her and destroyed her life. When he knew she was dead, he boasted over her. After that the dragon, their leader, was slain. Her troops took to flight. Her army was scattered abroad, and the angels, her allies, who had come to help her, retreated, grew quiet, and went away. They fled from thence, fearing for their own lives, and saved themselves, flying to places beyond pursuit. He followed them, their weapons he broke up. Broken they lay, and in great heaps they were captured. A crowd of followers, full of astonishment, its remains lifted up, and on their shoulders hoisted. And the 11 tribes pouring in after the battle in great multitudes, coming to see, gazed at the monstrous serpent. In the fragment just quoted, we have the flaming sword which turned every way, Gen. Roman 3:24. The 7 distinct forms of evil are but faintly remembered in the 7 thunderbolts taken by Bel. They are now all virtually gathered into the one form he combats, and are thus on their way to form the 7-headed dragon of the Apocalypse, where Michael replaces Bel. The angels, her allies who had come to help her, are surely that third part of the stars of heaven, which the apocalyptic dragon's tail drew to the earth in its fall, Reverend Roman 12:4. Bel's dragon is also called a tempter. At length we reach the brief but clear account of the revolt in heaven, found in a cuneiform tablet in the British Museum, and translated by Mr. Fox Talbot. The divine being spoke 3 times, the commencement of a psalm. The God of holy songs, Lord of religion and worship, seated 1,000 singers and musicians, and established a choral band who to his hymn were to respond in multitudes. With a loud cry of contempt, they broke up his holy song, spoiling, confusing, confounding his hymn of praise. The God of the bright crown, with a wish to summon his adherents, sounded a trumpet blast which would wake the dead, which to those rebel angels prohibited return. He stopped their service, and sent them to the gods who were his enemies. In their room he created mankind. The first who received life, dwelt along with him. May he give them strength never to neglect his word, following the serpent's voice, whom his hands had made. And may the God of divine speech expel from his 5,000, that wicked 1,000, who in the midst of his heavenly song had shouted evil blasphemies. It will be observed that there were already hostile gods to whom these riotous angels were sent. It is clear that in both the Egyptian and Assyrian cosmogonies, the upper gods had in their employ many ferocious monsters. Thus in the Book of Hades, Horus addresses a terrible serpent. My Keti, great fire, of which this flame in my eye is the emission, and of which my children guard the folds, open thy mouth, draw wide thy jaws, launch thy flame against the enemies of my father, burn their bodies, consume their souls. Many such instances could be quoted. In this same book, we find a great serpent, Sasset, guardian of the earth. Each of the 12 pylons of Hades is surmounted by its serpent guards except one. What has become of that one? In the last inscription but one, quoted in full, it will be observed, 3rd line from the last, that 11 angel tribes came in after Bel's battle to inspect the slain dragon. The 12th had revolted. These, we may suppose, had listened to the serpent's voice, mentioned in the last fragment quoted. We have thus distributed through these fragments all the elements which, from Egyptian and Assyrian sources, gathered around the legend of the serpent in Eden. The tree of knowledge and that of life are not included, and I have given elsewhere my reasons for believing these to be importations from the ancient Aryan legend of the war between the Devas and Asuras for the immortalizing Amrita. In the last fragment quoted, we have also a notable statement that mankind were created to fill the places that had been occupied by the fallen angels. It is probable that this notion supplied the basis of a class of legends of which Lilith is type. She whose place Eve was created to fill was a serpent woman, and the earliest mention of her is in the exorcism already quoted, found at Nineveh. In all probability, she is but another form of Gila, the fallen Istar and queen of Hades, in which case her conspiracy with the serpent Samael would be the darkness which was upon the face of Bahu, the deep, in the second verse of the Bible. The Bible opens with the scene of the gods conquering the dragon of darkness with light. There is a rabbinical legend that when light issued from under the throne of God, the prince of darkness asked the Creator wherefore he had brought light into existence. God answered that it was in order that he might be driven back to his abode of darkness. The evil one asked that he might see that, and entering the stream of light, he saw across time and the world, and beheld the face of the Messiah. Then he fell upon his face and cried, "This is he who shall lay low and ruin me, and all the inhabitants of hell." What the Prince of Darkness saw was the vision of a race, beginning with the words, Gen I 3:4, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light, and God saw the light that it was good, and God divided between the light and the darkness, ending with Reverend Roman 20. 1, 2, and I saw an angel come down from heaven having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. Chapter 11. War on Earth. The abode of devils. Kedef disorder. Talmudic legends. The restless spirit. The fall of Lucifer. Asteria, Hecate. Lilith. The dragons. Triumph. A gypsy legend. Keedman's poem of the rebellious angels. Milton's version. The Puritans and Prince Rupert Bell as ally of the Dragona. Mystery in Marionette's European hells. Rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the earth and the sea, for the devil is come down to you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. This passage from the book of Revelations is the refrain of many and much earlier scriptures. The Assyrian accounts of the war in heaven, given in the preceding chapter, by no means generally support the story that the archdragon was slain by Bel. Even the one that does describe the chief dragon's death leaves her comrades alive, and the balance of testimony is largely in favor of the theory which prevailed, that the rebellious angels were merely cast out of heaven and went to swell the ranks of the dark and fearful abode which from the beginning had been peopled by the enemies of the gods. The nature of this abode is described in various passages of the Bible and in many traditions. Out of the north an evil shall break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land. So said Jeremiah, I-14, in pursuance of nearly universal traditions as to the region of space in which demons and devils had their abode. Hell is naked before him, says Job, Roman 26. 6, and destruction hath no covering. He stretcheth out the north over the empty place. According to the Hebrew mythology, this habitation of demons was a realm of perpetual cold and midnight, which Jehovah, in creating the world, purposely left chaotic. So it was prepared for the devil and his angels at the foundation of the world. Although this northern hell was a region of disorder, so far as the people of Jehovah and the divine domain were concerned, they had among themselves a strong military and aristocratic government. It was disorder perfectly systematized. The anarchical atmosphere of the region is reflected in the abnormal structures ascribed to the many devils with whose traits Jewish and Arabic folklore is familiar, and which are too numerous to be described here. Such a devil, for instance, is Bidargan, hand-high, with 50 heads and 56 hearts, who cannot strike anyone or be struck, instant death ensuing to either party in such an attack. A more dangerous devil is Kedef, identified as the terror from the chambers alluded to by Jeremiah, Roman 32. 25, bitter pestilence. His name is said to be from Kadaf, cut and split, because he divides the course of the day. And those who are interested to compare Hebrew and Hindu myths may find it interesting to note the coincidences between Kedef and Kedu, the cut-off tail of Rahu and source of pestilence. Kedef reigns neither in the dark or day, but between the two. His power over the year is limited to the time between June 17 and July 9, during which it was considered dangerous to flog children or let them go out after 4 p.m. Kedef is calf-headed, and consists of hide, hair, and eyes. He rolls like a cask. He has a terrible horn, but his chief terror lies in an evil eye fixed in his heart, which none can see without instant death. The archfiend who reigns over the infernal host has many court fools, probably meteors, and comets who lead men astray. All these devils have their regulations in their own domain, but, as we have said, their laws mean disorder in that part of the universe which belongs to the family of Jehovah. In flying about the world, they are limited to places which are still chaotic or waste. They haunt such congenial spots as rocks and ruins, and frequent desert, wilderness, dark mountains, and the ruins of human habitations. They can take possession of a wandering star. There is a pretty Talmudic legend of a devil having once gone to sleep, when someone, not seeing him of course, set down a cask of wine on his ears. In leaping up, the devil broke the cask, and being tried for it, was condemned to repay the damage at a certain period. The period having elapsed before the money was brought, the devil was asked the cause of the delay. He replied that it was very difficult for devils to obtain money, because men were careful to keep it locked or tied up. "And we have no power," he said, "to take from anything bound or sealed up, nor can we take anything that is measured or counted. We are permitted to take only what is free or common." According to one legend, the devils were specially angered, because Jehovah, when he created man, gave him dominion over things in the sea, Gen I 28, that being a realm of unrest and tempest which they claimed as belonging to themselves. They were denied control of the life that is in the sea, though permitted a large degree of power over its waters. Over the winds, their rule was supreme, and it was only by reducing certain demons to slavery that Solomon was able to ride in a wind chariot. Out of these several realms of order and disorder in nature were evolved the angels and the devils which were supposed to beset man. The first man is said to have been like an angel. From the instant of his creation, there attended him two spirits, whom the rabbins found shadowed out in the sentence, "Jehovah Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul," Gen Roman 2. 7. This breath of life was a Holy Spirit, and stood on Adam's right. The living soul was a restless spirit on his left, which continually moved up and down. When Adam had sinned, this restless spirit became a diabolical spirit, and it has ever acted as mediator between man and the realm of anarchy. It has been mentioned that in the Assyrian legends of the revolt in heaven, we find no adequate intimation of the motive by which the rebels were actuated. It is said they interrupted the heavenly song, that they brought on an eclipse, that they afflicted human beings with disease, but why they did all this is not stated. The motive of the serpent in tempting Eve is not stated in Genesis. The theory which Keedman and Milton have made so familiar, that the dragons aspired to rival Jehovah and usurp the throne of heaven, must, however, have been already popular in the time of Isaiah. In his rhapsody concerning the fall of Babylon, he takes his rhetoric from the story of Bel and the dragon and turns a legend, as familiar to every Babylonian as that of St. George and the dragon now is to Englishmen, into an illustration of their own doom. The invective is directed against the king of Babylon. Consequently, the sex of the devil is changed. But the most remarkable change is in the ascription to Lucifer of a clear purpose to rival the Most High and seize the throne of heaven. "Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming. It stirreth up the spirits of the dead, even all the chief ones, great goats of the earth. It hath raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations, demon-begotten aliens. All these shall say unto thee, Art thou also become weak as we? Art thou become like unto us? Thy splendor is brought down to the underworld, and the noise of thy vials. The worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art thou fallen, O Lucifer Daystar, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thy heart, I will ascend into the upper heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars archangels of God. I will sit, reign also upon the mount of the congregation, the assembly of the enemies of God in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, the thunder throne of Jehovah. I will be like the Most High. Yet shalt thou be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit." In this passage, we mark the arena of the combat shifted from heaven to earth. It is not the throne of heaven, but that of the world at which the fiends now aim. Nay, there is confession in every line of the prophecy that the enemy of Jehovah has usurped his throne. Hell has prevailed, and Lucifer is the prince of this world. The celestial success has not been maintained on earth. This would be the obvious fact to a humiliated, oppressed, heavily taxed people, who believed themselves the one family on earth sprung from Jehovah, and their masters the offspring of demons. This situation gave to the vague traditions of a single combat between Bel and the dragon, about an eclipse or a riot, the significance which it retained ever afterward of a mighty conflict on earth between the realms of light and darkness, between which the Elohim had set a boundary line, Gen I 4, in the beginning. A similar situation returned when the Jews were under the sway of Rome, and then all that had ever been said of Babylon was repeated against Rome under the name of Edom. It recurred in the case of those Jews who acknowledged Jesus as their Messiah. In the pomp and glory of the Caesars, they beheld the triumph of the powers of darkness, and the burthen of Isaiah against Lucifer was raised again in that of the Apocalypse against the seven-headed dragon. It is notable how these writers left out of sight the myth of Eden so far as it did not belong to their race. Isaiah does not say anything even of the serpent. The Apocalypse says nothing of the two wonderful trees, and the serpent appears only as a dragon from whom the woman is escaping, by whom she is not at all tempted. The shape of the devil and the combat with him have always been determined by dangers and evils that are actual, not such as are archaeological. A gypsy near Edinburgh gave me his version of the combat between God and Satan as follows. When God created the universe and all things in it, Satan tried to create a rival universe. He managed to match everything pretty well except man. There he failed, and God, to punish his pride, cast him down to the earth and bound him with a chain. But this chain was so long that Satan was able to move over the whole face of the earth. There had got into this wanderer's head some bit of the Babylonian story, and it was mingled with Gnostic traditions about Ildebaoth. But there was also a quaint suggestion in Satan's long chain of the migration of this mythical combat not only round the world, but through the ages. The early followers of Christ came before the glories of paganism with the legend that the lowly should inherit the earth. And though they speedily surrendered to the rulers of the world in Rome and made themselves into a Christian aristocracy, when they came into northern Europe, the Christians were again brought to confront with an humble system the religion of thrones and warriors. St. Gaston celebrating Mass in a cavern beside the Loire meant as much weakness in presence of paganism as the Huguenots felt 12 centuries later hiding in the like caverns from St. Gaston's priestly successors. The burthen of Isaiah is heard again, and with realistic intensity, in the 7th century and in the north with our patriarchal poet Caedmon. The all-powerful had angel tribes, through might of hand, the Holy Lord 10 established in whom he trusted well that they his service would follow, work his will, therefore gave he them wit, and shaped them with his hands the Holy Lord. He had placed them so happily, when he had made so powerful, so mighty in his mind's thought, he let him sway over so much, highest after himself in heaven's kingdom. He had made him so fair, so beauteous was his form in heaven, that came to him from the Lord of hosts, he was like to the light stars. It was his to work the praise of the Lord, it was his to hold dear his joys in heaven, and to thank his Lord for the reward that he had bestowed on him in that light. Then had he let him long possess it, but he turned it for himself to a worse thing, began to raise war upon him, against the highest ruler of heaven, who sitteth in the holy seat. Dear was he to our Lord, but it might not be hidden from him that his angel began to be presumptuous, raised himself against his master, sought speech of hate, words of pride towards him, would not serve God, said that his body was light and beauteous, fair and bright of hue. He might not find in his mind that he would God in subjection, his Lord, serve, seemed to himself that he a power and force had greater than the holy God could have of adherents. Many words spake the angel of presumption, thought through his own power, how he for himself a stronger seat might make, higher in heaven, said that him his mind impelled, that he west and north would begin to work, would prepare structures, said it to him seemed doubtful that he to God would be a vassal. Why shall I toil, said he, to me it is no whit needful, to have a superior, I can with my hands as many wonders work, I have great power to form a diviner throne, a higher in heaven. Why shall I for his favor serve, bend to him in such vassalage? I may be a god as he stand by me strong associates. Who will not fail me in the strife, heroes stern of mood, they have chosen me for chief renowned warriors. With such may one devise counsel, with such capture his adherents, they are my zealous friends, faithful in their thoughts, I may be their chieftain. Sway in this realm, thus to me it seemeth not right that I in aught need cringe to God for any good, I will no longer be his vassal. When the all-powerful it all had heard, that his angel devised great presumption to raise up against his master, and spake proud words foolishly against his lord, then must he expiate the deed, share the work of war, and for his punishment must have of all deadly ills the greatest. So doth every man who against his lord deviseth to war, with crime against the great ruler. Then was the mighty angry, the highest ruler of heaven hurled him from the lofty seat, hate had he gained at his lord, his favor he had lost, incensed with him was the good in his mind, therefore must he seek the gulf of hard hell torment, for that he had warred with heaven's ruler. He rejected him then from his favor, and cast him into hell into the deep parts, where he became a devil. The fiend with all his comrades fell then from heaven above, through as long as 3 nights and days, the angels from heaven into hell. And them all the Lord transformed to devils, because they his deed and word would not revere therefore them in a worse light, under the earth beneath. Almighty God had placed triumphless in the swart hell, there they have it even, immeasurably long each of all the fiends, a renewal of fire. Then cometh air on the eastern wind, frost bitter cold, ever fire or dart. Some hard torment they must have, it was wrought for them in punishment. Their world was changed, for their sinful course he filled hell with the apostates. Whether this spirited description was written by Keedman, and whether it is of his century, are questions unimportant to the present inquiry. The poem represents a medieval notion which long prevailed, and which characterized the mysteries, that Satan and his comrades were humiliated from the highest angelic rank to a hell already prepared and peopled with devils, and were there, and by those devils, severely punished. One of the illuminations of the Keedman manuscript preserved in the Bodleian Library shows Satan undergoing his torment, Fig. 3. He is bound over something like a gridiron, and 4 devils are torturing him, the largest using a scourge with 6 prongs. His face manifests great suffering. His form is mainly human, but his bushy tail and animal feet indicate that he has been transformed to a devil similar to those who chastise him. On Keedman's foundation, Milton built his gorgeous edifice. His Satan is an ambitious and very English lord, in whom are reflected the whole aristocracy of England in their hatred and contempt of the holy Puritan Commonwealth, the Church of Christ as he deemed it. The ages had brought round a similar situation to that which confronted the Jews at Babylon, the early Christians of Rome, and their missionaries among the proud pagan princes of the north. The Church had long allied itself with the earlier Lucifers of the north, and now represented the proud empire of a satanic aristocracy, and the persecuted nonconformists represented the authority of the King of Kings. In the English palace, and in the throne of Canterbury, Milton saw his Beelzebub and his Satan. Infernal serpent. He it was, whose guile stirred up with envy and revenge, deceived the mother of mankind, what time his pride had cast him out from heaven, with all his host of rebel angels, by whose aid aspiring to set himself in glory above his peers, he trusted to have equaled the Most High if he opposed. And with ambitious aim against the throne and monarchy of God, raised impious war in heaven, and battle proud, with vain attempt. Him the almighty power hurled headlong flaming from ethereal sky, with hideous ruin and combustion, down to bottomless perdition, there to dwell in adamantine chains and penal fire. Who durst defy omnipotent to arms. This adaptation of the imagery of Isaiah concerning Lucifer has in it all the thunder hurled by Cromwell against Charles. Even a Puritan poet might not altogether repress admiration for the dash and daring of a Prince Rupert, to which indeed even his prosaic coreligionists paid the compliment of ascribing to it a diabolical source. Not amid conflicts that raged in ancient Syria broke forth such lines as, "Better to reign in hell than serve in Heft, with rallied arms to try what may be yet regained in Heft, or what more lost in hell." The bell whom Milton saw was Cromwell, and the dragon that serpent of English oppression which the dictator is trampling on in a well-known engraving of his time. In the history of the Reformation, the old legend did manifold duty again, as in the picture, Fig. 13, by Luther's friend Lucas Cranach. It would seem that in the course of time, Bel and the dragon became sufficiently close allies for their worshippers to feed and defend them both with equal devotion, and for Daniel to explode them both in carrying on the fight of his deity against the gods of Babylon. This story of Bel is apocryphal as to the canon, but highly significant as to the history we are now considering. Although the Jews maintained their struggle against principalities and powers long after it had been a forlorn hope, and never surrendered, nor made alliance with the dragon, the same cannot be said of those who appropriated their title of the chosen of God, counterfeited their covenant, and travestied their traditions. The alliance of Christianity and the dragon has not been nominal, but fearfully real. In fulfilling their mission of inheriting the earth, the meek called around them and pressed into their service agents and weapons more diabolical than any with which the Oriental imagination had peopled the abode of devils in the north. At a fair in Tours, August 1878, I saw two exhibitions which were impressive enough in the light they cast through history. One was a shrunken and sufficiently grotesque production by puppets of the medieval mystery of hell. Nearly every old scheme and vision of the underworld was represented in the scene. The three judges sat to hear each case. A devil rang a bell whenever any culprit appeared at the gate. The accused was ushered in by a winged devil Satan, the accuser who, by the showwoman's lips, stated the charges against each with an eager desire to make him or her out as wicked as possible. A devil with pitchfork received the sentenced and shoved them down into a furnace. There was an array of brilliant dragons around, but they appeared to have nothing to do beyond enjoying the spectacle. But this exhibition, which was styled 20 Minutes in Hell, was poor and faint beside the neighboring exhibition of the real hell, in which Europe had been tortured for 15 centuries. Some industrious Germans had got together in one large room several hundreds of the instruments of torture, by which the nations of the West were persuaded to embrace Christianity. Every limb, sinew, feature, bone, and nerve of the human frame had suggested to Christian inventiveness some ingenious device by which it might be tortured. Wheels on which to break bones, chairs of anguish, thumbscrews, the iron virgin whose embrace pierced through every vital part. The hunger mask which renewed for Christ's sake the exact torment of Tantalus. Even the machine which bore the very name of the enemy that was cast down the dragon's head. By such instrumentalities came those quasi-miraculous triumphs of the cross, of which so much has been said and sung. The most salient phenomenon of Christian history is the steady triumph of the dragon. Misleader and deceiver to the last, he is quite willing to sprinkle his fork and rack with holy water to cross himself, to label his cauldrons divine justice, to write Christ upon his forehead. By so doing, he was able to spring his infernal engine on the best nations and cow the strongest hearts, till from their pallid lips were wrung the confessions of faith, or the last cry of martyred truth. So was he able to assault the pure heavens once more, to quench the stars of human faith and hope, and generate a race of polite, learned, and civilized hypocrites. But the ancient sunbeams are after him, the mandate has again gone forth, let there be light, and the light that now breaks forth is not of that kind which respects the limit of darkness. Chapter 12. Strife. Hebrew god of war Samael the father's blessing and curse Edom Jacob, and the phantom the planet Mars tradesman and huntsman the devil's dream. Who is this that cometh from Edom, in dyed garments from Basra, this that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength, I who promise deliverance, mighty to save? Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth the wine vat? I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the peoples there was none with me, and I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of mine avenged is come. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore mine own arm gained me the victory, and mine own fury it upheld me. And I will tread down the peoples in mine anger, and make them drunk in my wrath, and will bring down their strength to the earth. This is the picture of the god of war. Upon it the comment in Emek Hamelech is, the color of the godless Samael and of all his princes and lords has the aspect of red fire, and all their emanations are red. Samael is red, also his horse, his sword, his raiment, and the ground beneath him are red. In the future the holy god shall wear his raiment. Samael is leader of the opposition. He is the soul of the fiery planet Mars. He is the creator and inspirer of all serpents. Azazel, demon of the desert, is his first lord. He was the terrestrial chief around whom the fallen angels gathered, and his great power was acknowledged. All these characters the ancient rabbins found blended in his name. Semei, dazzling, Some, blinding, Semal, the left side, and Samhamaveth, deadly poison, were combined in the terrible name of Samael. He ruled over the sinister left. When Moses, in war with the Amalekites, raised his 10 fingers, it was a special invocation to the 10 Sephiroth, divine emanations, because he knew the power which the Amalekites got from Samael might turn his own left hand against Israel. The scapegoat was a sacrifice to him through Azazel. Samael is the mythologic expression and embodiment of the history of Esau, afterward Edom. Jacob and Esau represented the sheep and the goat, divided in the past, and to be sundered forever. As Jacob, by covering his flesh with goat skins, obtained his father's blessing due to Esau, the Israelites wandering through the wilderness, near Edom's forbidden domain, seemed to have faith that the offering of a goat would convince his viceroy Azazel that they were Orthodox Edomites. The redness of Samael begins with the red pottage from which Esau was called Edom. The English version does not give the emphasis with which Esau is said to have called for the pottage, the red. The characteristics ascribed to Esau in the legend are merely a saga built on the local names with which he was associated. Edom means red, and Seir means hairy. It probably meant the shaggy mountains. It is interesting to observe the parting of the human and the theological myths in this story. Jacob is the third person of a patriarchal trinity: Abraham, the heavenly father, Isaac the laugher, the son, and Jacob the impostor or supplanter. As the moon supplants the sun, takes hold of his heel, shines with his light, so does Jacob supplant his elder brother, and all the deadliness ascribed to the moon and other third persons of trinities was inherited by Jacob until his name was changed by euphemism. As the impartial sun shines for good and evil, the smile of Isaac, the laugher, promised great blessings to both of his sons. The human myth therefore represents both of them gaining great power and wealth, and after a long feud they are reconciled. This feature of the legend we shall consider hereafter. Jehovah has another interest to be secured. He had declared that one should serve the other, that they should be cursed who cursed Jacob, and he said, "Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated." Javistic theology had here something more important than two brothers to harmonize, namely a patriarch's blessing and a God's curse. It was contrary to all orthodoxy that a man whom Jehovah hated should possess the blessings of life. It was equally unorthodox that a father's blessing should not carry with it every advantage promised. It had to be recorded that Esau became powerful, lived by his sword, and had great possessions. It had also to be recorded that Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah and made a king unto themselves, and that such independence continued, unto this day, 2 Kings Roman 8. 20-22. There was thus no room for the exhibition of Jacob's superiority that is of Israel's priority over Edom, in this world, nor yet any room to carry out Isaac's curse on all who cursed Jacob, and the saying, "Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness." Mal-I. Answers to such problems as these evolve themselves slowly, but inevitably. The agonized cry of the poor girl in Browning's poem "There May Be Heaven," "There must be hell" marks the direction in which necessity led human speculation many ages before her. A future had to be invented for the working out of the curse on Esau, who on earth had to fulfill his father's blessing by enjoying power, wealth, and independence of his brother. In that future his greatness, while living, was repaid by his relegation to the desert and the rock with the he-goat for his support. Esau was believed to have been changed into a terrible hairy devil. But still, there followed him in his phantasmal transformation a ghostly environment of his former power and greatness. The boldest and holiest could not afford to despise or set aside that share which had been allotted him in the legend, and could not be wholly set aside in the invisible world. Jacob's share began with a shrewd bargain with his imprudent brother. Jacob, by his cunning in the breeding of the streaked animals, Gen XXX, by which he outwitted Laban and other maneuvers, was really the cause of bringing on the race called after him that repute for extortion, affixed to them in such figures as Shylock, which they have found it so hard to live down. In becoming the great barterers of the East, their obstacle was the plunderer sallying forth from the mountain fastnesses or careering over the desert. These were the traditional descendants of Esau, who gradually included the Ishmaelites as well as the Edomites, afterwards merged in the Idumeans. But as the tribal distinctions became lost, the ancient hostility survived in the abstract form of this Satan of strife Samael. He came to mean the spirit that stirs up antagonism between those who should be brethren. He finally became, and among the more superstitious Jews still is, instigator of the cruel persecutions which have so long pursued their race, and the prejudices against them which survive even in countries to whose wealth, learning, and arts they have largely contributed. In Jewish countries, Edom has long been a name for the power of Rome and Romanism, somewhat in the same way as the same are called Babylon by some Christians. Jacob, when passing into the wilderness of Edom, wrestled with the invisible power of Esau or Samael, and had not been able to prevail except with a lame thigh, a part which, in every animal, Israel thereafter held sacred to the opposing power and abstained from eating. A rabbinical legend represents Jacob as having been bitten by a serpent while he was lingering about the boundary of Edom, and before his gift of goats and other cattle had been offered to his brother. The fiery serpents which afflicted Israel were universally attributed to Samael, and the raising of the brazen serpent for the homage of the people was an instance of the uniform deference to Esau's power in his own domain which was long inculcated. As I write, fiery Mars, near enough for the astronomer to detect its moons, is a wondrous phenomenon in the sky. Beneath it, fearful famine is desolating 3 vast countries, war is raging between 2 powerful nations, and civil strife is smiting another ere it has fairly recovered from the wounds of a foreign struggle. The dismal conditions seem to have so little root in political necessity that one might almost be pardoned even now for dreaming that some subtle influence has come among men from the red planet that has approached the earth. How easy, then, must it have been in a similar conjunction of earthly and celestial phenomena to have imagined Samael, the planetary specter, to be at work with his fatal fires. Whatever may have been the occasion, the red light of Mars at an early period fixed upon that planet the odium of all the burning, blighting, desert-producing powers of which it was thought necessary to relieve the adorable sun. It was believed that all born under that planet were quarrelsome, and it was part of the popular Jewish belief in the ultimate triumph of good over evil that under Mars the Meshes was to be born. We may regard Esau Samael, then, as the devil of strife. His traditional son Cain was like himself a murderer from the beginning, but in that early period the conflict was between the nomad and the huntsman on one side, on the other the agriculturist and the cattle breeder, who was never regarded as a noble figure among the Semitic tribes. In the course of time, some Semitic tribes became agriculturists, and among them, in defiance of his archaeological character, Samael was saddled with the evils that beset them. As an ox he brought rinderpest, but his visible appearance was still more generally that of the raven, the wild ass, the hog which brought scurvy, while in shape of a dog he was so generally believed to bring deadly disease that it would seem as if hydrophobia was specially attributed to him. In process of time, benignant peace dwelt more and more with the agriculturists, but still among the Israelites the tradesman was the coming man, and to him peace was essential. The huntsman of the Esau clan figures in many legends, of which the following is translated from the Arabic by Lane. There was a huntsman who from a mountain cave brought some honey in his water skin, which he offered to an oilman. When the oilman opened the skin, a drop of honey fell which a bird ate. The oilman's cat sprang on the bird and killed it. The huntsman's hound killed the cat. The oilman killed the dog. The huntsman killed the oilman. And as the 2 men belonged to different villages, their inhabitants rose against each other in battle. And there died of them a great multitude, the number of whom none knoweth but God, whose name be exalted. Esau's character, as a wild huntsman, is referred to in another chapter. It is as the genius of strife and nomadic war that he more directly stands in contrast with his supplanter. From the wild elemental demons of storm and tempest of the most primitive age to this devil of strife, the human mind has associated evil with unrest. The wicked are like the troubled sea when it cannot rest. Such is the burthen of the Japanese oni throned in the heart of the hurricane, of the wild huntsman issuing forth at the first note of war, of Edom hating the victories of peace, living by the sword. The prophecy that the Prince of Peace should be born under the planet Mars is a strange and mystical suggestion. In a powerful poem by Thomas Aird, The Devil's Dream, The last fearful doom of Satan's vision is imprisonment beneath a lake forever still, the spirit of unrest, condemned forever to the realm of absolute stillness. Their all is solemn idleness. No music here, no jars, where silence guards the coast, ere thrill her everlasting bars. No sun here shines on wanton isles. But o'er the burning sheet a rim of restless halo shakes, which marks the internal heat as, in the days of beauteous earth, we see with dazzled sight the red, and setting sun o'erflow with rings of welling light. Oh, here in dread abeyance lurks of uncreated things the last lake of God's wrath, where he his first great enemy brings. Deep in the bosom of the gulf the fiend was made to stay till, as it seemed, 10,000 years had o'er him rolled away. In dreams he had extended life to bear the fiery space, but all was passive, dull, and stern within his dwelling place. Oh, for a blast of tenfold ire to rouse the giant surge, him from that flat fixed lethargy impetuously to urge, let him but ride upon the tempest-crested wave of fire enridged tumultuously. Each angry thing he'd brave, the strokes of wrath, thick let them fall. A speed so glorious dread would bear him through, the clinging pains would strip from off his head. The vision of this last stern lake, oh, how it plagued his soul type of that dull eternity that on him soon must roll, when plans and issues all must cease that earlier care beguiled, and never era more shall stand a landmark on the wild, nor failure nor success is there, nor busy hope nor fame, but passive fixed endurance, all eternal and the same.